I'm just coming in here to look for a stapler.
Oh.
Because I heard there was a stapler in here. Yes.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I know, I got all excited. Not to worry. Good luck today. Have fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, wow. I've never seen this room.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm sitting over here and they're up there on the stage, so to speak. I don't know.
It's a nice space. I haven't been there before. Where's the restroom? Oh.
So there's one in the staff room. Hang on. Because it's closer, actually.
Oh, there's this one right here, Valerie.
No, but that's the kids' room. right, so your choice, up there, down here, whatever your preference is, right there, excellent. Where would you like me to sit? Anywhere here? I'm gonna go grab myself a chair really fast. Would you like me to close the door? Do you need a chair also, or no?
No. This is the orange room, right?
This is the orange room. You are doing informative speaking,
Yep.
right? I think I should turn off the fan. What do you think?
Yeah, you can if you want to.
Do you have a good voice?
Yeah?
Okay, I'm gonna leave it on then, so you're less nervous or cooler during all of this.
Alright.
Let me make sure that I have muted my phone. Thank you. And you are Emery?
I'm Ethan McCool.
You're Ethan, okay.
At the bottom of the list.
Well, and still first.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, sir.
You're ready?
Do we have a timer?
Guess not, since I'm the first one to get here.
Since you're the first one here, I will run my stopwatch if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
What is the time for this amount?
I believe it's 8 minutes.
Ready?
Do you know what it's 8 minutes for informative?
10.
10. Okay.
Do you need a timer?
I do need a timer. Is that what you're here for?
I'm also competing, but I can time.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, Ethan.
You want up or down?
Down.
Okay. Ooh.
Judge and timer ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Ethan McCool, and today my informative is on all the side effects of 9/11. On September 11th, 2001, 19 terrorists belonging to the group called Al-Qaeda hijacked 4 commercial airplanes and crashed 2 planes into the World Trade Center, 1 into the Pentagon, and due to the bravery of the passengers on board, the 4th plane crashed early into a field in Pennsylvania. The total death count of all three attacks caused over 3,000 deaths. This event did not just define the coming months or years, but we would soon see that it would change the nation as a whole. A couple days after the terrorist attack, the leaders of the time found sufficient evidence that Al-Qaeda, being led by Osama bin Laden, organized this horrible attack against the American people. I shall take a moment to respect the dead. 3 big actions were taken soon after the attack. First, all U.S. air travel were locked down for the foreseeable week, pretty much. The second was the search and rescue operation at the crash site of the Twin Towers began and would not end after 4 years of clearing the site. And then the third was declared on the 20th of September, and this was the start of the war on terrorism. And in my opinion, I believe that war still rages to this day. And on October 7th, 2001, the U.S. made its first invasion into Afghanistan. And during this time is when the feelings of paranoia against the Middle Eastern people set in. Later in that October 26th, the Patriot Act was signed into law, which would give the government more power to spy on the online communications of their own citizens. And it's the actions of this law that a man named Edward Snowden would leak information about the spying on own American as the government spying on its own citizens would become clearly evident, and he will be labeled a traitor and be forced to seek asylum in Russia. Okay. the war in Afghanistan raged more and more, killing more and more people, Afghan refugees fled out of the country. And many of them come to America as immigrants. And it's been said, and it's been researched over and over, but one example is from Pew Research Center, that over 75% of Afghan immigrants experience some sort of racial bias or racist rhetoric. Over 500,000 men, women, have died in the war in Afghanistan. And with the possibility of more death on the horizon, I believe it's even more paramount to remember the history of 9/11. And the fact that all this pain and suffering was created because 19 men, believing in their own beliefs, hijacked 4 planes. I need to make sure that we never forget this horrible tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Actually, for the future things, you guys should be reversed. You should be over here, and they should be there. That way, the camera can focus on the speaker
Oh,
as they.
we're recording?
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. What's your opinion now that they have, now that we've withdrawn from Afghanistan?
We're most likely going to go back there anyway, so kicking the can down the river.
Interesting. Are you going next? Are you next?
I'm going next.
James Williams?
Yes.
I remember.
Let's take my lock off.
If need, I
For
can
time?
time as well.
You have yours? Hello, good morning. I'm sitting on this private chair. Let me settle down first.
Would you like me to count up or down? Up.
We're coming French. Judgment, I'm ready.
Sure.
Good morning, my name is James Williams, and to start this speech, I would like to enforce something. The information I will be presenting will not be biased towards any sort of group, activist group, or person. I personally come from a certain type of native. I am Tsimshian First Nation. This is important because in the first lockdown of 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I sat around like most people did. I realized who I was and that I needed to do something for my people. Today, there are many social problems. In many aspects, First Nation people are thriving. They're fishermen, they're women, they're hunters, they're gatherers. They are sustaining themselves, they are thriving. People grow, places grow, and they all grow together. But people together still don't always get along. There are social problems that are still happening, even though they were instated hundreds of years ago. To start, I would like to say that First Nation women are experiencing violence more often than non-Native women in in Alaska, in America, and Canada. Secondly, Alaska Native women, American Native, and Canadian Indigenous people are, in fact, experiencing high rates of violence, are less likely to receive the needed services for the violence. So like medical services, trauma services, any sort of mental care. And lastly, they've been living in a modern society that was instated through the acts of disrespect and what is essentially just pulling down First Nations people. This has had a higher effect on Alaska Natives, women, American Native women, and Canadian Indigenous women. This caused for different organizations to realize what's happening, like Amnesty International, which is a global civil rights activist group. They're non-government, but government groups are noticing, like the National Congress of American Indians. They conducted a public report in 2018 to update the known analytics and social trends of American Indians and Canadian Indigenous peoples. They found that violence and abuse towards Native women specifically were seen at higher rates than national averages in both Canada and America at the same time. The violence towards them was also noticed by the Amnesty International movement, which caused them to publish a 20-page report in 2016, where they found that in that time, over the 10-year span, that American Indigenous women are experiencing rates of violence that are 1.7 times higher than Caucasian women of America. This caused for different civil rights activist groups to be instated in numerous parts of America. Like in Seattle, there's the Coalition to Stop Violence and Hate. They also specialize in specific areas of American Indigenous women. They've branched off into Canada and Alaska for different specific reasons. Like in Canada, they are doing specific American Indigenous women. But the National Congress of American Indians continued their report. They surveyed about 2,500 people in about 14 different states on the East Coast, realizing that they stand for justice, opportunity, and rights for all people globally. But once they honed in, they realized that they need to do something, that not just them, civil rights activists, and their peers need to do something. They found that 84.3% of American Indigenous women over the ages of 18 in 2018 have experienced physical violence in America, and 56.1% of the Native women have experienced that violence from an intimate partner. These two specific trends caused for the Coalition to Stop Violence in Alaska Native Women to be formed, the Alaskan branch of the Stand Against Hate. Where they found that from the Amnesty movement, they brought to focus some other different analytics, being that homicide is the third most common death among Native women between the ages of 10 and 24, and the fifth leading cause of death for women between 25 and 34. That statistic was presented by the Center of Disease Control and Prevention Homicide. They are a government-funded organization who does utilize Alaska, Canadian Indigenous, and Washington Alaska Native people. Washington American Native people, I mean. In those three specific regions, rates are higher than normal. In multiple different counties, rates of violence is about 3 times higher than their national average, causing for these clumps of Alaska Native people to band together just to support themselves. Today, American Indigenous people find themselves clustered together because the instatement of reservations in the formation of America. Through the hundreds of years that this country has been alive, they've pushed down what happened to the Alaskan Natives, the American Natives, and the Canadian Indigenous people. The fight against violence towards Native women is an uphill battle, and not only their women's peers against them, the generations of hatred from an older way of life that not many people sympathize with now has been put into the modern system. They are forgotten by modern systems. They are not open to the care that is open to most publics. They find themselves sitting in a position that only themselves could help them with, like the Coalition to Stop Hating Violence. My brother, who is also an Alaskan Native Tsimshian First Nation, founded that group at the same time of the pandemic. He continued to branch off into Alaska and Canada, causing for other First Nation people to support themselves and others. They don't just stand for Alaskan Natives, they don't just stand for American Indigenous, they don't just stand for Canadian Indigenous, they stand for hate. They stand against hate everywhere. Their Alaskan Native women have one result. They need help. They are in a place where they need support from others than just their peers. Homicide is a large causation of death among Native women. They are in need of medical services, they are in need of trauma services, which is not available to them. Today, standing, Indigenous women are still experiencing rates higher than 1.7. In most counties in Washington and Canada, Alaska, Indigenous people are experiencing a rate 2.3 times higher than their national averages. They only stand with people who are like them and cared with them. Thank you. Nice. Oh, 5.5 minutes.
I have an order, but you kind of started with these here for me. Thank you. Tell me your name? Oh, yes.
Aaliyah, would you like me to count up or down from 10?
Count up, please.
Are you comfortable with me taking my mask off?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Judges ready? Timer ready? Quotes Graham. Reasons not to eat. Number 1, you will be fat if you eat today. Just put it off one more day. Number 2, skinny people fit everywhere. Number 4, is food more important than happiness in life? Number 6, thin people look beautiful in every kind of clothing. Number 7, saying no thanks to food is saying yes please to thin. Number 8, you don't need food. Misc.com. Your stomach isn't growling. It's applauding. It's applauding. So I raise you this question. What is it applauding to? Starving? Draining your body until standing up surrounds you with a cloud of black, doing crunches until your spine is bruised, clumps of hair falling out because you didn't eat. What is it applauding to? Perhaps the 10,200 deaths caused by eating disorders every year. Think about that for a minute. That is one death every 52 minutes from a mental disorder silently encouraged by society. Encouraged, not suggested, but encouraged by every post on Pinterest, Instagram, Tumblr, Twitter, TikTok, Whisper with the hashtag Anna, hashtag Thinspo, hashtag Thinspiration, hashtag Skinny. Try hashtag death, hashtag you're killing yourself over a picture of what other people want you to be. Examples of Thinspo. HuffPost, because the pain of looking in the mirror hurts more than starving. Kate Moss, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Supersize versus super skinny. Always leave the table feeling like you could have eaten just a little bit more. Eating makes me feel disgusting. Hi, My name is Leah Thomas, and I am a hypocrite, because for several years I used all these quotes as inspo, and everything I'll be discouraging in the speech, eating disorders and the causes of eating disorders, I've lived through. Today I'll be raising awareness for eating disorders and why they're caused. Allow me to scrupulously describe thinspiration to you. Thinspiration is a word that combines thin and inspiration. It's composed of quotes, tips, pictures, and videos that are pro-ana, a term that has been coined to mean pro-anorexia. Visualize this. A picture of a woman's torso, her stomach sinking in like a cave that instead of being full of rocks or gems is full of pain, her ribs sticking out like long, narrow mountains that seem to be fueled by the notion that at any minute they may penetrate through her skin, and the skin wrapping so tightly around her body that it threatens to crack her bones, so tightly that it threatens to deprive her lungs of oxygen and stop her blood from flowing, arms on either side of the body, that instead of resembling the arms of a living person, more closely resemble that of a corpse or Styx. And this image exists not once, but thousands of times over the internet, in some variations with quotes on it such as, "Food won't make you happy, but a beautiful body will." Or quotes like, "Hungry to bed, hungry to rise, makes a girl a smaller size." An anonymous post on coolandsmart.com states, "Society taught me that no matter what size I am, I will never be good enough. I'll always be too short, too fat, too skinny, too tall, too this, too that, because we teach girls that the way they look is more important than intelligence, is more important than valuing yourself, is more important than eating." And enough people shrug this off with the phrase, "It doesn't affect me." And to those people, all I have to say is if 28.8 million Americans, 28.8 million people is not enough for you to care, I have no interest in informing you on the topic. An excerpt from a post titled, "Eating Disorders on the Rise After a Pandemic Year" by Yale Medicine reads, "The National Eating Disorder Association has reported increases as high as 70 to 80% in calls to its helpline. And those are just the reported cases. Imagine the hundreds of thousands of people starving in silence while no one has noticed or no one cares enough to do anything." Evidently, there are many reasons for eating disorders. Perfectionism, stressful situations, peer pressure. But the one that reigns supreme is societal pressure. This expectation that is pushed on girls from a young age in TV shows, in magazines, in Barbie dolls, and sometimes even from their parents. And as they grow older, it becomes social media, it becomes comments from others. The classics are, "You're fat, ugly, too big, too skinny. Are you really going to eat that? You should work out more. Didn't you just eat?" And most people don't realize that when they say these things, they're unleashing an arsenal of bullets that almost always successfully strike their victim in the heart. That these are the types of comments that add up over time. Many people don't realize that these are the comments in people's heads when they're throwing up in the toilet in the middle of the night, when they're trying to work out, when they have eaten anything, when they're trying their hardest to run on nothing, when they're convincing themselves that they'll be happy when they're skinny. And these same comments that slip out of people's mouths like vile chains to pull down those around them can be found everywhere on social media, in a craze known as inspo. And young girls are falling into this trap like flies caught in a web, like fish caught in a net, where their only hope is to get out before they die. Because like flies caught in a web, or fish caught in a net, if they don't get out, they will die. Yet a plethora of websites, tweets, Pinterest pages, and images encourage this behavior. A quote from a Pinterest page titled "Thinspo" by Drabande poses a list of reasons to emaciate yourself. The list goes, for the skinny jeans, for the short shorts, for the crop tops, for the bikinis, for the stares, for the fun, for the satisfaction, for your confidence, for your health, for your happiness, for you. A post from the same user reads, "Once you start to see results, it becomes an addiction." These are pro-ana quotes, which while horrifyingly sad, aren't the worst. Another pro-ana trend boasts the title "Bonespiration." If thinspiration is inspiration to be thin, I'll give you one guess at what bonespiration is. Much like thinspiration, it's composed of quotes, tips, pictures, and videos, but instead of encouraging you to be thin, it encourages you to be nothing but skin and bones. It incentivizes you to push your intake so low that you become nothing. Imagine you're a 10-year-old girl scrolling on Instagram when you stumble upon a seemingly innocent account, like that of Nameless Diary, and you read a post that says, "Look at yourself. Look. See all that huge gross fat? You did that. It's your fault. You did it to yourself." Are you just going to sit there and let it get worse? No. Get off your ass and work off that gross fattening food you ate. But you didn't eat? Work out anyway. You're still fat anyway. You're so gross. No one wants you around and no one will if you stay fat. Open mouths lead to ugly people. Or an account like THX whose post reads, "Hey fat ass, were you thinking about eating? Well, read this. Look at you. Look at yourself. You are fat. You know why? Because you eat all the damn time, that's why. Get off your lard ass and do some exercises. 100 jumping jacks, 70 crunches, 50 sit-ups, 40 squats, 30 lunges, 20 mountain climbers, 10 push-ups. It'll feel so much better than eating or whatever the hell you were just thinking about. Don't eat that. Don't you know what food is? It's just a nice way to see fat. Fat just sits around and makes you jiggly and unattractive. You know who likes fat-ass girls? Nobody. You can't control yourself, can you? Whatever you see, you just put in your mouth. You don't care that it just turns into fat, sits around your stomach and fills in where your thigh gap would be if you were worthy of having one. Just do yourself a favor. Don't eat that. Do some exercises, drink some water. I promise it's better than eating whatever you were just thinking about. The craving will pass. I promise. Don't eat. You'll be happier. And just like that, you become sucked into a twisted world where you are seen as hideous, where no matter what you are, you will never be skinny enough. And your whole world changes. You start to look at the amount of calories in everything you eat, and if it's over 200, you put it back down. Soon this turns into skipping breakfast. Who needs food when you can be skinny? This turns into fasting for days and late nights spent crying. Stop crying! Wait. How many calories does that burn? Thank you.
Thank you.
8 minutes, 13 seconds.
Tell me your name. And then
So do you want me to count up to 10 or down from 10?
down.
Okay. Down from 10? Okay.
Judges in time already.
Yep.
All I have learned, I learned from books. Abraham Lincoln. Books help us learn and help us develop ourselves into better beings. They make our lives simple by teaching us and helping us understand ourselves and the world around us. They are our creations, our best friend, our past and present and future. They are, fun fact, about 600,000 to 1 million books are produced in a year, and over 2,700 new books are published each day. When I was younger, I did not know how to read, and it frustrated me. My mother taught me how to read, and it was hard, and I didn't love it. But once I knew how to read, I loved every part of it. I would always read for hours and hours, even read in the dark. Reading books has changed my life. Books have changed me, changed the way I live, the way I talk, the way I think. Hello, my name is Emery Min Matson, and I will be discussing the use of books, how they're made, the background story of books, and the future for books. Books educate our minds and encourage us to use our imagination and creativity. They give us examples of virtues that we can embrace to become better friends, more courageous, and our best selves. Reading books can help you avoid getting Alzheimer's disease. Reading books can help combat the onset of Alzheimer's. Books aren't just for educational purposes, they are also used for passing time and entertainment. They can also help support us emotionally and mentally. Whenever I get bored, I open a book and start reading to pass time. Before I know it, I'm captivated by the book and time flies by. Sometimes when I'm reading and my mom tells me to do something, I start to complain. But Mom, I'm in the middle of a good part. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Books brings the best and the worst lessons of humanity to us. They can open galaxies of possibilities and new universes to us through stories and adventures where we live vicariously through characters on the page. It is easy to get carried away when we are reading books. When we read a book that we love but it ends in a sad way, or we read a book and don't like it at all, it can make us regret ever reading it or making us feel like wanting to throw the book. But we shouldn't. People took their time in making the stories. Authors worked hard to create a new world for people to travel to. Some say that a book is a reflection of the soul. When our soul longs for an escape with a good friend, we can run away with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Bilbo, or Percy Jackson. We can go to Fablehaven, Zadia, Atlantis, or Frel. A successful book is not made of what is in it, but what is left out of it. Mark Twain. Making books is a very long process. It takes a lot of time and effort, and it takes passion to write a good book. There are many steps to make a book, and it can be a long process. The first step is making a book is to write a manuscript. There are different formats for books. For example, should the books have a preface, a foreword, a glossary, an index, etc. After the manuscript has been written, it must be refined. After the words and context are edited, you decide the book's typeface and illustrations. For example, for paper formatted books, there are more steps after determining the content of the books. First, typesetting, then paging, filming, and stripping. Then there's the blueprinting, plating is printing, and finally the last step is binding. After the manufacturing of the book is completed, the book can be published and marketed. Traditional printing and publishing a book can take a long time for some, while other publishing alternatives can be much quicker. The printing process can vary from 3 weeks to 1 year when manufacturing books. The average time to print a book is 3 to 6 months. The total average price to print a book is $111.53, and around $200 to $2,500 is the average cost of publishing a book. Publishing a book is expensive, and if there is not a contract from a publisher to print and market a book, authors can choose to self-publish and shoulder the production costs themselves. There are alternative avenues to publishing books, for example, an ebook. Ebook is one of the cheapest ways to publish your own books. Amazon has a specific avenue for authors to upload books to the site, set prices, and determining promotions and managing royalties. The availability of self-publishing ebooks has opened the floodgates to authors who want to see their works published. A book is a gift you can open again and again. Garrison Kyle. Books have been used for a very long time for many reasons. There is evidence of paper books being utilized as far back as the Middle Ages. I'm going to talk about the evolution of books. The first book ever made was the story of Epic of Gilgamesh. It was created by the ancient Mesopotamians around 21 to 1200 BC. Around 300 AD, the Romans developed the Codex. The Codex was made of wood and animal skin. It was shaped like a book with real pages instead of papyrus plants that were used for scrolls. The first mass-produced book was the Gutenberg Bible. Johannes Gutenberg was a goldsmith and is known as the founder of books. He invented the printing press in 1440, and by doing so made it possible for common people to be able to have books. Before the printing press was invented, it was illegal for people to own books. It was also extremely expensive to produce a manuscript, which made them rare and only available to the wealthy ruling class. After the invention of the Gutenberg printing press, the cost of printing lowered, which allowed more people to own books. In the 5th century, the Codex was recognized as superior to scrolls and replaced them with books. By the 6th century, scrolls had become absolute and were not used other than historical artifacts. This is an example of how books evolved from one form of written word to another as time passed. In the past, scrolls used to be the main method of written word instead of books. And now, instead of scrolls, books are the common method of written words, and scrolls are mainly used for signing treaties and other documents of significance. As years pass by, books are evolved from scrolls to books, and now books to digital books or online books. Is there still a future for paper books, or will they be unused? Will they go unused like scrolls? That's on us to decide. The Library of Congress is the largest library in the world. It was built on April 24th, 1800. In Washington, D.C., the library is open to the public, but the main purpose of why it was built was to serve Congress. The library holds more than 171 million items and over 40 million catalog books, printed materials in 470 different languages, and more than 74 million manuscripts. Modern technology allows access to much of the materials of the Library of Congress that has been digitally stored. This means that you do not have to be physically at the Library of Congress to research its materials or learn from the vast amounts of data cataloged there. Though with modern technology, we can access this treasure trove of information from whenever we are in the world and are not limited by physical proximity. These types of books are very important for our learning process, and they help us to become successful in the upcoming years of our life. For example, if we were to be bored and we wanted to do something with friends or in social group to entertain ourselves, we couldn't do due to COVID-19, we could read books to engage our minds. Books used in schools are often available in paper and also in digital formats. This alternative format is very helpful during COVID. As a library page, I work with a book in our local library every week. I catalog, shelf, repair, clean, and maintain books for library patrons to use. I've seen people get very excited for new books. All ages use the library and find joy reading the written word. I'm one of them. I love books and read both paper and digital books, though I prefer paper copies. I love the feel of the pages as I turn them and the excitement of holding a new book before delving into the pages. Reading the documents entertains and is a privilege of living in a developed country. I love books. In conclusion,
Thank you so much.
There's no cap on it. We just keep going until they finish.
Right.
If they go over,
Tell
just
me
catch
your
it first.
sentence, please.
Don't stop them. Yeah, just let them go.
before I say in conclusion, oh, I love books.
Okay, thank you.
Just wait a minute.
Chloe Gosnell. Are you comfortable with me taking my mask off?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would you like me counting up to 10 or down 10?
Up, please. Judging timer ready? I was only 5 when I attended my first Great Alaska Lumberjack Show. While I was initially in it for the snacks at the concession stand, I found myself amazed by the lumberjacks' ability to both perform and execute such challenging events. Due to my competitive nature, I had to give it a try. As a 5-year-old, I had a feeling that my parents wouldn't support me throwing axes or chopping wood, as I was still limited to using safety scissors. However, I realized that running on a log might be a little more realistic. The only possible downside I could identify was falling into the cold water if I lost. From then on, I made it my mission to excel in log rolling and avoid falling into the cold water. Log rolling is kind of like walking on a tightrope. You have nothing to hold on to, but are forced to balance and run if you want to stay on or win in this instance. It combines an individual's fear of falling in and losing with their ability to focus and test their endurance. Hello, my name is Chloe Gosnell, and today I'm going to be talking about log rolling. The favorite sport of the American lumberjack, log rolling, began not as entertainment, but as a necessity. During the timber boom of the late 1800s, rivers were the vehicle of choice for transporting logs to the sawmill. America was growing and lumber was needed to build cities. Timber grew in remote areas with few roads, but the immense river system in America provided a natural transportation system to drive logs to sawmill towns. Thousands of logs were floating down rivers and frequently jammed, so men were hired to prevent the jams. They would work the river, stepping on the floating logs as they worked from bank to bank. As soon as the men stepped onto the logs, they would spin, dumping them into the water. In order to stay dry and alive, the men had to learn how to run on these logs. However, log rolling didn't become a sport until the early 1900s. In the beginning, loggers would challenge one another to see who could stay on the longest. In the summertime, competing lumber companies would send their best log rollers to compete in an annual competition. The first unofficial world championship took place in 1898 in Omaha, Nebraska. After log rolling stopped being used as a way to transport logs, the sport was kept alive by men who passed their skills on to their sons and daughters. Today, log rolling enthusiasts are trying to keep the sport rolling again. People now have the ability to buy a synthetic key log and start a program anywhere that has a body of water. There are reportedly over 400 key log rolling programs in 48 states and 7 countries. Colleges are even beginning to introduce recreational and competitive log rolling. In 2018, key log rolling held a collegiate tournament at UT Dallas, Rutgers University, Purdue University, and UCLA. In addition, there are multiple annual competitions held throughout the United States, such as the Lumberjack World Championships, the Midwest Championship, and the Slash and Dash. Log rolling is increasingly popular because it is a great cross-training sport. Gymnasts, track and distance runners, soccer players, surfers, and Olympians have used log rolling as a tool to improve their strength and quickness. If you're brand new to the sport, your initial attempts on the log will probably be very short. Most people stay up for about 3 to 5 seconds their first time. When you break down the unique combination of skills required to master this sport, it makes sense. Once an athlete has learned to maintain their balance for about 10 seconds on the log, their core and leg strength, quickness, and mental ability come into play. As you progress within log rolling, many notice that log rolling is less about balance and more about who has the endurance and stronger will to stay on the log. It can become exhausting as it often comes down to who can outrun the other person. However, my approach is to kick water in the other person's face until their eyes start stinging. This further proves that there is more to log rolling than just running on a log. It takes strategy, practice, and a desire to win. Recently, I have started to fill out my college applications and quickly realized that they do not list log rolling as a sport, but they list something called squash. Where's the respect? When practiced solo, log rolling is an exercise in Zen and my form of yoga. It allows me to maintain focus and balance while testing my strength. When I first step onto a log, I find a spot to focus on, which helps me maintain my balance. In order to be able to compete against others, it is important that you master your balance and learn your strengths and weaknesses. Initially, you'd think a common weakness would be balance. However, it almost comes second nature within the sport. The most common weakness within log rolling is the direction the log rolls. Pretend you are running on land. You can either run forward or backward. Many people are naturally better at running forward, however, you have to practice alone to master running backwards. Another aspect most people don't consider in competition is who controls which direction the log rolls. It is more simple than you'd think. The heavier person is always in control of which direction the log rolls. In order to win, you need to be able to ride the log and control it. Most often, your opponent will roll the log to your weakness with the goal of knocking you off. While preparing for competition, most athletes practice riding solo against others to master these skills. While log rolling alone, you can have someone spin the log, which forces you to adapt to unexpected circumstances. I started log rolling as a summer annual activity, but it ended up turning into a passion. I stepped on my first log at age 5, developed an immense fascination with timber sports, and exhausted as many opportunities as presented. Each summer, I competed in the Iron Jack State Tournament, taking first each time in the youth division. In 2017, I set my personal record of an 18-minute roll. After being splashed in the face multiple times by my opponent and struggling to keep my balance, I fought to stay on the log until I eventually won the match. After the match, I felt every muscle in my body ache, but it was worth all of the pain because it qualified me to attend the World Championships. Growing up, I heard the saying, big fish in a small pond. However, its deeper meaning never set in until I left my pond in Alaska and found myself log rolling at a lake in Hayward, Wisconsin. After arriving at the World Championships, I was amazed that the stands held more people than my hometown could fill, and the lake was large enough where I could log roll for miles. After stepping on the log in this unfamiliar location, I felt a new kind of fear run through my body. Did I prepare myself adequately? Yet I ended up leaving with a 5th place title. I'm thankful for the opportunity to compete at a higher level. It taught me so many lessons. When COVID-19 hit, it put our cruise ship season on hold, which resulted in an absence of log rolling. Like many, I found myself frustrated with the situation and had a hard time accepting that my time log rolling was coming to an end. As a result, I explored the different ways I could bring back my favorite childhood activity. While it wasn't realistic for me to train and compete without proper coaching, I realized that I could make a positive impact on others through sharing the skills I had learned. I never imagined that I would find an activity more fulfilling than competing in log rolling, yet I was proven wrong. I feel that my passion for the sport combined with the joy I get working with children has redeemed my loss at World Championships. Within each class, I try my hardest to instill each child with confidence and spark an interest in log rolling. It is my hope that this program will provide them with the opportunity to compete at a higher level like I did and will teach valuable lessons along the way. In conclusion, log rolling is deeply rooted in American history, can act as a form of zen or competition, and provides individuals with many valuable skills and opportunities throughout their lifetime. Who knew that running on a log could prepare an individual for college and the world beyond? Thank you.
7:34. You want me to count down from 10 or up to 10?
Up to 10, please. 10, Judge, ready?
Yes, ma'am.
A dog is the only thing on earth that loves you more than he loves himself. Not many people know how far a dog will go to show his love for his owner. Like tail wagging, puppy cuddles, and even kisses. Another way a dog can show their owners is through service. In 2017, a dog named Peanut was frantically barking to alert her owners of trouble outside their home. The owners following her out in the cold, they found a hypothermic 3-year-old girl near death. When the first responders arrived at the house, the traumatized girl reportedly mouthed "doggy." Hi, my name is Divisha Jektiani, and today I'm going to be talking about different types of dogs and their training, the origin of dogs, and how they evolved, and why service dogs have increased with people's mental health and how this applies to you. The modern guide dog was first originated in World War I, which has built thousands of blind soldiers. A doctor named German Stalling left his shepherd with a visually impaired patient while making the rounds at a veterans hospital. When he returned, he noticed that the dog had become particularly protective of the young man. The doctor happened to be the president of the German Ambulance Association, which during the war had trained hundreds of collies to track down wounded soldiers, carry messages, and perform other duties on the front lines. Around 1916, he tasked the organization with retraining these dogs and assigning them to blind veterans. Stalling's program got shut down within a decade, but in 1923, the German Shepherd Association opened a training center in Potsdam that produced 4,000 guide dogs for both veterans and civilians by 1930. Since then, trainers have learned different types of techniques to train dogs for different scenarios. Following that, different disabilities have their own type of training a dog has to learn. First, to qualify for a dog, you need to be at least 12 unless you have a child who has autism, and a diagnosed physical disability or anxiety disorder such as PTSD. Autism service dogs can act as a social bridge. Also, these dogs can act as physical links for some children. For example, the children who do have autism will apply to get a service dog trained for them at school to help them connect and feel comfortable with their classmates. For adults, the dogs can become a vital bridge to independent living. So on other hands, adults have service dogs that recognize and gently interrupt self-harming behaviors or help de-escalate emotional meltdown. Another example is like people who are deaf will have different dogs trained for them. When a dog hears a particular cue, they alert their owner and lead them towards the noise. These cues include smoke alarms, fire alarms, doorbells, phones, and even the person's name. Hearing dogs increase their partner's independence and awareness both in and out of their home. A dog named Pickle saved his owner, Christine's life. Christine was sleeping at home and all of a
sudden, she felt nudging and licking on her face. The dog then guided Christine so she could feel the smoke alarm vibration and the sea billowing smoke. If Pickle hadn't woken me up, we wouldn't be here. She saved my life, no shadow of a doubt, she said. For instance, seizure alert dogs assist individuals before, during, and after a seizure. The dog is trained for many things at this time, like using deep pressure stimulation to end their partner's seizure early, and by physically moving them if they have a seizure in an unsafe place. When a 3-year-old boy got diagnosed with epilepsy, his parents got him a response seizure dog in the 2nd grade. Lucia was his response dog and was very helpful because the little boy had nocturnal seizures. His mom used to check on him every 30 minutes in the night, but now they feel better having Lucia in the room. She would hop up and start whining. Every time she did this, it would be a way of signaling to the parents that the boy was about to have a seizure. One of the main types of servicing a dog can do is guiding people who are visually impaired. Some of the main things these guide dogs do is help move people around obstacles, up and down stairs, and even listen for orders such as find the elevator or find the door. Finally, why service dogs have increased with people's mental health and a little bit about their training. There are 100 to 200,000 service dogs registered with the Service Dog Central in the U.S. But there's about 500,000 service dogs in the U.S. It generally takes 1 to 2 years to fully train these type of dogs. Most dogs are trained by a non-profit organization because most disabled people cannot afford the cost of a service dog on their own. Some people prefer to get their dog privately trained, which can cost up to $15,000 for a fully trained one. Most dogs are trained by a non-profit organization. So unfortunately, there aren't any national organizations that certify service dogs, which is why the number of service dogs are so low. Service dogs can also be trained for a wide range of tasks to help people with depression. These include tasks that are related to assisting them during a crisis, help you cope with emotional overload, and providing treatment-related assistance. Psychiatric service dog, PSD, is a specific type of service animal trained to assist those with mental illnesses. These also include post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, depression and anxiety, and bipolar disorders. Service dogs also promote interactions that encourage socialization, which happens to be very important to everyone regardless of their mental health. In general, service and therapy dogs can help individuals with mental health conditions and disorders. A Marine veteran, Chris Gralier, is accompanied by a service dog named Radar. I got Radar when I felt like I was in the dark cave and there was no chance of seeing the light again, and it was like having him was like a glint of hope. He can tell when I get anxious and when I'm irritable, so he comes up to me and nuzzles me to remind me everything's going to be okay. In conclusion, today we talked about the origin of service dogs and how to this day they've evolved, different types of service dogs different types of a service a dog does for someone with a disability, and why service dogs have increased with people's mental health, and a little bit about their training. Now you may be wondering why you should think any of this is important and aren't service dogs just a normal dog. Well, if it's a normal dog, they wouldn't have so many restrictions, like if you see one in public, never touch them without permission. If a service dog approaches you unattended, it's most likely looking for help, and always respect them while they're doing their job. Studies have also proven that service dogs provide health benefits and increase fitness, lower stress, and improve happiness. They also allow people who are living with chronic illnesses or disability to have a greater sense of freedom and independence, which means you don't always have to rely on other humans helping you with an everyday task. Overall, service dogs play a big role in the community. These dogs help people who have disabilities get more motivated to go outside and enjoy themselves on a daily basis. That is why I think service dogs should get more credit and better appreciation in our lives. Thank you.
I learned so much, I have to tell you all. I learned so much.
Thank you for judging. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for judging.
Where's the disinfectant?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, in the pink bottle, yeah. Is there not a pink bottle? Oh, that's very inconvenient. I'll take care of it.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your time.
Can I make a suggestion about law firm?
Yes.
The one thing I'm very curious about is, like, what's the ratio of women to men who do law?
Very small. It's, yeah.
I think highlighting that would be very powerful in your,
Thank you for the suggestion. I added it in my college essays.
yeah.
What's
I
time
think,
to
I think
write?
that's gonna be like, so, I used to read college essays, so I think that's gonna be a fantastic thing for, like,
We're gonna do.
where are you going? Where do you want to go?
My dream school is Vanderbilt, but
Ooh.
I'm thinking that
Have you been away from home for very long ever? Cause that's a long way to be
a
away
little
from
bit.
home.
Yeah, I have family in Kentucky,
Okay.
so I'd really like to be over
There you
there.
go, there you
but
go.
I'm
That
not
sounds delightful.
super set. I'm probably gonna follow like my best financial aid offer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Did you attend college?
Oh, yeah.
Where did you go?
I went to, University of California, Irvine. I went to Colorado State University, just was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Here, I got it. I'll clean them, don't worry. What was I saying? University of California, Irvine, Colorado State University, and, Adams State, which is in Alameda, Colorado.
Wow.
Yeah.
You had a good experience in all
Yes,
this.
very good experience. What do you want to do when you grow up?
I want to go pre-med.
Okay, so this university where my son just graduated has a
That's on my
medical school.
list.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm.
They will love that essay. Yeah, it's a very expensive school, but it is very worth it.
Worth it, yeah.
He loved it.
Thank you for your
Good
time.
luck. Morning.
Howdy.
Are these the?
I assume that I'm sitting back here.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
This
this is the music
this
stand.
is kind of our first.
That's all right. It's my first judging this.
So I think you're gonna be here, and then the timer's gonna be here.
Okay.
I could be wrong though.
No, that sounds. I'm gonna theorize that it's.
Yeah.
It's all right. You know, it's a learning process. We'll all figure it out.
Where are we though?
I assume this is one of them, and then maybe we could get that desk down here for the other
Okay, so
team.
they're just not moving.
And you would just have to use one desk for both of us, and maybe grab one chairs.
Yeah, because we need the whiteboard. That's why that is.
That sounds great.
We need to move stuff. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Sorry.
Is it all right?
We are very blessed.
K High Fan, I like this.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I've not been in KI Been in your auditorium, which I like your auditorium.
Their auditorium is nice.
That's one thing that we don't have here that I wish we did have is an auditorium.
Do we have another desk in here?
I bet we could find one.
Okay.
I think both of those would be the other desk.
Really? Okay.
One of these two?
Okay. We're just thinking about the timer too. I'm assuming I'm not the only judge. Maybe I am.
I think you are, and then there's also going to be a timer.
Okay.
The timer usually. Okay. Ah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Phoenix, is it possible to get another desk or not?
We can try.
Okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world if we can't, but if we can, that would be awesome. Hi, Maddie, are you going to be timer? Or are you going to be judge? Or are you going to be debater?
Photo taking.
Photo taker. I got it.
I think
Photographer.
they're still figuring out timers.
Okay.
They're trying to get volunteers.
Okay.
Here, actually, can we
I will-
move those a little bit
Howdy.
closer together?
Okay. You're a student. The desk. Yeah.
I have no idea. You probably have to talk to
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that should be good. Thank
Okay.
you.
She's in teacher working. Yep. She might have a plan of who and when and where and what and brains.
Brains.
Brains. Must eat brains.
Yes.
Oh,
when you
look,
go
there's a
up
timer.
to-
Yes.
I have a medical device and it may
Yes.
beep sometimes, but it's not fun.
Yep. No, I am aware.
Okay, just making sure.
It's not one of those things you're just choosing or want to play with.
Yeah, that's true.
There's the timing sheet. Sorry.
Oh, that's all good. Am I timing too?
I believe, Maddie, are you the timer for Mr. Stolen? Or we need a timer?
Ah, magical Phoenix, you are the bomb. You are indeed.
Could you please be the
Oh,
timer
Mr.
for
Marks.
Mr.
Yeah.
Stolen?
That would be
That'll help
awesome.
me move
That's right.
this
C.
forward.
There's no.
Well, if you want, here's got the actual the
This
instructions.
is the top left corner,
For
right?
timing?
Or-
Yeah.
There's your timing sheet.
Mr. Marks.
What?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. The top left, yes.
Okay, that's what I was
Don't
thinking.
apologize, that's okay. It's all first debate.
Okay.
We are all in the process of learning.
Precisement. Let's see. May I sit back here?
Oh, absolutely.
I'll grab it.
So, do I put a stopwatch and have it 4 minutes? They have to stop speaking?
Yeah, so just make sure, you know, the first speaker, 4 minutes, and just let them know when the time is up.
Do you guys have a coin?
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure, but I think the recommendation was to me, that like, at 1 minute or 2 minutes, hold up, like a 2, like they've got 2 minutes left or 1 minute left,
Okay.
and then,
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take maybe.
Perfect. I think
yep, we got the timing stuff right here. Actually, I wonder if, that's what these are for. Squirrel! Okay, so yeah, like when they have 1 minute,
You're
no
good.
minute, stop,
I
half
just
a
learned
minute,
this like 2 days ago.
stuff left.
That's
That's much better than
Oh,
my
that's your
finger
school
thing.
code. I don't know what your school code is.
It's a letter. It's gonna be like one of 5 letters, A through E. So don't tell us what school. I can go find out real quick what your school code is. Don't worry about it. What's the fastest way?
You're right.
So you guys are writing your school codes up there?
Yeah. Yeah, also first and last speaker, or first and whatever speaker order.
Okay, beautiful.
So,
Yeah.
2 and she's 4.
Yep.
We want 4. So 2, not 4.
Yeah.
Now, do we know who's pro and who's con? Do I
Yes,
know?
we are con.
Con, got it.
Yep,
Thank
and
you.
they're pro.
Got it, perfect, okay.
They should
School code is
be,
G.
I don't know, can you see this from there?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
yep.
Can you see mine?
NEG is your school
Yeah, it's,
code?
no, C is our school code,
Okay.
NEG, that stands for negation, it's con.
Got it. Got it.
So C and G.
Yes.
C, G, got it. Excellent. And
When I get up. That's the DVD. I'll explain it. I can explain it. This is last year's.
this for the time? Yeah, please.
Yes.
As far as I can tell. Yeah. I'm not sure how these things officially start. Is it just,
Is it already live streaming?
is it live
There's
streaming?
a thing right here.
Oh, look at that.
This room live streams, and I don't think the others do. We're
Oh, okay.
special, right? Because Phoenix made sure that we were close enough to be in it.
Okay.
So has it started?
I don't
I have
know
Are
if
they
anybody
hearing
in
us
here
right
is
now?
operating this. It might only be for later rounds. So
Okay, sure.
I would say that these guys can start any time if they have
Okay.
figured out who's the first and second.
We have.
Okay.
You want me to check like the channel supervisor? I'm pretty sure it's being decided.
And does
You
the
should-
timer know the times?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. So anytime you guys are ready, you can start.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is being live streamed.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Well, I feel like saying, on your marks, get set, go.
Like right now? Yeah. Oh, like the last 5 minutes?
Maybe.
Yeah, you're the first one.
Okay.
Oh, and I think that you guys can ask them about
Yeah.
whether or not you're comfortable or not with the people who are debating whether they can take their masks off. So that's up
Oh.
to you and them.
I am most certainly comfortable with it. I'm not opposed to taking your mask off. It also helps with clarity of words
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and the drinking of coffee.
Judging timer ready?
Casey.
Yes. Oh. Judging timer ready? Opponents ready? Partner ready?
Yep.
Then I will begin. Hello, my name is Casey Knapp, and my partner Grace Stewart and I are in firm negation of the resolve. In the U.S., social media is beneficial for democratic values. We'd like to begin by stating some definitions to establish universal clarity. The Oxford Dictionary defines social media as websites and applications that enable users to create and share content or participate in social networking. Furthermore, Debate US defines democratic values as the fundamental beliefs and constitutional principles of American society which unite all Americans. We have 3 strong and relevant contentions to prove our side. Firstly, social media demolishes individuality. Secondly, fake news broadcasted through social media is incredibly harmful to our democracy. Lastly, social media provides easy access to foreign influences. Uniqueness and creativity is necessary for a functioning society, and social media kills individuality. According to a survey conducted by fstoppers.com, 68% of adults use some kind of photo editing before they share any photo with another person online. This creates the unrealistic standards that most people to behave how they think other people want them to behave. Furthermore, TheHill.com released a Harvard study that confirmed that a majority, 64% of Americans, believe that cancel culture is a threat to their freedom. Liberty is revoked when things like these take place because they are no longer believing their own unique opinions. They are simply following public opinion. Individuality is vital, which is why social media is destroying. It is detrimental to our democratic values. False news is prevalent in social media, which is harmful to U.S. citizens. It hinders democratic value of truth, which states that our government and our people should not lie. A survey conducted by Science.org confirmed that the top 1% of false news spread to between 1,000 and 100,000 individuals. However, the truth was only spread to less than 1,000 on average. This is harmful because it threatens our legitimacy as Americans and truth seekers. Foreign influence has a big impact on U.S. policies. This is dangerous because it undermines our democratic value of truth. According to CIGI.org, foreign states such as China and Russia have been spreading misinformation regarding the coronavirus, including its origin and cures. This is an attempt to create a distrust in the American people and our healthcare professionals. Furthermore, the Alliance for Securing Democracy states 116 articles cited what we now know were fake IRA-created accounts masquerading as legitimate Americans. This is harmful in many ways and attacks our democracy at its core. In conclusion, social media is not beneficial for democratic values in the United States. Individuality is demolished by social media. Social media broadcasts fake news, and foreign influencers have easy access to spread misinformation. We have presented 3 strong arguments to inform you of the effect of social media. Please vote in negation. Thank you. And with that, I will end.
Hello, my name is Madison Lundemo, and this is my partner, Carlo Cadiente, and we stand in firm affirmation of the result. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. To clarify, democratic values refers to the rights that all citizens have: liberty, justice, freedom of speech, press, assembly, voting, and equality. We have 3 contentions to support our case today. 1. Social media connects and engages citizens in the government. 2. Social media spreads information quickly. And 3. Social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. On to our first contention. Social media connects and engages citizens throughout the country and government. According to David Weinberger, social media has made people more connected and engaged. The connection between people all over the country further unites our population and encourages Americans to exercise their democratic rights. If a leader is doing something wrong, citizens can band together and make a change, exercising their right to overthrow the government. On to our second contention. Social media spreads more information to a wider audience quicker. Social media sites are one of the top news sources for 46 of Americans. You can get the information you need about any given topic with a few clicks. And not only can an individual become more informed, they can also ask questions and supply answers. The information previously supplied to citizens through traditional media was often manicured and tailored to exactly what a politician wanted the public to know. Now people can share personal stories and experiences without a filter. And finally, our third contention, social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. Thanks to social media, information on current issues plaguing Americans are more urgently brought to the attention of the public. According to Cass R. Sunstein, a professor at Harvard Law, when people can talk to each other and disclose what they know to public officials, the whole world might change in a hurry. Social media increases interactions and the exchange of information between people, therefore allowing citizens to exercise their freedom of speech and press. The engagement users take part in on social media encourages them to further get involved in their local and national government, which further allows users to exercise their rights as citizens. To conclude, social media connects and engages citizens in government. Social media spreads information quickly, and social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. It is with these we stand in firm affirmation of the result. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values, and we hope you stand there with us. Thank you.
So now it's Crossfire.
Okay, for your second contention, you were talking about how social media helps spread information. But do you believe that social media not only spreads, well, would you not believe that social media only spreads, would you believe that social media spreads information but doesn't spread fake news as well?
So social media does spread fake information quite often, but it also spreads true information, true stories, experience of individuals that they share. It shares things such as experiences they've had with people that, like, say, celebrities, where there have been times where celebrities have been known to have a bad experience with someone, and that person has gone on to spread that information, which is still good information in a way, because then it reminds people that sometimes people aren't the best. I do have a question for you. So you talked about the definition of your democratic beliefs
democratic values were the fundamental beliefs of all Americans. Can you please describe that for me?
We described democratic values as the fundamental beliefs and constitutional principles of American society which unite all Americans. We described it that way because that's how we found it in the source debate US. I'm not sure how you want us to go into that, so could you please...
Could you give me some examples?
Okay. One example would be something that unites all Americans, as said in the quote, is truth, and Americans being able to spread truth and not lies. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have any more questions?
No, I do not. Do you?
You also kind of talked about cancel culture. Do you agree that cancel culture is, would you say that cancel culture is a negative thing?
I would say that it's a negative thing.
But what about in circumstances where cancel culture has removed individuals who were harmful to others? So say there are times when there is an individual who has been threatening or harming someone online, and they have been canceled through cancel culture. Is that a negative thing?
Sometimes it can be. Why?
I'd say that it could be a positive thing.
These chairs don't slide under easily. Are judge and timer ready? Okay. Are my opponents ready? This one good? Okay. Awesome. I'd like to begin. Hello. For the first time in this debate, my name is Grace Stewart, and my partner and I firmly negate the resolve that social media is beneficial to democratic values in the United States. The first point I would like to touch on is my opponent's first contention. They mentioned that social media connects citizens to the government. This directly contradicts a piece of evidence that we have that according to the PewResearch.org, PewResearch.org, 70% of people rarely post or never share political posts on social media, which contradicts their statement that social media connects citizens in the United States to their government. I'd also like to touch on a point that they mentioned about how in the past, before social media was big or before social media was prevalent, how only candidates and people of authority were able to broadcast their views to citizens. But now social media allows people to interact, which they're claiming is a positive of social media. I disagree, because social media also allows foreign influencers to play part in this, who connect to Americans and influence our politics and our elections and a lot of different democratic systems that happen in the United States.
For example, it's common for foreign influencers to pay companies through the dark web in order to sponsor candidates, which directly goes against our democratic values of truth, of liberty. We want to be told the truth. We want to know what our candidates are for, so that we can correctly and accurately vote for them and their policies. But when foreign influencers and things such as this take place, it harms our democracy. I would also like to mention a point that was touched on during the Crossfire. My opponents mentioned cancel culture and mentioned some positives of cancel culture. But something about this phrase that's a huge negative to our democracy is that cancel culture makes people feel afraid to express themselves fully, which interacts with our right of liberty. People are no longer doing what they want. They are censoring themselves in order to make other people feel better, because they are afraid, or maybe they don't want to be embarrassed by people who cancel them. And for the rest of my time, I would like to reiterate some of our points. Social media demolishes individuality. Kind of similarly to what I was just talking about, it interferes with our sense of liberty. We are no longer doing what we want. It's no longer free will. We are just adapting to what other people want. On social media, you can see this all the time. People are posting Instagram pictures to make other people think they're funny, or think they're cool, or pretty, or whatever they're trying to get. False news is extremely harmful to our democracy because again, we like to talk about truth. It interacts with truth, and when we're voting for a candidate and we don't have the correct information on them, it's completely inaccurate. And that's my rebuttal speech. Thank you.
Can I take 1 minute of prep?
Yes.
Thank you. Judgment time ready? Hello, my name is Carlo Cariente, and this is my partner here, Madison Lendemo. We stand in firm affirmation in the resolve the United States social media is beneficial for democratic values. Once again, to clarify, democratic values refers to the rights of all citizens to have liberty, justice, and freedom of speech. So going back to my opponent's first contention, it creates for universal clarity. Now, do you think that, my question is, universal clarity, wouldn't that be blocking the people, for like people who are creative and to express themselves and that it blocks our freedom of speech. And then going on to their second contention, fake news. Oh, sorry, the third, easy access to foreign culture. On their third contention, saying that there easy access to foreign information. It's their constitutional right to know what's going on in the nation, and if we block access for everybody to know what's going on in the nation, yes, foreign parties can somehow know information, but I believe it's more important to have our citizens know more information than blocking access to everyone. And then just going back to some of our contentions. Our first contention was social media connects and engages citizens and governments. My opponent said that 70% of American citizens don't post political things. And I want to say, don't post political things. Before social media was a thing, what was the percentage of citizens expressing their political values? And with social media, it gives them the better chance to increase and to express their values, rather than without social media in the early before social media was an access for everybody. And then our second contention, social media spreads information quickly. Going back before social media was a thing, don't you guys agree that information spread less than having the social media we have right now? And on to our third contention, social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. So many problems have been brought to our attention through social media, creating a better change for the nation. And with that, I want to conclude that we hope that you stand with us in the affirmation of the resolve. The United States social media is beneficial for democratic values. Thank you. Okay.
Are judge and timer ready? Okay.
Crossfire. Do you guys know who has first question?
Yeah, the first speaker. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. You mentioned free speech frequently throughout your contentions and through your rebuttal speech. So I was curious if you would agree that free speech can be harmful.
So your question is, do I agree free speech can be harmful?
Yes.
No. Free speech gives us the right to express our emotions to everyone. And yes, there are some risks to the freedom of speech, but I do believe that having the freedom of speech is more important than going through the risk of the freedom of speech.
Okay, thank you.
And then I have a question for you. You stated that 70% of Americans don't post political values on their social media. Am I correct?
Yes.
Do you have any source saying what the percentage before social media came up to a thing?
This debate is determining whether or not social media is beneficial to democratic values. So no, I do not, but this is relevant because it's talking about now.
Okay, exactly. So don't you believe that the other percentage that political values are posted is more than the back then? Because with social media, we know more information about political values, and we see other people, and we get to build our own opinion through seeing other people's express on political values.
I understand, yes, there is more information out there because of social media, but this does not necessarily make it a benefit. There's a lot of misinformation spread which contradicts, it interferes with our right of truth, for the government to be telling the truth and for the citizens to be telling the truth. And when all this fake and false news is spread, people don't know what they're voting for. They don't know who they're voting for. They don't know what their government can turn into. These lies, while information may be more abundant, these lies are more harmful.
Do you have any questions for us?
Just a second. I do not.
Okay. Cancel culture. Let's go back to cancel culture.
Oh, yes, please.
So you say cancel culture is harmful to the society. Am I correct? But don't you?
In some ways, yes.
Don't you agree that cancel culture brought to attention to let's, for example, celebrities. Celebrities have used their social media standing and their standing in society to do things that we don't like, to do harmful things. Don't you think cancel culture is a benefit to us, knowing that celebrities abuse their social standing?
I'm sure that has happened, but I know one instance where the exact opposite of that happened. Chris Pratt, he made a speech and mentioned God in it. And then people in part of cancel culture started classifying him as a racist and a bigot because he supported God. Okay, thank you.
Judgment timer ready? Opponents ready? Partner ready?
Yes.
And I will begin. First, I'd like to go over something that my opponent said, saying that foreign countries have a right to knowing info or information about what's going on in the United States. And yes, that's true, but that's not what our point was about. Our point was about foreign countries influencing what's happening in the United States, and that is something that they do not have the right to do. I would like to go back to some of my other points, just to reinforce the fact that social media does kill individuality, because people who use social media are not behaving how they would have behaved in real life. Individuality is vital in a working democratic country, and that's why it's bad that social media is destroying it. I would also like to go back to foreign influence having a big impact on U.S. politics. Like I said before, in this speech. It's not about whether they know info, it is about having an impact on US politics. They have their own country and we have ours. This is about our country, and it's dangerous that social media is letting foreign influences change what is happening in our country, for our country. That's all I have to say. With that, I will end.
Oh, that's perfect. I'll speak to that later.
Judge and timer ready?
One second.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Opponents ready?
Yes.
Yep. Partner ready? Oh, great. My name is Madison Lundamo, and this is my partner, Carlo Cadiente, to be restated, and we stand in firm affirmation of the resolved. To go back over our points, we have discussed how social media connects and engages citizens in government, spreads information quickly, and represents issues that are easily overlooked. My opponents have mentioned cancel culture. Cancel culture, in their words, hinders the right to truth. However, they also mentioned a form of government transparency. But government transparency is not guaranteed in our Constitution at this point. And cancel culture in itself is a right. It is the freedom of speech. It is the freedom of assembly and press. It is an American democratic value to be able to take what is wrong and make it right. It is in our Constitution that we have the ability to overthrow our government and make things right. And that is a part of cancel culture. Another thing that my opponents brought up was that how social media demolishes individuality. In my research, social media encourages individuality. It encourages people to be themselves on the internet and to spread their opinions and how they want to be perceived. It creates a self-reality. It encourages one's individuality to be better communicated to others. And just to reiterate our points, social media does connect and engage our citizens in government. It allows citizens to know their politicians' beliefs better and know their personal lives better, know their personalities better. It helps citizens create a better opinion on the people they want to run their country. Second, social media spreads information quickly. It has spread information about the COVID pandemic. It has spread information in the previous years about Ebola and the attacks in Paris and all kinds of awful things. But American citizens found out about them through social media. And finally, social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. And with that, we stand in firm affirmation of the resolved, and we hope you stand there with us. I stand down.
Are judge and timer ready? Okay. we'd like to begin. Is inciting violence considered free speech?
In what way would you define inciting violence?
If, say, a politician or a former politician told his followers or people that believed what he believed to do something very bad and they did it. Encouraging violence. Is this free speech?
You said he believes, right? Correct? In what he believes?
In what?
The politician, in what he believes?
What they believe.
What they believe. Okay.
Yeah.
I would consider it free speech. Free speech is, however, a democratic value. It has been encouraged through social media. But in a way, there have been actions to prevent such occurrences to happen again. There have been people removed from social media platforms in order to prevent such occurrences from happening again. I have a question for you. So you mentioned people censoring themselves on the internet.
Yes.
Do you believe it is because their opinions are harmful to others that they are censoring themselves?
No, I believe that people are censoring themselves because they're afraid that someone else may be offended by something that is not offensive.
And so going back to your freedom of speech,
yes.
We do agree that the freedom of speech, that it is freedom of speech, but they use it for bad. But don't you agree that whoever uses it for bad gets the proper consequences for it? Yeah.
Are you talking about all people who use it bad?
No, like you said, the politicians who use it bad. Don't you think they get the proper consequences for it?
Not always.
No.
We have a question, if that's okay.
Yeah,
yes.
Where did you get your definition for democratic values?
We look to the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, where Thomas Jefferson clearly stated that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were fundamental values of the American people, therefore making them democratic values.
Do you have a question?
Oh, so you talked about foreign influence, but so foreign influencers have been known to influence our politics, but don't domestic influencers also influence our politics? Isn't that their democratic right? Isn't that one of their rights as a citizen of the United States to influence the election and how they choose? The election, political matters as they choose.
3 minutes are
I'll go over this in my final focus. I'd like to take all of my downtime right now, which is 2 minutes, please. That's good. We're ready. Are the judge and timer ready? Okay, great. I'd like to begin. Hello, for the last time in this debate, my name is still Grace Stewart, and my partner and I still firmly negate the resolve that in the United States, social media is beneficial to democratic values. I'd like to begin by going over a point that I was unable to answer from my opponents during the Grand Crossfire. My opponent asked if it is okay for foreign influencers to influence the United States because our own people do it as well and it's their constitutional right. I believe that while it is great that United States citizens can influence others through social media on political terms, it is a totally different thing when we're talking about foreign influencers. Their first point was that social media connects citizens of the United States to their government. This this is disproved by our statistic from the Pew Research Center that 70% of people rarely post, which completely disproves their point. They also mentioned that there's more information because of social media, and while this is absolutely true, it is not necessarily a benefit, because a lot of this information is false and is spread to the people who believe it, and then our democratic values are undermined because it is untruthful. I'd like to bring in some evidence about how social media can connect people to the government. Cornell professors Schufel and Disbet conducted a study to determine whether or not web activity had an effect on political participation, and they found that the results were virtually zero. That the web activity does not affect political turnout in rallies, assemblies, or voting. With that, I'd like to stand down. Thank you.
Can I take all of my downtime? Thank you. Judge and timer ready? Opponents ready?
Yes.
Partner ready? Fantastic. So lastly, hello, my name is Carlo Caliente again, and this is my partner, Madison Landomo. And we stand in the firm affirmation on the result. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. To clarify, democratic values refer to the right for all citizens to have liberty, justice, and freedom of speech, press, assembly, voting, and equality. So I'm gonna just go off what my opponent said. 70% of people rarely post on social media. I do have some evidence here against that from Pew Research Center. Social media influence voting numbers. Facebook users reported that they were more likely to vote if they see that their followers or friends have voted on social media sites. 35% of students unsure if they wanted to vote stated the social media was most likely to influence them to vote in the 2016 presidential election. More Facebook users vote based on mutual followings. And also we have our contentions where social media connects and engages citizens in government. Social media spreads info quickly, and social media issues that are based easily overlooked. In this it is with this we stand in firm affirmation of the resolve. United States social media is beneficial for the democratic values, and with that we hope that you stand there with us. Thank you.
Thank you for judging.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I have to go over my notes.
Casey? You guys, you not have Grace? You guys don't just come. You have Grace, you got a model. Oh, you don't know. You were online last year. None of these guys know. This is our own, okay, so you come by, you thank the timers.
No,
or
yeah,
this.
Yeah. Elbow
Okay.
touching, yeah.
I'm good with whatever.
Yeah.
Just walk by.
Or
Thank
just
you,
walk
timer,
by and
thank you, Judge.
And both teams
Go ahead,
do
Grace.
that.
Okay. Well, thank you for timing. You were great. Thanks for judging.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
You guys did great. I love your voice.
Thank you.
So good.
And you go to the opponents usually and shake their hands too. Say, good debate, good debate.
Good
Do
debate.
that first and then go around and say thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Now I have to go through my notes.
Great first debate.
It was a very good debate. Very good.
Hey, you guys, let's go this way. Let's go this way.
I know. We had just finished now, and it's just like,
No,
is there like a cleaner thing? Oh, yeah, there's one right there. Oh, thank you.
I think you're especially that I have to figure out.
Yeah.
Please.
This break off quick. It's just like this. It's like this. It's a little already.
You guys want me to wipe your
Yes,
stuff?
please. Definitely. Thank you.
No problem.
What's the day going on?
Oh, there it goes.
No idea.
Warm. I need that. Even though it's 5 minutes, it's like,
Oh. Good job, people.
it does smell like bubblegum there.
Did somebody get the music stand?
No.
Is there another one?
I still have stuff on me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Good luck for your next one.
Thank you.
Plus about an hour. Sit down. About 40 minutes. Maybe it's not really
No, I have no idea. I have no idea what's.
I could go.
I'm just worried about this one right now, so.
I'll go ask if there's like more.
Okay.
Kyle is actually fine.
Good.
I should probably wait down with that snapshot. Oh.
Makes sense.
Ooh, the second one. The second one, the first. Far side? Yeah, okay. Don't want to have the door to the back?
Either you guys have to have a coin?
Oh, no.
Yeah, nobody has coins anymore these days. It's like,
Every time it's like, I have to remember to bring a coin with me to this meet. And then it's just.
Should grab my bag.
Would you like us to write the result on the board?
what's that?
Would you like us to write the
Please,
result?
if you would, thank you.
I got it.
I think we have the better writing anyways.
Alright. Hey. Okay, I should go double check. I don't remember if I win this one or not.
I think
It could be. We'll go bring their papers. It's been a while since I've taken notes that seriously. About 15 years, exactly. That's a college class style. She's good. What a great skill to learn. To be able to present your opinion in a, I mean, this is a great organized fashion to do it.
I agree. Thank you for judging.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I've never done anything like this. Well, I guess I have judged things before. Music is sort of on the same line. I like this. This is great. Are you the next judge?
I am the next
Excellent.
judge. Thank you for your efforts here.
Thank you. It's been fun.
We'll ask in a second.
Is this legible for everybody?
Yeah, just hold,
That resolve is
here,
good.
yeah, hold that out.
Go ahead. Sure. Thank you.
I'll be the time.
Perfect, thank you for doing that. You have your time frames, did you do the last one? Yep. So you know the time frames already, good, excellent.
The topic of the debate is, are goldfish wrong?
Oh, give me the app on that.
Are goldfish wrong? The answer is no.
They are wrong because they are so enticing, they can control the human mind, and that's not good.
Is this resolve big enough for everybody?
Well, I guess yes, a little bit, because they're not that healthy.
Are you comfortable with us taking our masks off?
I am.
Thank you.
Does anybody have a coin in the room here?
A what?
A coin.
No, but you can go on the phone and.
Yeah, do you want me to do that?
Sure. You can flip a coin on the phone? You can do that?
Yeah, you just search up coin flip and use it Google.
Technology.
All the technology uses.
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a coin flip. And who is from? Well, I'm not supposed to know where you're from, so I guess I'll just say I'll ask you to call heads or tails.
Tails.
It's tails.
We would take second speaker.
Second speaker.
Are you sure that's the school code?
What's that? I'll do that.
I thought it was.
Morgan, do you have the paper that I gave you with the evidence?
Yeah.
What's
Want
that?
that?
Have it, please?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can we go next, please? Yes.
So who is Emery and Chloe, and who is Ethan and Devin? Ethan,
Chloe
Devin over
and
here,
Emery.
Emery. And so you guys are the half? Or name?
Yes, we're next.
No, you can. So I don't need. this.
Do you have some pics?
Okay. So.
Oh, what color do you guys like?
What?
What color do you like? What's your favorite color of the two?
Pink.
Pink? Okay.
Are you looking at still looking for?
I don't know where mine is.
I have it on. You did edit it, right?
Well, I
It's
didn't
right here.
even. Did you already read off of the computer?
Sure.
I'm not going. That would be
I got that extra
copy. No, I just have an extra copy, but you can go ahead.
So make sure I have this right. I have, Madsen speaking first, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
and
that
then-
was
No.
second.
Madsen
Oh.
Speaking second.
Sorry.
and Moorhead, oh, you're speaking second, okay. So Moorhead's first, okay.
Oh, no,
No,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Do I have this wrong?
You guys know your.
You're Moorhead, right?
Yes, I am.
You know your school.
I'm fourth speaker.
Okay,
Do what?
that's what I meant to say. First for your team and second for your team, okay. That, okay, I got it.
So, yeah.
Sir, I'm going to go check. They don't know about school codes?
I have their code as being B.
That means yours is not B.
Our code.
No, I have you
Our
guys as
code
being
is
B. I'm
B.
sorry, I have you guys as being
I
B.
think that's right.
Okay,
I think it's C,
I
so I'm
have
gonna go
right
check.
here Madsen and Gosnell as D.
Yeah, we are D.
D.
Yeah, D.
And I have Madsen and Moorhead as B. So that's the problem. We have Madsen and then Sin. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I thought you called me.
Okay.
We were B on the sheet.
Okay, you know, this.
So on, our code was written on the sheet outside in the gym as B, as Bravo.
Ethan, right?
That is correct, yes.
And Devin.
Yes.
Okay, we'll go with those names. That's easier. And you guys are B, correct?
We are B. As
Okay,
in
so
Bravo.
B as in boy.
Yes, B as in boy.
Got it. Okay.
So we're all good then.
And then sit back down.
Okay, I'm ready when you guys are ready.
Judges and timer, ready? Hello, my name is Emery Midmatson, and this is my partner, Chloe Gosma. We stand in firm negotiation of the result. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. To clarify, democratic values are fundamental beliefs in constitutional principles of our society, which unite all Americans. We have three contentions that prove our case, which are: social media allows foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation. Social media creates polarization with civil society. And social media facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. Social media allows foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation. According to the U.S. Senate Select Committee, Russia's Internet Research Agency, IRA, targeted the 2016 U.S. election and was part of a border and sophisticated warfare campaign designed to create discord in American politics and society. Democracies depended on the people's understanding and using information to make decisions about the society they want to live in. Foreign interference through social media disrupts the democratic values of free and fair elections. According to the Center for International Governance Innovation, in 2015, the Islamic State terrorist organization, ISIS, used extensive Twitter campaigns to spread propaganda, encouraging radicalization. Through social media, ISIS was able to put forward coordinated influence campaign designed to showcase a skewed image of the glories of war and life under ISIS. According to the Subcommittee of National Society, today there are at least 43,000 active pro-ISIS Twitter accounts endlessly amplifying and repeating ISIS's message of hate and terror. This is a threat to democratic values as social media instigates terrorism and threatens the security of our country. Social media creates polarization within civil society. Facebook's own research concluded that 64% of people who joined extremist groups on the platform did so because their own algorithms recommended the content. Facebook's former executive have testified that they designed the platform to be addictive, to maximize their profit, to maximize user engagement. Fake news and other influence operations are made more powerful by filter bubbles. While democracy requires the free exchange of information and ideas, filter bubbles tend to isolate users by only showing them what they want to see. Social media companies do not care about democratic values, but are more concerned about making money out of clickbait. Social media facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. The recent storming of the Capitol was arranged through social media. Throughout, the Constitution declares the right to peaceful protest. Violent protests like the one at the Capitol lead to increases in crime and injustice. Jared Holt, the Digital Forensic Research Lab, stated, "Extremists have for weeks repeatedly expressed their intentions to attend the January 6th protest and unabashedly voiced their desire for chaos and violence online. Social media provoked this violent protest, resulting in 5 deaths and 138 injured police officers. According to the Council on Foreign Relations, hate speech online has linked to a global increase." Thank you.
Judge and timer ready? Opponents ready? Partner ready? I will now begin. Hello, my name is Ethan Madsen. This is my partner Devin Moorhead, and we stand in firm affirmation of the resolution that in the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. Before we begin, we would like to offer some definitions for universal clarity. First, social media is a collective term for websites and applications that focus on communication, community-based input, interaction, content sharing, and collaboration. Democratic values refer to values that reflect a society's democratic way of life. The winner of today's debate should be decided by the team that best showcases the impact social media has upon democratic participation, because without participation in the democratic process, democratic values hold no weight. We have 3 contentions to support our argument. Number 1, social media has created a lower entry threshold for campaigning, thus allowing broader political engagement. Our second contention is that voter turnout has increased due to the popularity of social media. And our third contention is that social media democratizes information by allowing all citizens an unprecedented opportunity to have their voices heard. Social media has created a lower entry threshold for campaigning, thus allowing broader political engagement. The biggest advantage incumbents have over new challengers is financial. During the 2020 Senate election cycle, incumbent candidates raised an average of $28 million, while challengers were able to raise an average of $5 million. This is a difference in $23 million. In order to beat incumbent, challengers had to raise an average of $73 million. Social media has been found to decrease this devastating difference and lower barriers. A study entitled Social Media and Political Contributions, the Impact of New Technology on the Political Competition, found a correlation between new candidates joining on social media sites such as Twitter and Facebook and an increase in endorsements. Overall, the differential effect of opening a Twitter account in regions with high versus low levels of Twitter penetration amounts to an increase of 1 to 3.1% for new politicians who never elected to Congress before. In contrast, this effect joining Twitter for experienced politicians remains negligibly small. The evidence shows that an adoption of Twitter could reduce the gap in fundraising opportunities between new and experienced politicians, which in turn can lower barriers to entry to national politics and increase political competition. Voter turnout has increased due to the prevalence of social media. A report published in 2012 by the University of California faculty found a direct correlation between social messaging on the platform Facebook and voter turnout. Quote, our findings suggest that Facebook's social message increased turnout directly by about 60,000 voters, indirectly through social contagion by another 280,000 voters, for a total of 340,000 additional votes. Social media has had a direct impact on voter turnout, especially among younger voters. A poll by Harvard University in 2020 found that a significant increase in voters aged 18 to 29 who said they would definitely vote in an upcoming election, 63%, up from the same poll in 2016 where only 47% said that they would definitely vote. While there are many factors in historically high voter turnouts, the effect social media and the continuous bombardment of voting information has had an immense impact on getting people to the polls. The most paramount aspect of democracy is direct voter participation, and social media, with its increasing popularity, has come to be a critical part of this process and represents a key democratic value, political freedom. Social media democratizes information by allowing citizens an unprecedented opportunity to have their voices heard. Annually conducted study by the Pew Research Center has found that 72% of Americans use at least one social media platform. This number has jumped up from 5% reported in 2005. The winner of this debate should be chosen by the team that best showcases the impact social media has upon democratic participation, because without participation in the democratic process, democratic values hold no weight. Because social media has lowered the financial barrier to political candidacy, increased voter turnout, and guarantees continuation of free speech, we hope you side with the app and disagree with, we hope you side with the affirmative and agree that social media is beneficial for democratic values. Thank you.
Judge and can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Although more people are involved, wouldn't you say that the increase in misinformation harms the right to free and fair elections?
While misinformation is prevalent, on social media, it is not limited to social media. Misinformation exists everywhere, on the news, in person, and in addition, social media allows for greater expression of true sources from, say, political candidates or debaters. The impact of that social media has on the American people is so much more than the relatively small amount of misinformation it shares.
Another thing is that, can I ask you another question?
Yes, please.
Another thing is that you said Twitter can reduce gap, but it can also increase gap. What do you think about that?
I'm sorry, a gap in...
The gap in, like we're trying to unite the country, but social media is also tearing it apart.
I would disagree with this idea. I believe that social media offers a way for people to get their voice across, and this is a voice of everyone. People can choose what they want to see, just like with anything else. And those who want to make informed decisions are able to because of this fantastic resource that is social media. May I ask you a question?
Yes.
In one of your contentions, you stated how ISIS frequently used social media to further their terms. ISIS is a group that is not based in the United States, nor most of its actions within the United States. How is ISIS a good indication of how social media is affecting democratic values when they have in the United States, when they are not threatening democracy in the United States or even in the United States?
Interferences.
Interferences?
Yes.
How is ISIS interfering with democracy through social media in the United States?
Evictions.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Through social media, ISIS was able to put forward a coordinated influence campaign designed to showcase a skewed image of the glories of war and life under ISIS.
Okay, thank you. That will be all.
Okay, all right. Okay, are we taking downtime or are we ready to go to the next day?
Can I take 30 seconds of downtime, please? Time ready? Ready? Am I good right here? Or do I have to go?
I guess it's your choice.
Okay. Hello, my name is Chloe Gosnell, and I'm going to be giving the deconstructive speech. So first I'm going to be going over our 3 contentions and clarifying some points that my partner made. So first I'd like to go over the first one. Social media allows foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation. Our first point involved the 2016 election. Russia's interference went against democratic values because it didn't allow us to have a free and fair election. What we were seeing was misinformation, and they were interfering, trying to cause discord in American politics and society. Our second point under misinformation was pertaining to our point about ISIS. ISIS put forward coordinated influence campaign designed to showcase a skewed image of glories in war under ISIS. According to the Subcommittee of National Security, today there are at least 43,000 active pro-ISIS Twitter accounts. Obviously, terrorism is not a democratic value in this country, but ISIS is using social media to create accounts encouraging it. Second, I'd like to go over to our second contention, which is social media creates polarization within civil society. Facebook's own research concluded that 64% of people who joined extremist groups on the platform did so because of Facebook's own content. Facebook wants to make money. They do not care about democratic values. They make money off of clickbait, and this often creates issues because people take a firm stance and don't do research on the other side. Things are also formed as like a moral debate. They're not given as many facts, but they're saying if you don't agree with this, you're a bad person, which is an issue because it creates polarization, and democratic values are supposed to unite Americans, not divide them. And I'm going to go on to our third contention, that social media facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization. In the recent storming of the Capitol, it was arranged through social media. Although the Constitution declares the right to peaceful protest, violent protests like this one increase crime and injustice. Beforehand, the Digital Forensic Research Lab stated that extremists have been planning this protest for weeks. Social media provoked this violent protest by making money off of clickbait, which resulted in 5 deaths and 138 injured police officers. This is clearly an issue because social media is encouraging non-peaceful protests. And I'd like to now talk about some of the points they made. They made a point about broad political engagement. And while yes, more people are aware of these issues and more people are involved, what good does that do if they're forming their opinions based on misinformation, which we showed in the 2016 election in ISIS. Their second contention was that the voter turnout, and what I'd like to reiterate is the 2016 election. What good does it do to have more people voting if they are forming their opinions based on misinformation? And their last contention is that all citizens are able to be heard through social media. And while more people are able to be heard, Donald Trump was banned from Facebook and Twitter for a minimum of 2 years. He didn't have the right to practice his freedom of speech. And while he has a wider audience, it's not setting him on an equal level with other people that were encouraging the protest. Like that, I'd like to stand down. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna do some timing here. I need to get my application for that.
I've got a timer. I've got a timer stopwatch if you guys need my phone or something.
Okay, all right. What do you got? Let's go to my home.
Oh yeah, we can do it for on site.
That was my setting. Okay, we're all good.
To show them.
You can begin.
Great. So, judging time ready? That's good. Then I will begin. Hello, and for the first time in this debate, my name is Devin Moorhead. In this speech, I would like first to revisit my opponent's points, and then if time allows, go back over our own. My opponent's first point is this big idea of foreign influence in our elections. And I'd first like to point out the vast majority of the evidence that they are using for this, like we did in the last speech, is ISIS, is from the 2016 election. That's over 5 years ago, in election years. They have not listed any more modern evidence showing any closer interference. I would like to list all the work that is being done to protect this U.S. safety online since this time is left, since this time frame that they've given. So foreign influence has been an issue in the past. It's undeniable. But throughout history, our government and democracy have been addressing and solving issues such as voting rights, racial inequality, and gender discrimination. This process has been working in the past and is now working to fight foreign influence. For example, according to the FBI National Press Office in the fall of 2017, a year after evidence of opponents gave, Director Christopher Wray established the Foreign Influence Task Force to identify and counteract malign foreign influence operations targeting the U.S. The U.S. has also formed the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's official role in countering U.S. disinformation operations began in January 2018, and the process is still ongoing and still improving. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, formed a foreign influence task force in 2017 that is focused on improving and engaging with these. Additionally, there's also the Cyber Digital Task Force formed in response by the Department of Justice. In 2017, they released a report that notes the challenge of cyber threats, as well as covert and overt influence threats, and describes DOJ actions to respond to them, such as briefing potential targets. There's also been countless bills and legislative actions that have been implemented since this election interference that our opponents listed, such as Countering Foreign Propaganda and Disinformation Act, the Porter-Murphy Counter-Propaganda Bill, and the Strategic Competition of 2021. It is not fair to focus on the small pinnacle influences foreign influence has had in the past, as we've seen the development and the improvements our government has made to protect us online and protect our voting processes. We need to look at overall the benefits that social media has on our democratic participation. As we listed, it has clear benefits. Moving on to our opponent's second point is the idea of polarization. And yes, polarization in the US is a growing concern, but social media is not a singular scapegoat for this. Around 30% of political news stories that users see in their newsfeed are cross-cutting, a study finds. They find that individuals who engage in cross-cutting discussion on social media report lower levels of political polarization. Additionally, a study published by the University of Chicago used survey data from 28 European countries that found that citizens who consume political news through social media are not more polarized than those who rely on other sources, such as TV or news. Furthermore, a study published in 2017 found that even if the political polarization has increased for all age cohorts in the US, the change has been the smallest in magnitude among the youngest set of people, those most likely to be on social media. This result suggests that digital technologies are likely to play a limited role in explaining why polarization is on the rise. Social media is a tool in the toolbox of democracy. Our opponents have listed ways that has been used to harm, and I've counteracted these listings by showing how the US has moved to improve its tool, has moved to sharpen the knife, so to speak. Social media, the tool, it can be used to do good and to benefit our democratic process, and with that, we will continue explaining throughout this debate. Thank you.
Okay, Crossfire.
I believe I have first question.
Yes, go
okay. What good does more involvement do if people are forming their opinions based on misinformation?
That's a really good question. Thank you for asking. I think we have to go and look at the scope of the misinformation, which I don't really believe we've had much statistics to offer in this debate to really base off of. But I think we have to go back to the idea that people are able to form their opinions, and they're able to look at the variety of information published. They're able to use their critical thinking skills to distinguish what is important and what is not. You have to rely on the human aspect of it, and give people the choice and the freedom to choose what to believe and what to base their decisions off of. May I ask a question?
Yes.
So while the glorification of war is wrong, can you describe how this ISIS and the evidence you gave is a direct threat to our American democracy? So the glorification of war as its prominence on social media.
Well, according to the Subcommittee of National Security, today there are at least 43,000 active pro-ISIS Twitter accounts in the United States, and they amplify and repeat ISIS's message of hate and terror.
Yes, but how is that a direct threat to our democracy? Or how is this not beneficial to democratic values, as said for reasons all?
Well, it encourages violence, first off, and like the 9/11 situation, it's pretty devastating to our country that they're encouraging such violence.
Do you have a question?
When you said something about not providing statistics, I'm pretty sure I included statistics about the amount of people that encounter misinformation. After looking at the statistics, how could you deny this?
Could you repeat those?
64% of people who use Twitter for news say that they've encountered something they later discovered wasn't true, and 16% of Twitter news users say that they had retweeted or posted a tweet that they later discovered to be false.
What year was this study done by? What year was this study conducted in?
I do not have that information.
Do you know the institution that it was conducted by?
Well, it was by Twitter. Twitter did a survey, and then on September 10th, 2020, Twitter stated this. And they said that they were going to make changes, however, they obviously have not because of the January 6th riot.
Okay. If they know it's not true, then is it actually a threat to knowledge for Twitter users?
well, 16% of these people posted it not knowing it wasn't true. You can't take back something you post. And once you put knowledge out there, it spreads to more people, and it makes the issues so much more worse because social media has such a broad platform and so many people are engaged. I think that's...
Thank you.
First speaker, you have 3 minutes for your summary. Would you like any downtime?
Can we get a minute of downtime, please? So basically, we're going to do a summary of everything that they've said, everything that I've said. We all they've said, we just read off our contentions and then say it's fine. You got this. That was the next section. Stating what we said, and then what we said. Just one page and so basically we have some things summarize what they've said and just down the last two. Citizen confidence information, what provides some voice.
Did you say 2 minutes?
Just 1 minute.
1 minute, it's fine. Go ahead.
So you're just going to summarize what all happened, what they said and what we said. Just try your best, it's okay.
Okay. Judges, are ready?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to summarize what? Top. Social media allows foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation, and social media creates polarization within civil society. Social media facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. The opponents mentioned that all citizens have a voice, but what about Trump? He was banned from it. From all the things he posted on Twitter, and due to social media, ISIS was able to spread their negative influences around the world. And all in this doesn't allow for equality, which is democratic value. All in all, social media is harmful to democratic values by allowing foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation, create polarization, and within civil society, and facilitate hate speech, public humility, targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. It is detrimental that violent violate democratic values in the United States and force us to stand firm negotiation of the result. Thank you.
Is the judging time ready? Opponents ready? Teammate ready? I will now begin. To summarize our previous points, I would like to highlight that while ISIS and other outside entities may have had little effect on our democracy based beyond spreading their own message through social media has had a much larger impact internally within our country. The lower entry threshold for small campaigns is undoubtedly has had an undoubtedly large increase, as well as voter turnout. An increase in 63% of young voters aged 18 to 29 who are the primary users of social media is up from 47% of voters who would have voted in 2016 to 63% in 2020. In addition to that, the addition of 340,000 additional voters due to, as found in a University of California faculty study in 2012, that from Facebook's own internal messaging service, prompting further information spread between voting candidates. In addition to that, in 2005, the American people have become more and more engaged in online forums, and their ability to post and speak freely has increased through social media. It is because of these reasons that our internal social media use has benefited our democracy more so than outside interferences, as our opponents have described, is why social media is indeed beneficial for democracy within the United States. Thank you.
Okay, Ryan Crossfire for 3 minutes. I'm ready.
Like I stated before, what good does more involvement do in higher voter turnout if such a large percentage of people are viewing misinformation on a daily basis and they're forming their opinions based on it?
That's not something that's unique to social media. If we're trying to talk about the spread of misinformation amongst the voter population, we need to analyze the wider media consumption in the United States. We need to look at news organizations and what percentage of news articles they pushed out is actually real information. We need to look at the other media we consume, such as documentaries or TV shows or movies. We can't just say that social media is the prime conveyor of misinformation that hurts our voting turnout in our elections because of that. We can't just focus in on it. If we're looking at the effect of misinformation, we need to look broader. And we're not looking at that effect in space. That's not what we're focused on.
Well, what is different about social media is its scale, severity, and impact. More people are on social media, which leads to a greater impact with misinformation.
While more people are on social media, misinformation has existed in the United States in great forms in other resources as well, and such as news and other sites online that are not necessarily showing more misinformation through social media. Do you have any statistics on your third claim that hate speech and marginalization of small group of minorities has had their decrease in voter turnout in those groups?
Well, it has nothing to do with voter turnout. Our point was that it's increased hate speech and public humiliation. According to the Council on Foreign Regulations, hate speech online has been linked to a global increase in violence toward minorities, including mass shootings, lynching, and ethnic cleansing. This is detrimental, as equality and justice are fundamental democratic principles within the United States.
Do you have a question?
No, we do not.
Yes, I do have a question. You're saying that social media is beneficial to democratic values. Then, if it's beneficial, then why is there more negative things about it?
I don't believe there are more negative things about it. I think we have to look at the benefits and we have to focus more on what it's giving to us. We've mentioned before that social media allows more people to engage in politics because it lowers the threshold for becoming a political candidate. Right now, the biggest disadvantage and the biggest threshold barrier to engaging in politics is the amount of money and the advantages an incumbent has. But we've shown how social media lowers this gap and allows people to get their foot in, so to speak, and to allow more people to engage in our political process. We've also shown how social media increases voter turnout, which no matter what information they come to the polls with, is a good thing. We cannot deny that having more people directly exercising their constitutional right to vote is a bad thing, and social media has done this. It also increases people to engage. If there's more information, and you said how social media has such a broad influence, then we also have to look at how it's connected people and how it's allowed people to say what they think and allowed them to engage in an unprecedented format. I can engage with someone on a political debate in New York or Missouri, for crying out loud. That is a unique and an extremely beneficial and brilliant thing that we have at our fingertips, and we can't just dismiss it out of hand.
Downtime, or are you ready to go?
So how much downtime do I have?
I'm not sure exactly, but
I think
I
it
think
took
at
30
least another
seconds
minute.
and a minute. So another minute and a half.
Sure, that sounds right.
I think a minute, please. I'm going to be giving the final focus, so first I'd like to go over our three contentions. First being that social media allows foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation. Like stated before, with the 2016 election and ISIS's interference and encouragement of hate and terrorism, it threatens democratic values because with terrorism there's not much security and safety in the country. It threatens our individual liberties. On to our second point, that it creates polarization. Our components never mention anything about the algorithms and how it creates polarization. Social media wants to group people together based on their interests, which can be a good thing in some instances, but like we saw on January 6th at the Capitol, it brought people together during a violent protest. And then on to our third contention, that it facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and marginalization of minority voices. According to the Council on Foreign Relations, hate speech online has been linked to an increase in violence toward minorities. That was the evidence we provided. Now I'd like to cover their points. Their first one being broad political engagement and voter turnout. I'd like to go back to the 2016 election that was influenced by Russia. What good does it do to have more people voting when they're basing their opinions on misinformation from such a broad platform? And last, I'd like to talk about their last point, that all citizens have a voice. Like stated before, Donald Trump was banned from Twitter and Facebook after he posted something. And while yes, he may have encouraged something that was not so positive, banning him doesn't let him be equal with other people that were also encouraging it. And with that, I'd like to stand up. Thank you.
I would like to use my entire remaining downtime, please.
Okay.
2 minutes.
You guys have, okay, 2 minutes, there you go. Okay, 2 minutes. Hold on 1 second, I lost my timer here. Okay, you go.
Everybody ready? Then I shall begin. Tools can be used in a variety of ways. I can use a hammer to build a house or break a window, but either way I can rebuild something great from the aftermath. Social media is a tool that has previously been used to harm, but the government has taken steps to solve this issue. I spoke about it in my rebuttal speech, about all the different committees and task force that have all the greatest minds in our government together protecting our democracy, protecting our election cycle. Social media has also been allowed to allow people a chance to engage in our democratic process that would have otherwise been prevented by doing so. It also has had a direct impact on voter turnout. Our opponents keep bringing up this idea of polarization, but I directly rebutted this in my rebuttal speech again, how social media is not the prime aspect of polarization. Social media is a great tool that either can be used to bring people together or bring them apart. But exercising that right either way is a fundamental right and a fundamental democratic value. It's the right to choose. It's the right to choose how you interact online and how you can interact with others. And that it goes back to you have the ability to choose what information. But so the fact that there is a variety of information there is amazing. Social media has democratized information by allowing all citizens an unprecedented opportunity to have their voices heard. The freedom to engage in online political discourse is as critical to the health of democracy as in-person interaction and allows for equal opportunity engagement. Research has found that online deliberation can increase knowledge about important issues, efficiency, and willingness to participate in politics. Social media platforms allow everybody the ability and opportunity to share and speak and share their experiences and make a difference and act on those, such as running for politics or going to the polls and getting voted. The winner of this debate should be chosen by the team that best showcases the impact social media has had on democratic participation. Because without participation in the democratic process, democratic values hold no weight. Because social media has lowered the financial barriers to political candidacy, increased voter turnout, I finished my sentence, and guarantees the continuation of free speech, we hope you side with AF and agree that social media is beneficial for democratic values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, you guys. Good job.
Good job. Yeah. Good debate. Good debate.
Good debate.
Thank you for voting. Sorry. Thank you for judging. Sorry. Thank you for timing. Also vote. Oh, yeah.
Thank you for being a judge and timer.
Thank you for judging. So I'm going to do you next.
Yes. Thanks again.
Let's collect all of
So you guys next one here with Readertheatre?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, now they are. Now they are.
Hello. The Readertheatre again.
I can be your timer.
Thank you.
I'm organizing these things. I think it's all in order. There's so many scattered, so I'm going to organize this real quick. Sure.
You're not in Readertheatre.
Our team was in, but it had one day for this week. But I'm doing one for the next week.
Yes, 12 minutes.
Maybe I have 11 minutes, but I'll just like,
Sure.
or just like 12 on one of the back.
That works.
Do you need more music station? Oh, I know there's music. Penny stand.
I can't stand this.
That was fun.
Thank you, Jim.
That's where I was sitting.
Going first.
I'm gonna sit on the ground, then I'm gonna struggle getting up with my shoes.
Oh. I can't stand.
I think you can begin whenever you want. I think there's a team across the hall that we don't want to like crowd. So they're gonna come whenever you call them.
Well, we can go first because you two both have a separate in this one, so.
Yeah, so who we have, the first group is Holden, Emily, and Madigan.
Yeah.
Is it okay with the judges if we take our masks off to perform?
Excuse me?
Is it okay with the judges if we take our masks off to perform?
Yes.
I'm Emily Hill.
I'm Adigan Pensley.
And I'm Holden Fontenot.
And this is Buy One, Get One Free
by Shel Silverstein.
Buy one, get one free.
Buy her, we'll throw in me.
It's a steal.
Buy one, get one free. Buy one, get one free.
That buy one, get one free, is that what it seems to be?
Hi, I'm Cherylee.
Hi, I'm Marilee.
And it's an absolute money-back guarantee. Enjoy our hospitality, and in the utmost privacy, the thought you harbor inwardly will be performed.
Artistically. Any secret fantasy?
Any eccentricity?
Any abnormality?
Like whips.
Or bestiality?
Any dark perversity, some masochistic tendency.
Some act of harsh brutality?
A fantasy of chastity.
Virginity.
Timidity.
Some fetish we can.
Like 6-inch heels.
Or lingerie.
Someone we should pretend to be.
Your mama?
Daughter.
A she or a he?
Some special words to shake your tree.
Some special sight you like to see.
Some special place you'd like to pee.
All in the lap of luxury.
A cup of tea.
Some chilled chablis.
A fresh croissant.
A slice of brie.
A tempting, glowing, overflowing, frosty, frozen Dairy Queen.
Or, if you live adventurously,
some PCP.
Some THC.
Some hot erotic photography.
Shall we anoint you bodily?
With mayonnaise.
Or see and ski.
Shall we dress up? Pretend to be your mama, daughter, sister Anne-Marie.
Just say her name, I'll be she.
Whisper's name and I'll be he.
Let us probe your memory. Some special thought we can set free.
Some special sight you'd like to see.
Some special place you'd like to be.
You'll find in Marie and me no sugar insincerity, no crass commerciality, no crudeness.
No vulgarity, no dimly veiled hostility. In our soft-lit facility, in incense-filled tranquility, you'll witness durability.
And our extreme agility.
We say in all due modesty,
we'll take you on an odyssey. If you buy one, you get one free.
Try me.
And get a gift of me.
It's the deal of.
The steal of.
The century.
Buy one, get one free. Buy one and get one free. In half-price tax-free gaiety and joyous spontaneity.
We'll be thrilled to fill and see your great desirability.
Your animal virility.
Your manly electricity.
But if there's some incapability.
Some fear of infertility.
Some childlike timidity.
Some frigid unrigidity.
Some physical deformity.
No matter the enormity.
We'll meet it with our empathy.
And treat it with our sympathy.
And with our love capacity for all your incapacity.
And our dog tenacity.
'Twill lead to love's discovery.
And your complete recovery.
The girls view you indifferently.
Will strengthen you magnificently. Your sweetheart treats you viciously.
Will comfort you deliciously. Your wife is Miss Frigidity, I'm heat.
And I'm humidity.
Just think how it would be to see two bodies moving gracefully.
Lovingly, dreamily.
Undulating endlessly.
In orchestrated symmetry.
Don't miss this opportunity.
To see us love in unity.
You and me and she and thee, then all three.
In ecstasy.
Ooh, that soliloquy struck to the very soul of me. But now, speaking confidentially, how much will this cost eventually? But now, speaking financially, how much will it be in greenery?
A C.
One C.
One teeny little C.
A safe investment and tax-free.
A C.
One C that's practically free for a double entree like she and me.
One C for an hour. One lousy C.
And of course, any small gratuity will be remembered till perpetuity.
A C. One C, one little bitty C? You think somebody's trying to, I think somebody's trying to flim-flam me. You think I got the mentality of some tourist hick from Tennessee who got off the bus at 3:30. I spend a C, and what the heck's free? That's just as much as anything would be.
2 for a C of this quality?
You must be out of your friggin' tree. You want something here, substantially?
You gotta put something here, financially.
You double the price originally, then you hype up the commodity with a lot of sweet banalities to play up our vanities. All that double electricity ain't nothing but duplicity. You're banking on the culpability of the uneducated community, and you do it with impunity. But that don't work with a dude like me, a holder of a PhD degree from an Ivy League university where I majored in economy.
So, our warmth and generosity is met with aminosity.
You have the temerity to question our sincerity. Where is your sense of chivalry? Have you no shred of decency to speak so disrespectfully to two sweet creatures such as we, two pillars of the community who have contributed significantly to this community's economy, both holders of PhD degrees?
In phys ed and economy.
From a small Midwestern university and whose father is a rich MD, back home in Schenectady, two women of sincerity and proven popularity.
And the closest thing to virginity you'll find in this vicinity.
You have the effrontery to say these things in front of me. Your grating personality, bad breath, and capability, verging on senility, you doubt our credibility?
Hey, cool that animosity. I just expressed some curiosity. I wasn't asking for no charity. I just was trying to bring some clarity.
Hey, get your paws off me, please. Money talks and bullshit flees. So take your nickel and dime mentality to some more receptive locality. Bye-bye, be gone as you can be. You're blocking the product so the buyers can't see.
Hey, stop spitting your venom at me, or I'll kick your butt a time or three.
You'll kick butt, you little flea. I'll mace your face unmercifully.
You'll mace my face. I'll rip off your teeth.
And I'll slice your dice into flinge. You treat us with such anemone, I'll cut off your extremity. I'll shorten your longevity and do it with great levity. That's it, crawl away, you ugly piece of shit. Hey, you can kiss my ass, you cheapo, weirdo.
Shirley, everything's gotta rhyme with E.
Okay then. Kiss my knee, you SOB, and take your $1.23 and your teeny dick down to Avenue B and find yourself some chimpanzee with the crack-faced pimp and some bad BD, and I hope she gives you HIV and put your frickin' ass in the cemetery!
Buy one, get one free. Buy me, I'll throw in.
Me. It's the deal.
It's the steal of the century.
Buy one, get one free. Buy one, get one free.
Thank you.
You're weird. If she wants it, go grab it, yeah.
We are ready for the second group, which is Michelle, Mason, Nolan, Maddie, and Isaac. I wonder if they're in the hall.
I don't think
They're not going to be. All right, so we will be skipping them and going to Talia, Paige, and Aaliyah. I saw Michelle.
The title of our Reader's Theatre is Bodies to Society.
Would you like to take your masks off, or are you more comfortable with them on?
We'll take them off if that's okay with you.
That would be, yes, I would prefer it actually, because I can hear you so much better. And what was the title of your script?
Bodies to Society. Judges ready? Timer ready?
Yep, that's right. People will buy smelly shoes.
You can also sell foot pics too.
I've also had requests of me for videos wearing these shoes.
Yeah, show me those feet. Only some of which I was comfortable with.
In one of them, I was asked to squash a cake in the shoes.
Don't worry, the fetishes will find you.
Would you allow me to worship your feet in person?
This was a strange request.
Used shoes feel and taste different. I venerate your shoe.
Kiss it.
Smell it.
Worship it.
Oh, you know she wants it.
The way she taunts me.
You can only think clearly with your clothes on.
Broken records.
Broken records.
Broken records.
On the sound of the patriarchy.
Patriarchy?
Patriarchy.
Patriarchy!
History is meant to stay in the past, but we are also meant to imbibe from it so that we as humans don't commit the same crimes.
And start the same wars that have already been fought over.
So tell me, why is historical oppression still walking around today?
With the same ancient ways.
In the same ancient boots.
Tormenting oppressed individuals. Paige Turner.
You would be a good cam girl. Callie Fielding.
Scoop me the biggest ice cream you can with those tiny little hands. Aaliyah Thomas.
You really thought I wanted to be friends? I just wanted to get with you.
These are things people have said to us.
We're names to those who know us and bodies to society.
A collage of poems, songs, articles, and novels, some of which are first-hand accounts.
Including Apex Predator by OTEP, American Rape Culture by Desiree Jalgicomo, and Frequency.
Somewhere in America by Zaria Allen, Rape Joke by Los Angeles Team, and The Art of Growing by Ruby Carr.
Sources such as The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, The Savvy Sloth, The Globe and Mail, The Guardian.
UNICEF, ProPublica with the Anchorage Daily News, and The Metro.
Bored yet?
Have you tried oppressing women?
It's fun, fulfilling, and it gives your life meaning.
Oppression, sponsored by the patriarchy.
Side effects for men include
getting a huge ego boost,
not so toxic masculinity,
and sometimes getting more than one girlfriend. Then you can be identified with the title Hotshot or Hot Stuff, and maybe even Stud.
Don't be unhappy and unconfident. Oppress a woman today.
So I leaned over the table to speak into the phone, and I heard my boss giggling behind me.
I turned around and gave him a dirty look, and then I leaned back over the table.
And he swatted me on the butt with a folder, giggling.
It's not so much the harassment as it is the abuse of power.
From birth, American culture teaches children which gender they will be.
The perpetrator or the victim.
We teach our boys control. Don't give in. Don't be a pussy.
Take, take, take.
We teach our girls, I know you want it. Don't scream. Don't fight back.
Take it, take it, take it.
Rape culture has civilized its salvation.
Its growl now mimics the tongues of town folks.
Just because something happens doesn't mean you're allowed to talk about it. It's not so much the harassment as it is the abuse of power.
I'm just trying to convince the world
my body is not their bed.
Alaska has the highest rate of sexual assault in the nation, nearly 4 times the national average.
Yeah, about 1/3 of women in Alaska have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Yet it is a secret so steeped into everyday life that to discuss it is to disrupt the norm.
Here in America, in every single state,
they have a set of standards for every subject.
A collection of lessons that the teacher's required to teach.
But the greatest lessons you'll ever teach us
will not come from your syllabus.
Somewhere in America, a girl is getting felt up by a grown man on the subway.
She's still in her school uniform. That's part of the appeal. It's hard to run in knee socks and Mary Janes.
And all her male teachers know it too.
I am busy learning the consequences of womanhood
when I should be learning science and math instead.
At the age of 12. Suddenly, men looked at my newborn hips with salivating lips.
Boys didn't want to play tag at recess.
They wanted to touch all the new and
unfamiliar parts of me.
Don't worry, the fetishes will find you. I was a little girl.
5.
years.
Oh, as my relatives chatted, an old man asked me if I wanted to watch Disney movies in his room.
I loved Disney movies. He would let me choose from his collection.
I remember every movie I ever watched in there, because I can no longer watch them again.
As I watched the movie, he would molest me. Kayla Arthrocker, 29, UPIC, heavy equipment operator and psychology student. Not just a body.
Coaches cover up the star players raping freshmen after the dance.
Women are killed for rejecting dates, but God forbid
I bring my girlfriend to prom.
when I go home I tell my mother
The men outside are starving.
the boys will get hungry if they see fruit.
I must not dress with my breasts hanging.
I should sit with my legs closed.
But we were taught that it is better to be silent.
and to make them uncomfortable.
The greatest lessons you will ever teach us,
you will not even remember.
We just learned how to hold our tongues. The fetishes find you.
For many years, I thought this was my first memory as a child, holding my perpetrator's hands.
Walking back on the hill in the tundra by the trees, looking up at the blue sky and being told, if you tell your mom or dad, your mom and dad will hate you.
If you tell your mom and dad, they'll say it's your fault. Due to those two lies, I endured years and years of childhood sexual abuse.
Mari Arsikar, 48, UPIC elementary school teacher and mother.
Tightly corseted waists rearrange the vital organs, encouraging the frequent and well-advertised feminine ill health.
Tight garters interrupt the circulation in their legs.
A tightly compressed waist emphasizes bust and hips.
But low-cut bodices and low-cut arms encourage male imaginations.
Current feminine clothes
incite immorality. The notion that male supremacy was natural
was self-fulfilling.
Since those who wrote the laws,
poems,
religious books,
philosophy, history
were very largely men
writing for the benefit of men.
It's not so much the harassment.
Somewhere in America, there's a child holding a copy of Catcher in the Rye.
And there is a child
holding a gun.
But only one of these things
have been banned by their government.
And it's not the one that can rip through flesh.
It's the one that says, fuck you,
on more pages than one.
Because they must control
what the people say
and how they think.
Maya Angelou is prohibited because
we're not allowed to talk about rape in school.
We were taught that
just because something happens
doesn't mean you are to talk about it.
What did you learn in class today?
Also, this month, Norway's beach handball team was fined $1,766 for improper clothing after opting to wear shorts instead of bikini briefs.
According to handball rules,
female athletes must wear bikini bottoms with a maximum of 3.9 inches in side width.
Would you allow me to worship your feet in person?
Women are kept quiet,
constrained in their clothes,
without truly understanding how those things became the reason for their assault.
There is no such thing as a sterile man anymore.
Not officially. There's only women who are fruitful
and women who are barren.
It's not so much
the harassment as it is the abuse of power.
These women really felt like they needed to have a relationship with him to make it in the show business.
We're females. We're not fragile.
We didn't go cry into our pillows because
we couldn't handle it.
There are things
missing from our history books.
But we were just taught it is better to be silent
than to make them uncomfortable.
Her former husband considered
himself superior,
believing he
was always right and that women were nothing but objects to be dealt with as harshly as he will.
I feel pretty, witty,
and oppressed.
I could not believe society valued traditions so much that they were willing to
deprive women of their freedom.
During the summer, when she was 16 and back home, Beatus and a female relative were walking out one night.
Harmless, right?
A local man invited them into his home for a drink.
She'd only had one sip of the drink he gave her, and she quickly lost consciousness.
She believes they were drugged. She woke up the next morning without her clothes.
Barbara Beatus, 64, Koyukon Athabaskan and a Nupiaq accountant.
Why do women do more housework than men, and why has this domestic second shift until recently been completely ignored?
Patriarchy operates through the inequalities at the level of the law in the state, but also through the home and the workplace.
It is upheld by powerful cultural norms and supported by tradition, education, and religion.
It seemed like there was only one happy ending waiting for me. All I needed was to find a good and generous husband who would take care of me.
Taylor Swift, I just wanted you to show your legs, and as I was telling you ahead of time, you're going to walk home with more than just a trophy tonight. I think lots of men.
I'm not going home with any men tonight. I'm going to hang out with my friends, and then I'm going to go home to the cats.
Ariana Grande, if you could pick between makeup and your phone one last time, which would you pick?
This is what you think girls have trouble choosing?
Yeah, can you really go anywhere without your cell phone? I mean, how long can you go without it?
Harmless social generalizations are in fact tools of oppression.
Robert Thicke repeats, I know you want it 18 times.
Rick Ross raps, put a molly in a champagne.
Sublime debuts Wrong Way, a song about sex with a 12-year-old girl.
Tyler, the Creator, declares rape fun.
Fun? And then there's feminists who feel entitled to rape poetry and narratives because,
as they say,
slut walk! Truly, nothing helps rape survivors of all genders, ethnicities, and economic levels than rich white girls collaborating with the police.
Because the cops, historically, are so good at
supporting victims and catching rapists.
Getting real tired of slut walk slogans, too. Don't slut shame me? How about do not refer to me as a slut?
Ever. Real men don't rape. Oh shit, must have been a ghost then. Consent is sexy?
Lingerie is sexy.
Consent is a basic human right.
You guys are supposed to be the adults we look up to.
We just want to know that you're laughing with us.
We can joke about it because it's ours to joke about.
Similar to how our bruises are ours to poke at and yours to stay away from.
At what point do women's voices become important, and why does it seem to be after the echoes of thousands have faded?
At what point does a whole gender that's been put on mute
become important?
But we all know the truth.
That women have always been important.
That they have been the silent backbone of society.
And that instead of being useless, weak, and fragile,
they have been critical, strong,
and ignored. Resolution,
more like revolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since I'm going to be moving on to Maddie, we're going to start off with the introduction. You'll start with your name. Isaac. Maddie. You're not supposed to look at each other. You can look in the big direction. Turn it aside a little bit, but you're not supposed to look at any of the
Alright,
other
so we have the group of Michelle and Mason, Noah, Maddie, and Isaac.
Noah isn't here. So
okay, so you've improvised and
yeah.
You are ready to perform?
This
guys actually scoot in a little more? That would be good.
Before you, I'm going to give you the option of if you want to take your masks off, you may if you feel comfortable with that to perform.
You want to take your mask off? Okay. Judge and time ready? Hello, and our names are?
Maddie.
Michelle.
Isaac.
And I'm Mason, and this is 24, the ultimate script.
Personally, I gave up on 24 during the second season, when Jack Bauer's daughter was menaced by a cougar, but the show lasted a blockbuster 8 years.
Or in show terms, 8 days. See, each episode only covers 1 clock hour in Bauer's rather mundane life. But over those 8 days, Secret Agent Jack Bauer had to use a lot of excessive force.
How much excessive force? He killed 267 people in 8 days.
In case you haven't seen the series, we prepared a trailer for you. 1 hour in less than 12 minutes.
Move over, Chuck Norris. The new man of the house is Jack Bauer. This is
24, the ultimate script
by Dave Berry.
6 a.m. Setting, the White House Situation Room. The president, seen only in silhouette, sits at the head of the conference table. Seated around the table are the Vice President, Joint Chief of Staff, and various important-looking extras. The lighting is dim.
I've called you together because we have received intelligence concerning a serious threat that could... What is it, Mr. Vice President?
Why is the lighting so dim?
For dramatic effect. You also notice that many characters in this show whisper for no good reason.
Wait a minute, you're a kangaroo.
Yes, the writers already did an African-American president and a woman president, so this season they were thinking, maybe a Jewish president. And then they thought, nah, too unrealistic. So they went kangaroo. As I was saying, we have received intelligence concerning a threat that could cause the deaths of millions of Americans.
We have reason to believe that a vaguely Middle Eastern terrorist organization has acquired a proton defraculator.
What's a proton defraculator?
We have no idea, but it sounds very bad.
Well, if these terrorists think I'm going to let them kill millions of Americans on my watch, just because I have thumbless, short, 4 limbs, then they have another thing coming. General, what did the Joint Chiefs recommend?
We recommend an immediate tactile nuclear missile strike against Boston.
Is that where the terrorists are?
No, we just hate Boston.
Fair enough. But we also need to do something about these terrorists.
There's only one man who can stop these terrorists, and that man is Jack Bauer.
Bauer. I know the name.
He's the main character.
Ah, right. But didn't he end the last season of being arrested on trumped-up charges after he was framed by a shadowy cabal of powerful men?
That's how he ends every season.
So where is Bauer now?
He was imprisoned in a secret California prison facility.
Have him released!
He was also tortured.
Well, have a medical team.
And then he was decapitated and fed to boars.
Whoa.
Fortunately, he was trained for just that.
Are you saying that he could...
We won't know that until after the commercial. Setting. The infirmary of a secret California prison. Jack Bauer sitting on an examination table. There are boar bites all over his body and a bandage wrapped around his neck. A doctor has just finished examining him.
You're going to experience some soreness from having your head reattached to your body. I suggest you take it easy for at least the next hour.
Give me your phone.
If you need to make a call, there's a phone in the...
Damn it, there's no time.
Jack pulls a gun and shoots the doctor in the thigh. As the doctor falls to the floor, Jack snatches his cell phone and dials the number. Scene shifts to an FBI office in Washington, D.C., where Chloe, sitting at her desk, answers the phone.
Hello?
Chloe, it's Jack.
Jack? I thought you were decapitated and consumed by boars.
Not anymore. A terrorist cell is bringing in a proton defraculator.
That sounds bad.
I need a map showing the port of entry for every international freight shipment in the past 13 days weighing between 52 and 63 kilograms, overlaid with another grid showing the location of all metropolitan areas with population 28,000 or more, overlaid with another grid showing the prevailing wind direction and speed, overlaid with another grid showing the location of every odd-numbered Waffle House in North America.
I'm sending it now.
Jack looks at the cell phone, which says, downloading.
Looks like they're bringing in the proton defraculator into the Washington area.
That makes sense. All the other main characters are here.
I'll need transport.
I'm sending a helicopter.
Jack runs outside. A helicopter immediately appears overhead.
I have a visual on it. Have the FBI set a perimeter on Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. Don't let anybody in or out. Shut down the shipping lanes and set up a satellite surveillance to detect anybody on the eastern seaboard who looks vaguely Middle Eastern.
I'm on it.
Jack runs to the helicopter. Pilot opens the door. Jack climbs in. Pilot gestures for Jack to put on his seatbelt. Jack shouts something, shoots the pilot in the thigh, throws him out of the chopper, grabs the controls, and takes off.
Setting. It's a seaport. 2 vaguely Middle Eastern looking terrorists are watching as the crane lowers the wooden crate from a freighter to the pier. Stenciled on the side of the crate are the words harmless machine parts.
Once the proton defraculator is loaded into the van, we'll take it to our secret hideout in Washington.
Then we will activate and carry out a plan to kill millions of Americans.
You should roll your R's so our accents sound more alike.
The 2 men watch as dock workers finish loading the crate into a white van. The first man pulls out his cell phone and dials a number.
I have the floral centerpiece and will deliver it to the wedding reception.
Was that a coded message to the terrorist mastermind?
No, that was my brother-in-law, Steve Morris. I'm helping him out with the wedding.
Let's get going then. Those millions of Americans are gonna kill themselves.
The 2 men enjoy a vaguely Middle Eastern laugh, then shoot the dock workers, get into a van, and drive away.
Setting. Inside the helicopter. Jack is at the controls. The phone he took from the doctor rings. He puts a Bluetooth headset into his ear.
Jack Bauer.
Jack, we have a satellite recon video showing unusual activity at the Chevy Chase Seaport.
What kind of unusual activity?
2 men took possession of
crate exactly the size of a proton defraculator, loaded it into a van, and took off. Also, they shot all the dock workers.
Were they swarthy?
I'm uploading a photo.
Those are terrorists, alright. Do you have a visual on the van?
Yes, the van stopped at a wedding reception to deliver a floral centerpiece.
Copy that. Where's the van now?
It's heading towards the Department of Commerce in the building in downtown Washington on Old Plankton Road.
Keep me posted. I'm landing at the White House now.
The chopper lands on the White House. Jack jumps out, shoots a Marine attempting to salute him, and strides into the White House. An instant later, he enters the Situation Room.
Mr. Bauer, thank you for... Whoa. Are those boar bites?
There's also an ocelot. I'll be fine.
Ouch. Anyway, thank you for coming from California in 8 minutes. Jack, what do you know about the plot?
The terrorists brought the proton defraculator in through the Chevy Chase Seaport and are heading into Washington on Old Plankton Road.
General, what do the Joint Chiefs recommend?
There's no time for that. I'll need a tactical assault team of extras headed by an attractive woman.
Done.
Also, I may have to vote with the Department of Commerce. Apparently it's a terrorist hideout.
I wondered what they did in there.
Jack strides up. For a moment, Situation Room is silent. Setting. Downtown Washington, D.C. Jack lands a helicopter outside the Department of Commerce building.
Chloe, I need the building schematics now.
Here are the schematics.
According to these, we can enter the building by the
Jack,
door.
there's something else.
What is it?
I ran a cross-modulated algorithm sequelization series on the HEPCOM database, and for a shocking plot twist reasons that make no logical sense, which is why I'm talking really fast and using random technological sound buzzwords, your son is in that building.
I have a son?
Apparently this season you do.
We need to get to the proton defraculator before the terrorists activate it at the top of the hour.
Jack runs into the building. They're met in the lobby by a hail of bullets. Many extras go down. Jack pulls a pistol and fires approximately 800 shots of bullets, each of which kills an enemy gunman. But more gunmen keep appearing. Jack crouches behind a lamp. Tens of thousands of bullets ricochet around him.
Chloe, we're pinned down by hostiles in the Department of Commerce.
I wonder what they did in there.
I need the location of the defraculator.
It's in the basement next to the National Aquarium.
Why is the National Aquarium in the Commerce Department building?
Nobody knows. Jack, there's something else. They put your son into the octopus tank.
Through a blizzard of bullets, Jack runs across the lobby, killing people en route. He runs into an elevator which contains 14 hostile gunmen. Door closes. As the elevator descends, Jack and the gunmen engage in a fierce gunfight, during which he kills them all. The door opens and Jack stumbles out of the elevator into the basement.
Which way?
To the right. Jack, hurry. We're almost at the top of the hour.
Jack runs to his right. Ahead is the aquarium tank. Inside it, in the grasp of an octopus, is a young man played by Keanu Reeves. Next to the tank is one of the terrorists doing something to what looks like a large espresso machine.
Step away from the defraculator now.
You're too late, Bauer.
As Jack looks towards his son, Chloe's voice shouts in his earpiece.
Jack, look out behind you!
Jack starts to run, but he's too late. Second terrorist leaps from the hallway and instead he whacks Jack's head off.
Jack, are you alright?
I'll be fine.
The proton defraculator has been activated.
What does it do, anyway?
We actually don't know, but we assume it's bad.
The camera zooms in on the proton defraculator to reveal a digital timer counting down. 15, 14, 13. Following are scenes from next week's 24. Setting, the White House Situation Room.
Madam President, Newark is gone.
Newark, New Jersey, or Newark, Delaware?
What difference does it make?
Good point.
Everybody enjoys a hearty laugh.
Quick cut to a dimly lit room. Jack, his head hastily reattached to his body with blood-soaked duct tape, stands over a shaggy figure in a chair. Jack's holding a power drill in one hand and a bottle of Tabasco sauce in the other.
You're going to talk. Do you understand? I'm gonna make you talk.
Camera slowly pans around to reveal that the figure in the chair is the octopus. Quick cut to the secret headquarters of the Shrouded Cabal that runs everything. Two Shrouded Cabal members are smoking cigars in a dimly lit room.
We need Bauer arrested on shrugged up charges again before he finds out what we're really planning, which will have nothing to do whatsoever with what happened so far.
What are we really planning?
Those episodes aren't written yet.
Thank you.
There's a camera. Move.
Oh, right.
Most of it's in just like that words.
Like a minute then. Can someone take over timing for Miller? Thank you, Mitch.
I can.
Thank you. Oh God, did you need that?
Just as a note to the audience, draw time for XCOM and XStamps have been posted. So if you're in one of those events, you may want to double check your posting. We made sure that Readertheatre performers wouldn't overlap, but audience members may want to check and see.
All right, and now we are ready for Ethan, Fiona, and Isabel.
Is it very comfortable if we take our masks off? Can we take them? Okay, cool. Judge and timer ready?
Ready.
We are not here to put on a play.
If you've come here to see a play, it sucks to be you.
We believe that putting on a play is a bad idea. A horrible idea.
A rotten idea.
But we aren't going to do it, period. So don't ask.
Don't bleed.
And whatever you do, don't beg. It makes us sick. But we are out here and you may wonder why.
We're here with a message.
We're here with a warning. We're here to teach you 15 reasons not to be in a play. Hello, my name is Fiona Roche.
Hello, my name is Ethan Merculian.
Hello, my name is Jones. And this is 15 reasons not to be in a play.
By Alan Heenan.
Reason number 1. Plays, steak. Reason number 2. When you were in 2nd grade, you had a teacher named Miss Griswold. She was older than God and smelled like stale coffee and gym socks. When she came in every morning, she said,
"Now, students, pay close attention. Focus, focus. Focus is the key to success."
You had Miss Griswold and she decided to put you in a play. It was a play she had written and it had lines in it like, "If we don't get busy and plant all these seeds, the earth won't be able to meet our needs."
No, Emily, put the emphasis on the word needs. I want you to really experience that word fully. I want you to taste it in your mouth. Do you understand? Say needs.
Needs.
Say it like you mean it.
Needs.
Say it like it's the most important thing in the world to say.
Needs.
Emily, say it like I'm gonna take you to my house, throw you in a hot oven.
Needs. Needs. Needs.
Much better.
Miss Griswold. She made you put on a tree costume. It itched like you had lice all over your body. When you tried to turn your head, you faced the inside of the tree and you couldn't see.
Remember now, how are you going to say needs?
With feeling, with passion. I want to go in your arms.
Stop crying, we're about to go on.
Only 10 minutes into the play, someone bumped into you. You fell. No one stopped the play to help you up, and by the 2nd act of this 5-act epic called Mother Earth is Your Patient and You Are the Nurse, everyone had forgotten you were inside the papier-mâché tree, and they started to sit on you during their scenes.
So anytime you hear someone talking about plays, you see the inside of a tree and you hear Miss Griswold's voice saying,
"Needs, needs."
And you walk away very, very quickly. Reason number 3.
Plays take passion and devotion and commitment, and you really can't afford that when a man like Travis Thornburn is alive. Ooh, all that passion, all that devotion, all that commitment, you must direct it all towards him and him alone. Every breath you take should be exhaled with a single purpose, to say his name. Travis. Travis. Travis.
Travis.
Every thought you form should have a single intention to visualize Travis.
I think I see him.
He looks like a great silver cloud hanging in the sky, the sun streaming through him.
Like a Greek statue.
Like the Roman Colosseum.
Like Travis Thorburn. Travis.
Behold great Travis, what could you do but try not to faint? And when he walks in the room, and if he should say to you,
Get lost. I have a girlfriend.
What more can you do than feel your aching heart burst into a billion bloody pieces? What more can you do than just lay down and die? Reason number 4. The play might have this part where you're supposed to hold hands with the person next to you, and the person next to you might have these wart-like things on their fingers, and you'll feel them while you're holding hands with them, and you'll be thinking about it the whole time, so it's definitely not worth the risk.
Yeah.
Reason number 5.
Because rehearsals and performances will make you run the risk of not monitoring your cell phone and your email on a regular basis. That is very dangerous because, yeah, most of what you get are meaningless bits of gossip and Viagra ads, but you never know. It could happen.
ring, ring?
Hello? No, this isn't Karma's Tattoo Empire. No, I don't want to get a tattoo there. Okay, thank you. It could happen.
Reason number 6. Because meteorologists tell us that the beating of a butterfly's wings in South America can trigger a chain reaction that will eventually cause a hurricane to develop halfway across the world. Putting on a play with its lines and movements and all will generate a significant amount of wind and hot air. By consulting the National Bureau of Weather Predicting Guides and their numerous large clipboards and computers,
If we take the biometric pressure and divide it by the rainfall of the 8th most arid region of the Sun-Saharan Desert, and we invert the proportion of the geometric, isometric, diocentric, quadratic equation.
And if 2 plus 2 is equaling 4, I think it's going to be a nice day.
and by consulting with the old people sitting on the park benches gumming tuna fish sandwiches,
Well, all I can tell you, we have good weather for the next couple of days, and my bunions ain't aching,
And my scalp ain't itching.
and my arthritis ain't flaring up.
and by consulting with your stepbrother who recently almost passed his 10th year of high school,
No clouds. I guess I'll go outside today.
by consulting all these expert opinions on the weather, you can see the kind of disaster that putting on a play will trigger. Reason number 7.
Plays stink.
Reason number 8. Because you're just too shy and you
Plays stink.
Reason number 9.
Your mother wrote you a note saying Mavis is allergic to plays, and she actually, if she is in one, she'll break out into hives, and her legs will swell up to 5 times the normal size, and she will begin to sneeze uncontrollably. Please excuse me.
Reason number 10. Because you'll get all done with the play. You'll be in it and you'll think you did a good job. You'll be feeling okay about the whole thing, thinking, hey, that wasn't too bad. Then you'll go home. You'll walk in the door and have this conversation with your mother.
Hi.
Oh, well, you're home.
So, how'd you like it, the play?
Oh, it was good.
How did I do?
You did just fine.
And?
And what?
Say what you didn't like about it.
I didn't say I didn't like anything about it. What's wrong with it?
Well, you're good and fine always has a butt attached to it.
I don't have a butt except the one I'm sitting on.
Very funny. Tell me, Ma.
Well, I don't have anything to tell you. The play was good, you were good. The play was good.
But?
Why does there have to be a but? I don't have one.
Great. I feel good about myself then. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming, Ma. I'm going to bed.
Oh, actually there was one thing.
I knew it!
I didn't say but.
And then it'll be up until 2:30 in the morning listening to the woman take that good feeling you had and twist it like a dirty Kleenex until you can never want to hear the word play again. Reason number 11.
Plays stink!
Could you be more specific?
Yeah, plays stink straight to high heaven. You want me to be more specific? All right, I'll be more specific. Plays stink because they're full of...
This monologue has been reviewed by the National Script Board and found unfit for adolescent consumption.
You can take all the plays and you can shove them.
If you wish to read an unedited version of Jack's monologue, you can find it on the net at www.playstink.edu.
And that's why plays stink.
Reason number 12. Because you've got a little sister, 3 years old. You watched her last night when your mom was trying to get her to eat her peas.
Come on, sweetie, eat the little green things. They're good for you.
No.
You'll like peas. You eat them all the time. They'll make you grow big and strong. Come on.
No.
What's the matter?
I don't want that.
You watched your little sister throw a fit over the peas and you thought that's a beautiful thing. Somebody comes to you and asks you to do something and the first thing you think is, no, I don't wanna.
You should be in a play.
No.
Why not?
I don't wanna.
But it would be good for you. You used to like being in plays. It'll help you grow big and strong.
No.
Why not?
Because I don't wanna.
Wasn't that beautiful?
Reason number 13. Because when you're in a play, the makeup people sometimes tell you, a guy, that you have to wear lipstick and blush, and they never have the colors to set off your natural skin tone.
Reason number 14.
Though you can't prove it, you suspect you are the most important person in the world. Though you don't know why, you suspect you are surrounded by spies and assassins whose only mission in life is to eliminate you. Not only your family will suffer, but the entire world economy. They are holding their breaths, fingers poised on the trigger, anticipating that one moment at the climax of the play when you will forget that you are the most important person in the world, and then the devastation will begin. Though you cannot prove it, you are certain this will happen, the fatal mistake of being in a play.
Reason number 15.
Go, go.
I don't have number 15. He has it.
I do not. You said you did.
You're insane. I never said I had number 15. Who said I had number 15?
Okay, wait, I've got it.
Great. All right then.
Reason number 15. The play might have a part where you're supposed to hold hands with the person next to you.
No, we already heard that one. You can't do repeats.
Oh, we did?
Somebody's got to have number 15. Everyone look around. It's got to be here someplace.
All right, look, we obviously lost it, but we can come up with something. Come on, think. Reason number 15 why not to be in a play.
Because
of the wonderful things she does. We'll have to see the wizard.
Could you please concentrate?
Because being in a play is ordinary.
Go on.
I mean, practically everybody does it at one time or another.
I hear you.
Whether it's kindergarten or high school or whenever it is, somebody has to try it, right?
So, if everybody's doing it, why should you?
You're an individual.
You're not a sheep for the herding.
You make your own choices in the world, don't you?
So when somebody says, hey, be in this play, you say no. No. Because plays are ordinary. Story, character, setting, all that is old.
Old as the hills, baby.
All that is dead.
Deader than my uncle's canary that he died last year.
You want new, you try this. You try getting up in front of an audience and telling them we're not putting on a play. In fact, we're going to spend the next 10 minutes telling you why we're not putting on a play. And you, my friends, are just going to have to love it.
Did they?
Did they what?
Love it.
I don't know. Should we ask?
No, let's just bow, and if they clap, we'll figure out if they loved it.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got it?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, again.
Thank you so much for judging.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for judging.
Thank you. What else are you going to do?
I have a DIN solo.
Yay!
You want me to put these over there?
Sure, thank you.
My mask, sorry. Okay, thank you again.
Thanks, Mason.
We have like 5 minutes. Okay, nothing's set up, so. Hey, where'd you put my phone, by the way?
Oh, it's on the side charging.
Okay.
Am I allowed to be in here?
Yeah.
Do you want to sit up there, desk?
Maybe just slightly more than that.
Sure. So who's doing debate with you?
We're debating against Morgan and Emily.
And is this debate round 3? And then
Oh, we have so much to do.
slightly back for? You know, you can move that desk slightly back.
Or totally not. I'm totally fine going blind. Okay, we want to argue for me. Oh, no. So choose second speaker.
What?
Choose second speaker when they ask us. Because I will definitely pick May. Yeah, if we win the coin flip, they've never argued their app case before, they won't start now.
That's fair.
They're doing their most practice one, but we're doing the one that I have rebuttals for 2/3 of their points. And we researched one of their points. They have the foreign influence point, the polarization point, and then hate speech. But how do I twist hate speech? They told me how, but I forgot.
Well. Depends on what they're relating to.
Just that social media promotes hate speech. Oh, we wanted to talk about like how in the terms and conditions you get banned for hate speech. Oh, you don't have social media, you can't check. They have a copy on it of all social media. And I don't have my phone, nor am I allowed to play. It's charging. Can you Google it?
I can't print that.
No, don't Google. Nope, not just now.
We need to print it, put it in the site, or recite it.
We don't have to cite it. They're not going to call us on that one. To this, no, we're the one that calls everybody the sources, not them. Have you texted them?
We do it.
Have you texted them? Most skilled debaters haven't called us on sources.
I mean, you get it right, or you get that 5%.
If I say according to like Instagram's terms and conditions.
Meets community standards. Facebook elaborates that Facebook removes hate speech, which includes content that directly attacks people based on their race, ethnicity, nationality, religious affiliation, sexual orientation, sex, gender, or gender, or serious disabilities, or
Yeah, you can. You just got the other table. Alright, I'm not doing the next part today.
Oh, I thought you guys were the judges.
Oh, yes.
Anyways, what the heck?
Yeah, just.
You're just like,
And if you talking so
They
loud.
like They like what?
They like cabbage. They might win.
Cabbage?
We mentioned
Oh my
that.
gosh, no more cabbages. No more. It's
Spawn cabbages.
Yeah, so I was like,
I mean, it's not something like a.
What is going on in everyone?
We're talking about cabbages.
I respect that.
Are
you guys getting done?
You want to try that mystery Sour Patch Kids?
Of course.
That's what it is.
As
To
long
get
as
$50,000, you make it like
What's wrong with cabbages, you say?
Probably not. It didn't
This.
Orange room, right? That's cool.
What the heck is that?
Orange. These are cabbage.
What? Yeah, this is
These are
orange.
terrible.
Let them be cabbage.
These are terrible.
Let them be cabbage.
What else is
It's like let them eat cake.
Let them eat a head of cabbage like an apple.
A couple pictures of the debaters. Everybody needs that for
Is it
their.
okay if I sit here?
Wait, is this already streaming?
Are you the judge?
I'm the judge.
Yeah, one of those spots is for you, yeah.
Okay. Am I late? No, right?
No.
What? Oh, I was trying to find out if I was late or not.
No,
no.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm late.
No, I was gonna apologize for that.
I'm so nervous about this.
Hey.
I probably need a timer, huh?
Can one of you guys, Tom, are you gonna be watching this thing?
Hey, do you guys have a coin?
Yes, you are.
Oh, yeah, you need a coin.
Yeah.
I feel like
Oh, wait, are you?
I don't want to do something.
Yeah, you go fine.
Just, I'm blue.
You don't, okay, so who, where did Rena go?
I could probably use my phone and.
She's time before too, but
Yeah.
she knows how to work.
Oh,
I'm
how
a
much
group
your
of 3 with them, but I could probably time. That would be good. If you want.
Well, we don't, no, you should participate if that's your team.
Am I allowed? I could go find another
Yeah, that's it right there. That's more than they right there.
Oh, you're in a rotation.
I
But you would like to be taking notes and stuff to learn, so I think that
Probably, yes.
you shouldn't time,
Let me
because
go
that's the
find
purpose
somebody.
of this tournament.
Okay.
Weren't they our last judges?
And I'm taking notes.
No, he was our last judge.
You can bring us answers.
Emery, do you have a pencil or something to write with?
I have this, so the only you can
I will sit
have
here
is this.
if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, I really need to take lots of notes.
That way I can take a couple pictures.
Do you guys have a coin?
No, we do not.
Can we ask Sarah? Is that okay?
We did last time, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
As long as it's good with the judges.
Mr. Marks, do you have a coin?
I don't. Coins are so
I
yesterday.
keep one. I have one in the.
We should be debating cryptocurrency, right? Coins are so yesterday.
We could do a flip a coin on our phone.
Yeah.
Good, then I'm not getting it with it.
I know you're being the watcher. Are you watching?
Yeah, I'm gonna take pictures and watch you.
No, like the coin flip.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, that'll be the watcher. Although I trust everybody.
We'll go tails.
Yeah, this is her stuff.
What on earth?
We want second speaker.
Okay.
Wait, what did they say?
They took second speaker, so you guys get to pick.
Taking the neg case.
We'll tell your judge when they come in.
Sorry, that's fast. Do you feel comfortable?
Also, you guys, both teams, all the teams have a new code. You may not know that, but it's a number 1 through 5. I don't know what your code numbers are.
They put their way over here.
Okay.
Our code is 1.
Your code is 1? I think your code is 5.
I'm gonna write my information right here.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm gonna
Want me to write your
share.
What?
Actually, can you give me that share or your
You guys chose the neg, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're in it.
Okay.
So then who goes?
I think I remember.
We go first.
Times for each thing.
I know. This is gonna be.
Do you want to speak first? Do you want me to speak first?
Wait, Mr. Marks, what's your school code?
That'll be
Did you
easier
say it
too.
changed to numbers?
Yeah, you guys are number 1.
Do you feel comfortable if we took off our masks?
Okay.
You do?
I'm okay with that. Emery or Morgan,
Okay.
who's first speaker?
Okay.
Are you guys want to start?
Now, don't we have to do a coin toss?
We already did.
Oh, you guys got it. So who's
There's a little face that's asked with Aiden Morris, and Meg is Hercules.
Okay, I put it through.
That's a little tiny thing.
Okay. So does that mean like someone's pro and someone? Yes,
We're-
app is pro.
we're pro.
Okay. Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
You got this, just deep breath. What do you think?
I'll read this
Okay. Judge and timer ready? Alright. Hello, my name is Emery Min Matson, and this is my partner, Morgan. And we stand in firm negotiation of the resolve in the United States social media is beneficial for democratic values. To clarify, democratic values are fundamental beliefs and constitutional principles for our society which unite all Americans. We have three contentions that prove our case, which are: first, social media allows foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation. Second, social media creates polarization within civil society. And third, social media facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. Social media allows foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation. According to the U.S. Senate Select Committee, Russia's Internet Research Agency, IRA, targeted the 2016 U.S. election and was part of a broader and sophisticated warfare campaign designed to create discord in American politics and society. Democracies depend on people understanding and using information to make decisions about the society they want to live in. Foreign interference through social media disrupts the democratic values of free and fair elections. According to the Center of International Governance Innovation in 2015, the Islamic State terrorist organization, ISIS, used extensive Twitter campaigns to spread propaganda, encouraging radicalization. Through social media, ISIS was able to put forward a coordinated influence campaign designed to showcase a skewed image of the glories of war and life under ISIS. According to the Subcommittee of National Security, today there are at least 43,000 active pro-ISIS Twitter accounts endlessly amplifying and repeating ISIS's message of hate and terror. This is the threat to democratic values as social media instigates terrorism and threatens the society of our country. Social media creates polarization within civil society. Facebook's own research conclude that 64% of people who joined the extreme groups on the platform did so because their own algorithms recommended the content. Facebook's former executives have testified that they designed the platform to maximize their profits, to maximize user engagement. Fake news and other influences operations are made more powerful by the filter bubbles. While democracy requires the free exchange of information and ideas, filter bubbles tend to isolate others by only showing them what they want to see. Social media companies do not care about democratic values, but are more concerned about making money of clickbait. Social media facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. The recent storming of the Capitol was arranged through social media. Through the Constitution declares the right to peaceful protest. Violent protests like the one at the Capitol lead to increases in crime and injustice. Gerald Hall at the Digital Forensic Research Lab stated, extremists have for weeks repeatedly expressed their intention to attend the January 6th protest and unabashedly voiced their desire for chaos and violence online. Social media provoked. Thank you.
Judging timer ready?
Opponents ready? Partner ready? And I'll begin. Hello, and for the first time in this debate, my name is Nelson Abel. This is my partner, Kylie Morris, and today we stand in firm affirmation on the resolution on the ballot. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. For clarity, we'll present the following definitions. Social media are forms of electronic communication where users create online communities to share information, ideas, and messages. Democratic values, as defined by the Declaration of Independence, are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Your framework for this debate should be in favor of whoever best protects our democratic values. We have 3 reasons why we believe in the affirmation of this resolve. Reason 1. Social media serves as a link between the United States citizens during times of distress. 2. Social media promotes people's free speech and individuality. 3. Social media creates bonds and connections. All of these are strong reasons why we firmly urge you to vote in affirmation of this resolve. To begin, social media has saved countless lives across many platforms. There are support systems in place of crises. We have all seen the way social media has been used to communicate COVID case counts and new mitigation plans during this pandemic, but it also been used for emergencies involving natural disasters. For example, according to the US-based Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, during Hurricane Sandy, Twitter was used to relay survivors' locations about the locations of their tents and generators. Social media has been used during many natural disasters for various reasons that have saved a number of lives. Our Constitution states that everyone has the right to protect their lives, and social media is an important tool to fulfill that protection. Moving on to contention 2. Social media encourages free speech, which is an asset to the core democratic value of liberty. Free speech is the cornerstone of democracy. The idea that everyone has the ability to cause change in government is the basis that the United States was founded upon. So, since social media has opened the line of communication between its users and the government, and allowed its users to engage with officials, the voter turnout has increased. According to the University of Maryland, many states have reported record-breaking new voter registration numbers and nationwide. Early voting has broken historic records at 99.7 million early votes submitted. Social media is encouraging a wider and more complete representation of the people. Finally, social media is used to create friends and connections, both of which actively help and enforce the democratic value of the pursuit of happiness. According to a Pew Research study, 64% of social media users have made a new online friend. The connections people are making through social media are inadvertently remedying emotions associated with depression, such as loneliness. As reported by Dimmer and Leasy, a Wicked Count, in their 2007 study, friendship variables account for 58% of the variance in people's happiness. The freedom that social media gives people to explore their own connections directly supports their right to pursue happiness. In conclusion, I ask you to vote for the side of this debate that best protects our democratic values, because social media saves lives by acting as a contact point during emergencies, preserves liberty by encouraging free speech, and helps the pursuit of happiness by building connections. I urge you to vote in firm affirmation of this resolve. Thank you.
Asking questions.
Okay. Judge and Tyler, ready? Okay. Do you have any, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Okay. Although more people are involved, wouldn't you say that the increase in misinformation harms the right to free and fair elections?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, based on the fact that the wider discourse that it allows people to have is basically the entire point of freedom of speech. We want people to be able to communicate, and they should be able to figure out for themselves the best course course of action to make their government better. So misinformation doesn't end up always negatively impacting democratic values. My question for you is, you mentioned how terrorism is a large issue. How many times have you encountered terrorism on social media? Do you have a study for it, or?
Facebook's own research concluded that 64% of people who joined the extremist group on the platform did so because Facebook's own algorithms recommended the concept. Facebook's own former executives have testified that they designed the platform to be addictive, to maximize books' profit by maximizing user behavior.
Do you have any other questions?
And there are at least 43,000 active pro-ISIS Twitter accounts endlessly amplifying and repeating ISIS's message of hate and terror.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more questions?
You said that social media encourages people around the world, right? Then how come it's encouraging others to do negative things? Like, for example, the riot against the Capitol.
I wouldn't say that it is encouraging people to do negative things. I believe that they had been instigated. They would have been instigated one way or another, based on their level of upsetness. So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily social media's fault in of itself. Additionally, I don't know that it would have negatively impacted those democratic values. My last question is, you mentioned how information or misinformation spreads, but I don't have time to ask it.
Can I call for 1 minute downtime, please?
Okay.
That is a minute.
Okay, judging time already? Okay, so as me and my partner have discussed, our third contention is that social media facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. And then during the 2016 election interference, the U.S. Senate Select Committee found that the IRA targeted African Americans more than any group or demographic. Through individual posts, location targeting, Facebook pages, Instagram accounts, and Twitter trends, the IRA focused much of its efforts on stoking divisions around hot-button issues with racial undertones. So that just goes on to the topic of social media is indeed running this hate speech all throughout its mainstreams, and it's not doing anything about it. It's not stopping it, which it's got that audience to shut it down, but it is continually running the hate speech throughout all platforms. Social media provoked the violent protest in January 6, 2021. And it provoked a violent protest resulting in 5 deaths and 138 injured police officers. According to the Council on Foreign Relations, hate speech online has been linked to a global increase in violence towards minorities, including mass shootings, lynching, and ethnic cleansing. This is detrimental as equality and justice are fundamental democratic principles within the United States. Social media is indeed harmful to democratic values by allowing foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation, create polarization within civil society, and, like I said, facilitate hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalizations of disadvantaged or minority voices. It is these detriments that violate democratic values in the United States and forced us to stand in firm negation. I rest my case.
Judging timer ready? Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Alright. Hello, and for the first time in this debate, my name is Kylie Morris, and I will be going over my opponent's points, and if time permits, I will go over my own. The resolve on balance was, in the United States, social media benefits democratic values. While the negation provides a convincing argument, there are some points that lead me to believe that in the US, social media does not best protect democratic values. For example, my opponent's first contention was on foreign influence and how they have the ability to spread disinformation. And while they do have that ability, the US is currently doing many things to try and stop this. It has been an issue in the past, that is undeniable, but throughout history our government and democracy have been addressing and solving issues. This process that they've been working on in the past is working right now to fight foreign influence. For example, according to the FBI National Press Office, in the fall of 2017, Dr. Christopher Wray established the Foreign Influence Task Force to identify and counteract malign foreign influence operations targeting the United States. Continuing on, my opponent's second contention was on polarization. And while it is true that polarization is on the rise, the effect of social media in this disregard is much less than one may expect. In fact, according to PubMed.gov, they found in a study that the age groups that were the most polarized were the ones that used the internet and social media the least. Additionally, the age group 18 to 39, which is the most likely age group to use social media, reported the least increase in polarization. So not only does the internet and subsequently social media have almost no effect on polarization, but it is also shown to potentially cause less polarization. Moving on to my opponent's third contention, which was that social media facilitates hate speech. But that just simply isn't true, because in the community guidelines on Facebook, they elaborate that they remove direct attacks against people based on race, ethnicity, national origin, religious affiliation, sex orientation, or gender identity. They have rules set up to go and block people and ban people. That's why that feature is there. So they are not facilitating it. They actually do have a system in place to attempt to stop it. Since time permits, I will briefly go over my own points. As my first speaker said, there is a link using social media between citizens in times of distress. We mentioned Hurricane Sandy, which took out a lot of states and even some different countries. It affected, I think it was about 6 different states, and it hit them hard. There were floods associated to the hurricane. A lot of people lost their homes, and they had to stay in tents and alternate locations for this. Social media provided, I believe it was 22 million different tweets that were mentioning their locations and their different tent spots where officials were able to use it to go on and help out these individuals affected. We also mentioned, as our second point, that it promotes free speech. It is important for social media to help organize movements. There have been movements before, but social media has helped them thrive, such as the Me Too movement or the Black Lives Matter movement. Our final contention was that there are connections formed with social media. To protect the lives of our citizens and our democracy, you must also protect their happiness. And without friendship, a lot of people's happiness plummets. The contentions and evidence presented by my opponents do not give our democratic values the best protection that they could receive. This is why I strongly urge you to vote in the affirmation of the resolution on balance. In the U.S., social media benefits democratic values. Thank you.
Okay, judging timer ready? Okay. So, you said that Twitter is helping out everyone throughout the hurricane, right? And helping them with them sharing their location, and Twitter is doing all the good to have those people get found. So, did you know that according to Sarah Krebs, a professor at Cornell University, said that when citizens in the democratic populace turn to the marketplace of ideas, like Twitter, they increasingly confront misinformation, often strategically deployed by foreign actors seeking to exploit popularization in the political landscape?
I'm sorry, do you have a question?
My question is, how can you say that Twitter did good in that time of good, but yet once that hurricane ended, it still got re-corrupt?
Because that was not the only disaster that Twitter helped. It's not just Twitter that is doing this. Other social media platforms are aiding in different types of disasters as well. Power outages and other information is being relayed across social media. COVID mitigation plans that are saving people's lives when they access this information are helping aid in distress. I have a question. In your contention too, you mentioned that there were extreme groups. Can you define extreme groups for me?
Yes, I can.
Extreme groups of what? It's okay. Can you define facilitate?
Facilitate?
As you say that Facebook facilitates social media.
More bad people could access
But
Facebook.
Can you define facilitate? Because to facilitate is to engage or encourage it. To facilitate is to actively act to have its users use hate speech.
But could it also be corrupt?
But it was
yes,
not
it can.
facilitating it, as your third point stated. Social media actually has guidelines that are trying to prevent hate speech. Do they not?
I have a counter argument to that. It says here that Facebook's platform is leveraged in countless ways and to great effect to spread political messages, including propaganda, misinformation, and messaging from inauthentic accounts.
But
So you have all these
in their
different and fake
guidelines,
accounts being created throughout Facebook, spreading around a bunch of false information, and at the same time, you have ISIS and all their Twitter accounts that are being created too,
your
spreading around a
third
bunch of
point is
bad
not
things
that
too.
social media contains hate speech, it's that it facilitates it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
it's spread
in the
out more
guidelines,
through
it's
social
preventing
media.
it.
Just schedule.
First speaker is summary. Okay. First speaker, summary speech.
Oh, summary speech, that's right. I'm just gonna definitely just read that. Just read that. That's fine.
You can take another minute for downtime, right? You guys do have another minute of downtime if you need it.
No,
Okay.
it's okay. Judging time already. Okay. All in all, social media is harmful to democratic values by allowing foreign entities to rapidly spread misinformation, create polarization within civil society, and facilitates hate speech, public humiliation, and targeted marginalization of disadvantaged or minority voices. It is these detriments that violate democratic values in the United States and force us to stand in firm negation of the resolve. Thank you.
Judging time already? Are you ready? Yes. Opponents ready? And I'll begin. To summarize our points, the benefits of social media are undeniable. The lives saved in Hurricane Sandy and other such disasters support the right of life for the people. The ability to represent underrepresented groups allows for a more full and adequate representation of public opinion, which actively influences our government to become better. The idea that people have the ability to make change in the government is the cornerstone of what our country was founded upon. Social media is aiding in this through the lives saved, the ability for citizens to have the liberty to have access to information, and their ability to make connections and pursue their happiness. Lastly, the bonds and connections that social media give people and easier access to their right to pursue happiness. All of these inalienable rights are being supported by social media based on the ability that people have to make connections and to have a solid political discourse where they are then able to become informed and make actions happen. Because just having information isn't enough to change the government. What actually changes the government is people acting upon their information. Additionally, this is why misinformation is less important based on the idea that people will not always act upon their misinformation. Essentially, we believe that you should vote in firm affirmation of the resolve that in the United States, social media is beneficial to the democratic values based on the lives, liberty, and happiness of its citizens. Thank you.
Okay. So, in your guys' second contention, you claim that on social media, people have all the right in the world to promote their freedom of speech. Yet, that I have here is while the IRA exploited election-related content, the majority of its operations focus on exacerbating existing tensions on socially divisive issues. So how could you claim that people have the right to speak whatever they want to say when yet all their privacy is getting exploited by the IRA?
Social media is part of a private company. The government cannot facilitate that, cannot handle the limits that the private company is facilitating. The private companies are allowed to facilitate stuff like that. It's not a requirement by the government or the Constitution. It doesn't say that it limits their free speech by the Constitution, because social media is a private company that is allowed to do that, and allowed to allow that to happen. I have a question for you. While you mentioned the Capitol storm, and while the Capitol storm was organized through social media, wasn't the Me Too movement and the Black Lives Matter movement also organized through social media, which both promote non-hate speech, which both promote the equality of other people?
I would say last year there were violent riots in Arizona due to the hashtag BLM protest, because they were protesting a cause that was started through social media, but they took a negative turn on it and started rioting and looting and just destroying all these like mom and pop shops, all because of a social media movement, because they wanted their cause to get out there and social media wasn't doing enough. Social media, you guys claim, is a positive environment where people could share their own thoughts, but yet you see people looting and rioting out on the streets all because of hashtag social media movement.
Do you have a statistic of how many people are caused to do that from social media?
No,
a direct correlation between social media and those riots and loots?
No, I do not.
My next question. You mentioned how misinformation spreads, but don't you believe that the underrepresentation of people is more pressing of an issue because everyone has the right to represent themselves in the democracy?
Could you please repeat the question?
Okay, essentially democracy is the representation of people in the form of their government. it's a direct people to government representation. So can you explain why you think that misinformation is more important than the underrepresentation of groups that are underrepresented?
That is
I think if I ask.
Can we have the rest of our downtime, please?
That'll be 1 minute.
Thank you.
That is a minute.
Judging time already? Okay. I will first talk on my opposition's behalf and state that both contention 2 and 3 are just blatantly false. I feel like in contention number 2, they claim that everyone has the freedom of speech, but yet our United States of America banned ex-President Trump due to him expressing his own opinions and beliefs, not just on Twitter, but on Facebook too. 2 of the biggest social media platforms banned someone just because he expressed his own feelings. And then secondly, not everything you see or read on social media is true. Contention 3, they claimed that everyone Okay, backtrack to what I said. Secondly, not everything you see or read on social media is true. They stated that people could communicate through social media, make new friends, and they, not off the top of my head I could say it, but they read a statistic out where people all over the world and even the United States could just hop on social media and make a new friend, but you do not know if that friend is a real person in real life. It could be this like fake account, or it could just be some just weird person living in the basement somewhere. And I feel like social media is just giving out all this misinformation. And then even back in the Russian interference in 2016, when at least 6 other countries, including China, India, Iran, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela, have reportedly engaged in large-scale misinformation campaigns across borders. It's like, same with ex-President Trump. Practicing freedom of speech could cost you your job, customers, and respect, as all views are not welcome. Not everything is safe to say in the public, which goes against their second contention, which was everyone has the freedom of speech. And I stand with my resolve. Thank you.
Can I have the remaining motion? Students. Starting timer ready. Opponents ready? Hello, and for the final time in this debate, my name is Kylie Morris, and we still stand in firm affirmation of the result on balance. In the U.S., social media does benefit democratic values. Today, my opponents and I were both arguing sides we believe best protected our democratic values. This leads to the question, what does actually best protect our democratic values? Our opponents waited until their final focus speech to finally address our second and third contentions. They claimed that Trump was banned, which limited free speech. But social media is private institutions. They can limit and ban who they want to. They are not required by the government to allow everybody to post what they want on their own private institutions. They also as well brought up the Russian interference in contrast to our third contention. We are discussing what best protects democratic values. And the Russian interference does not have correlation with our idea that you can make friends across social media. Today, we are discussing what best protects democratic values. And with that, our contention 1 about crisis and how you can reach many resources across social media can save lives, one of our main democratic values. We also discuss how free speech is allowed across social media. You're allowed to express yourself as many ways as you want, unless it's endangering another person. Just that in itself, the regulations also represent our democratic values. We have free speech until we need to protect another person's life, and the protection of life is a democratic value. We also said it makes connections. You have to protect your citizens' lives, but to protect their lives, you need to protect their happiness too, because depression can lead to suicide and self-harm. Today we have argued in firm affirmation of the resolve on balance. In the U.S., social media best benefits democratic values, and we hope you vote with us. Thank you.
That's it. Good job, you guys.
Kylie. Good job, guys.
Oh, did the elbow
Thank you,
thing.
judges.
Are you guys not shaking hands?
No, we could, yeah. Yeah, okay.
High five across. Good job, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
judges.
for judging.
Here's your thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was going to call you guys out there. Okay. Another thing I did it very well was like happiness, social media creates happiness. Sure, it can be. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're done. It's also calm. Good job, thank you. Good luck in your other race. Thank you.
They just restated it. Go to church and whatnot. And we consider that more people.
Oh, you got a white bird.
Yeah, I do sway.
Yeah.
Thank you for judging. Calm down. Great job, guys.
Great job, you guys.
Very good. Thank you.
So, I feel like you guys are definitely.
Hey, do you guys mind if I say something?
Oh yeah.
Coach Mitchell, he would do this with my students, so he'd be happy that so I just wanted to say, first of all, you guys had a great debate, and I have absolutely no idea who won. So this comment is more about, what is your name? Morgan.
Yes.
And I didn't know if you had been debating the last couple of years or not.
That's my first year.
Perfect. So then what the feedback I'm about to give you, Coach Mitchell would be like, great, thanks for letting them know. As the second speaker, and this is, these guys are now a little more refined, but I have brand new debaters this year that totally spaced this out and forgot it during their debates, so I'm gonna remind you guys, and that is, you're the second speaker, so your number one job is to hear what their first 3 points are and then come up here and say, the first thing I'm gonna do is address their 3 points. And then I'm going to bolster ours. And what you did was a great job of making your case solid and clear. And then you went back to like one of their points or a couple of them. But I was just taking notes on the whole thing. So just remember that as the second speaker, your number one job, listen carefully to the first speaker and address their points first. And a way to remind you is to do what Kylie did. She literally said, before I'm going to address their 3 points, and if I have time, I'm gonna bolster mine. And you're gonna hear all of your teammates, you probably have already heard all that a little bit, but I don't know how much debate class has been devoted yet in Ketchikan since it's still a pretty new year. So I thought you guys did a great job debating. I just wanted you to hear that like remember that's your first job for the first speech.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys did a great job, so.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thanks
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, you're welcome. You guys are awesome. I hope that wasn't offensive that I shared that with you.
Oh, no, no,
Okay,
it was
good.
constructive
Good,
criticism.
because I think you're going to be a great debater all year, so I just want you to.
I know that.
Okay.
Hi, I missed you.
Long time no see.
I missed you.
Maybe I want to stand closer to you guys.
Yeah, maybe it's that juju.
Oh. Let's see, where's the marker?
Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't even have to find out. Plus, I don't think the round starts for another few minutes. Too.
Okay,
So
perfect.
you guys have time to prepare.
Yeah.
But come in here and get a sense of the room.
Yeah. I'm supposed to burn some sage first, but it's okay.
Yeah, a little bit of incense.
Burn some sage.
Yeah.
Bright the juju.
Scare away George the ghost.
Oh my god.
I'm
Is that
kidding.
count? Like, is that your ghost?
No, we always used to joke about how there would be like a ghost.
Should I just actually figure that out once we do the coin flip?
Just figure it out.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
So take.
I could ask. I don't want to do that.
Collect somebody. Turn on. Thank you.
Can we actually move these tables a little more to the right?
These ones?
Yeah.
You can't see us.
No? Oh, I can see you guys.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you.
I can barely see you guys.
How much further?
Let me take a look real quick. Probably a couple more inches.
Just say one.
I think that should be good.
Hi. Hi.
Hi again.
Got my time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you want to follow it? Tails. Alrighty, we'll take Nig.
Then we'll take first
Oh,
speaker.
sorry.
Or second speaker.
Second speaker.
Yeah, you can do that. Where's my pen?
You could ask. He's
Oh, first speaker.
What?
Second
No, second speaker.
Yeah. Okay. Do you guys want me to turn it up or down?
Up.
Down.
Okay.
If it's that much, then we'll go up. Yeah, up.
I'll go down.
Oh wait, no, up. Yeah.
Up.
Yeah.
I'll let you know when you guys are over it, but then do that. Just one second.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to look for the floor.
Great. Okay. Vision timer ready? Yes. Alright, let's start.
Hello, my name is Iowa Smith, and I am here with my partner, Liam Urquhart. Today, we will stand in firm negation of the resolve that in the United States, social media is beneficial to democratic values. We have three contentions to support our case. 1. Social media rapidly spreads misinformation. 2. It leads to group polarization. And 3. Social media companies steal and manipulate user data. First, social media rapidly spreads misinformation. Due to the uncensored nature of social media, this leads to people saying anything just to get attention. According to Vox, people over the age of 65 are 7 times more likely to share fake news articles on Facebook than people aged 30 to 44. NCBI, when writing about the use of social media in election states, and I quote, notwithstanding when misinformation is combined with such bots and social media becomes a tool for computational propaganda. Cambridge Analytica, part of Trump's social media digital strategy, claims that it targeted 13.5 million voters in 16 battleground states to discover hidden Trump supporters that the polls had ignored. Also, Cambridge Analytica targeted Clinton supporters, e.g. white liberals, young women, and African Americans, with the messages aimed to reduce turnout among these groups. Second is that social media leads to group polarization. According to Facebook itself, in 2020, 64% of people who join groups with extremist ideals only joined because the platform itself recommended the content. This can lead to dangerous ends, since Facebook was used to organize the violent protests after the 2020 election and the Capitol riot. In an article by Freedom House, Freedom of the Net 2019, they warned that social media is, and I quote, now tilting dangerously towards liberalism, end quote. Third is that social media steals and manipulates user data. One instance of this was back in 2014 with the Cambridge Analytica scandal, where Cambridge Analytica was selling the profiles of American voters acquired through Facebook. David Reed, who has a PhD in computer science, even predicts that in 2030, quote, by collecting vast amounts of information about user preferences, responses, and the use of highly targeted behavior modification techniques, citizens' choices will be manipulated more and more in the interests of those who can pay to drive the system. In conclusion, social media is unbeneficial to democratic values in the United States because social media rapidly spreads misinformation, causes group polarization, and social media companies themselves steal and manipulate user data. My name is Isla Smith. My partner and I stand in firm negation.
Would you like me to count down?
Perfect. Judging the time already? Sorry. Partner ready. Hello, my name is Carlo Criante, and this is my partner here, Madison Lendemo. We stand in firm affirmation of the resolve in the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. To clarify, democratic values refer to the rights of all citizens have liberty, justice, freedom of speech, press, assembly, voting, and equality. We have 3 contentions to support our case. Social media connects and engages citizens in government. 2. Social media spreads information quickly. 3. Social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. Onto our first contention. Social media connects and engages citizens throughout the country and government. According to David Weinberger, social media has made people more connected and engaged. The connection between people all over the country further unites our population and encourages Americans to exercise their democratic rights. If a leader is doing something wrong, citizens can band together and right the wrong. Onto our second contention. Social media spreads more information to a wider audience and quicker. Social media sites are one of the top news sources for 46% of Americans. You can get the information you need about any given topic with a few clicks. And not only can an individual become more informed, they can also have questions and supply answers. The information previously supplied to citizens through traditional media was often manicured and tailored to exactly what a politician wanted the public to know. And finally, our third contention. Social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. Thanks to social media, information on current issues plaguing Americans are more urgently brought to the attention of the public. According to a case by R. Sustin, a professor at Harvard Law, quote, "When people can talk to each other and disclose what they know to public officials, the world might change in a hurry," end quote. Social media increases interaction on the exchange of information between people, therefore allowing citizens to exercise their freedom. The engagement users take part in social media encourages them to further get involved in local and national government, which further allows users to exercise their right as citizens. To conclude, we stated our contentions that social media connects and engages citizens in government. Social media spreads info quickly. Social media issues that are easily overlooked. It is with these we stand in firm affirmation of the resolve. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values, and we hope you stand there with us. Thank you.
That would be my first question. So, in your introduction speech, in your introduction speech, you mentioned how 46% of people get their news from social media, and that social media can allow people to get news more quickly due to, in contrast to the big strength of traditional media. Is there any fact checking that is done on these resources that 46% of people apparently are getting?
Can you restate your question, please?
Is there any fact checking?
Fact checking on
the resources on social media that apparently 46% of people are using?
fact checking, as you mean the information given?
Yes.
Okay. The information given, sorry, let me. Fact checking is fact checking. Fact checking for the information is sorry. Fact checking for information is hard. You have billions of users on social media, am I right? Yes. So with fact checking, it takes time. Would you think that time is valuable in a sense? Because with traditional media, there's a time. But with social media, you get information quicker, as I stated in my contentions, am I right?
Can get it quicker, yes, but just because you get it quicker and it's somehow exposes more to often overlooked information. How is this more beneficial to the people if they do not know if what they are reading is factually correct or completely biased?
Okay, so for time sense, can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't think you recall the definition of democratic values. Can you provide one?
Well, a democratic value is a right to a democratic value is the right of speech, but the rapid polarization that social media presents does not allow this freedom of speech because, let's say, because elections rapidly polarize communities even more, if, say, they were so polarized, they would not even communicate with each other.
Thank you.
Alrighty, judging time, are ready?
Yes.
Alrighty. My name is Liam Urquhart, and I will be presenting me and my partner's deconstructive speech for the negation side. So to start out, I would like to go over me and my partner's points. So our first contention is that social media spreads misinformation rapidly. And then I would like to go on to our opponent's second contention of that social media spreads information quickly. Spreading information quickly is a good thing, but when it is on social media, it is not necessarily a good thing due to all of the false information and just fake news that is present in social media. Another study done by Vox, it said that 67% of Twitter users have reported reading fake news and believing it was to be true news at first. And out of those 67% of users, 16% of them retweeted the false information before they realized that it was fake news. And to go over our third contention is that social media platforms manipulate user data. So we didn't go into very much depth of this, but social media platforms are incredibly manipulative. They take the data of the users on their platforms and they sell it to companies and other countries to make a profit. And just to go over our opponent's first contention that social media connects and engages citizens. This conflicts with our second contention that social media leads to group polarization. Group polarization is a major problem in social media because of the algorithm and the platform of social media. Social media is completely biased, and because of this, it manipulates its users into showing them what they want to see. It only shows them one side of the news, while completely negating showing them the other side. And it's for these reasons that me and my partner stand in firm negation. Thank you.
Judging timer ready?
Countdown?
Yeah. Ready? Timer ready? Yes. All right. So I am Madison Lundemo. Of course, my partner is Carlo Cadiente, and we stand in firm affirmation of the result. Just to go over some of my opponent's points, they talked about misinformation, but failed to provide a statistic for how much misinformation there is on the internet. And that conflicts with our point about how info is spread quicker. While some information that is spread quickly is misinformation, there is also plenty of true information out there. There are plenty of personal anecdotes that have been shared through social media, plenty of personal stories that were shared and that have truth to them. Second of all, they talked about group polarization. While there have been some extreme opinions, not all opinions formed because of social media have been extreme. Yes, there have been instances of polarization, but not all. In a way, social media does allow citizens to form opinions. It allows them to
have maybe extreme opinions at times, but not always. They're still informed in some way. They also talked about how companies steal and manipulate user data, but fail to connect it to a democratic value. Many times, my opponents actually have failed to connect their contentions to democratic values. Again, with the fake news, they still no connection to a democratic value there. Just to reiterate our points, social media connects and engages users and citizens in their government, spreads info quickly, even in situations like Hurricane Sandy, where there were victims of Hurricane Sandy who shared their location over social media and got help quicker. It also helped bring light to some more overlooked issues, such as the Me Too movement and the instance with Simone Biles and her unfortunate situation. Again, just to restate, social media connects and engages citizens, brings them closer to their government, allows them to engage in democracy even more, allows them to exercise their rights as voters, exercise their rights of speech, and exercise their rights of press and assembly. And with that, I stand down.
Judging time already? Okay, I believe I have the first question. So, do you believe that social media played a role in the riots on January 6th?
There is no explicit information that has shown that it has. And would you agree that there have been measures taken to prevent such further events from happening in our society?
Actually, no. After the storming of the Capitol, there were no further there was nothing to prevent that from happening again. The social media platforms, they didn't put in place anything to prevent that from happening again.
Then I do have a question for you. So you talked about how social media has been forced to the side of liberalism. What does liberalism have to do with democratic values?
What?
So there was one point in your opening speech where you talked about liberalism and how there was a quote that said that social media has been pushed to liberalism. However, liberalism does not have anything to do with democratic values.
I think that was mainly part of a quote rather than our main argument. But may I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, do you think that it is democratically beneficial for companies to steal and sell user data?
Well, there is not a whole lot of evidence supporting that they do sell and steal maliciously. There is agreements signed when you sign up for social media platforms. There are agreements stating that you explicitly allow such sites to use your data. Would you say that that is wrong? That by signing and saying that sites can use your data, that you are in violation of something?
No, but that's not the only thing. Yes, in signing the terms and conditions, that does have to do with advertising, but that has nothing to do with the stealing and selling of your information to other companies.
Do you have statistics to back up the selling and stealing of personal information?
Actually, yes, we do. As my partner stated in our opening speech, in the 2014 Cambridge University incident, user data was stolen and sold to companies, and it was a complete violation of privacy. Do you think that is democratically beneficial?
Not necessarily, but in a way is. But wouldn't criminals and big companies still find a way to take
data from the U.S. citizens if it weren't for social media? Would they still find a way to infiltrate? We'll talk about that more.
Sir, do you have the brown pen? Judge and timer ready?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I shall begin. For the second time, I am Isla Smith, and I will be taking the stand. I would first like to address the question that was posed right before the crossfire ended, and then I would like to go over our contentions and then some of theirs. The question was regarding thieves, and if social media did not exist, they would still find a way to steal the information of Americans and voters. While this is true, it does not mean that social media does not enable this, because social media puts all that information online, and even if it was not online, it is still possible for people to find out this information in legal and illegal ways. One illegal way is hacking, and one legal way is a survey. On to our contentions and how they still stand. First, social media rapidly spreads misinformation. This actually correlates with the second contention of our opponent, that information spreads quickly thanks to social media. If misinformation spreads rapidly and information spreads quickly, then that implies that they are one and the same, misinformation and information. And they have still not answered the question, would it is there any way for people on social media to tell what people are reading is true? Our second contention, group polarization. There was a question asked, what did liberalism have to do with group polarization, or democratic values, sorry. If the internet is leaning dangerously towards liberalism and only liberalism, that is group polarization, because there is no opposition, and they are all gravitating, or not all, most are gravitating towards one side of an argument. Our third contention is that social media steals and manipulates user data. This was, they asked the question, and I answered this at the beginning, but social media does steal and manipulate data. Although you do sign a terms and conditions, this does not mean that a site can sell your data to companies, and then they can sell it to others.
Oh, can I have a minute of that time?
Yes.
Judge and time ready? Opponents ready? Partner ready. Fabulous. Let's get started. So for the last time, my name is Carlo Caliente, and this is here my partner Madison Lendemo. Before I restate some of my contentions, I just want to touch up on some of their contentions and what have they said. They said false information. Is it false information? We don't know for sure, but doesn't that but with the information that comes out, if we block it or do something, doesn't that violate our freedom? Our right is freedom of speech. Wouldn't that violate that? And then, for example, fake news. Is it fake news, or is it a person's perspective, which is also one of our democratic values, is freedom of speech and press. My opponents haven't yet to tie their contentions into democratic values as stated in the resolve. So now I'm gonna touch back onto our contentions. So in resolve, in the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. Democratic values. Let's define democratic values once again. So the definition of democratic values is liberty, justice, freedom of speech, press, assembly, voting, and equality. And our opponents have failed or has failed to tie their contentions leading back to democratic values. Our first contention was social media connects and engages citizens in government. The citizens get engaged and it connects with their government through social media. And with having social media, they are informed, which is one of our rights to know what's going on in our country. And then social media, our second contention, social media spreads information quickly. Once again, it is our right to be informed in what's going on in our country. And then social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. So many problems have came to our minds through social media, from small to big. And social media is a place to express themselves. We do once again have the constitutional right of freedom of speech. It lets the citizens connect themselves, which is one of our rights. And that is why we still stand in firm affirmation of the resolve. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values, and I hope you stand there with us. Thank you.
About your third contention and about how companies steal and manipulate data. Is there any way to connect that back to democratic values themselves?
Do you believe that it is democratically beneficial to have companies stealing user data and selling it?
Do you guys have did you guys state any evidence that companies do steal information?
We have
Yes, we have. As we have stated before, the Cambridge Analytica scandal in 2014.
Do you guys have any questions for us?
Just a second.
So, just a question: is it, from what you have implied, is it violating our our right of freedom of speech to mitigate false information and stop the spread of false information, or was it a violation in itself of free speech for traditional media to take as long as they did?
Could you restate that last part?
Is it a violation of free speech for traditional media to take possibly a day or a week to cover a case?
So you said, you said in your first part of your question, can you say the first part? I'm sorry.
Is it a violation of our freedom of speech to mitigate false information?
How can we determine if the information is false? It is our right to put our opinion out there for people to know. How do we control, or who gets to choose if the information is false?
Information can be false because it's just flat out factually incorrect. Fake news is not an opinion-based thing. It is factually correct or incorrect. That's what makes it fake or real news.
But wouldn't you say that even before social media, when we had traditional media such as newspapers and even television and radio, there was still false information being spread. The information put on television and in radios and newspapers was manicured and just dressed all real pretty to make voters believe that their politician or issue is in one way or another. Do you believe that in traditional media there was still fake news? Is fake news caused by social media?
Social media plays a large role in fake news. Yes, fake news did exist back when we only had traditional media, but it was very uncommon because with traditional media companies, they can potentially get sued for a lot of money if they put out false information. And it's for these reasons, sorry.
I'd like to take the remainder of downtime. Judge and timer ready? Yes. Alright. For the last time, my name is Madison Lendemo. This is my partner, Carlo Cadiente, and we stand in firm affirmation of the result. In the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. As we have stated, democratic values are liberty, justice, freedom of speech, press, assembly, voting, and equality. And our contentions to support that have been social media connects and engages citizens and government. Social media spreads information quickly, and social media represents issues that are easily overlooked. The opposition has made some very convincing points about how misinformation is spread on social media. However, there is still plenty of factual information that is still spread. There are still plenty of voices that are heard because of social media. And because social media allows citizens to voice their opinions, to voice their concerns, that is democracy itself. Democracy itself is representation of the people. It is the government that is run by the people. And if people cannot express themselves through social media, how are they to voice themselves traditionally? And traditionally, news sources have been giving people limited information, while social media is unrestricted and uncensored. Yes, there are some incorrect things said on social media, but it is not all incorrect, like my opponents would like you to believe. So just to restate, social media connects and engages citizens and the government by letting them voice their opinions to their politicians, to the people running politician campaigns. Social media spreads information quickly. It also helps in certain situations where there are natural disasters that, in conclusion, we stand with the firm affirmation of the result.
Could I take a minute of downtime?
Yes.
Judging timer ready?
Yes.
Okay. For the last time, I will be presenting me and my partner's final focus in this debate. So to start off, I would like to go over our contentions one last time. So to start off, social media is not beneficial to democracy because it manipulates user data. As me and my partner have provided ample evidence for, social media manipulates its user data in such incidents as the Cambridge University incident, where many students' privacy was violated. And secondly, that social media spreads false information. A lot of this debate has been about fake news and false information. And my partner and I have provided ample evidence to support our claims using reliable sources, while our opponents have given very little statistical evidence compared to us. And additionally, as our opponent said, we do agree, not everything on social media is fake news, and that is a bad thing. Just because not all of it is fake news doesn't make it any easier to differentiate between real news. And lastly, is our point about group polarization. As we stated before, companies suggest content to individuals, and as we stated in our initial speech, political extremists have joined certain communities as a result of being recommended content by social media platforms. And it's for all of these reasons that me and my partner do not think that social media is beneficial to democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge and Timer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for judging.
No problem.
Thank you for judging.
No problem.
Thank you for timing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. What's on your pre-clinical metros? Where did Liam go? He vanished. He was finished.
That is so irresponsible.
I have so much time. Man, I wish I got this topic in high school. Well, yeah, I wish I got to do this in high school. I got stuff about like welfare in Venezuela, but we weren't even supposed to have any study in Venezuela. No, you're right. Cool. Which one? Just normal. I think it's I like it. Oh, the one where in commentary. Yeah, speech and commentary.
Thank you.
No problem.
So, so they moved to Leah, so Leah's not gonna be late.
Okay. I'm waiting for the judge.
Okay.
He said I'm gonna go to different
Good.
campus.
Okay. But you just have Aaliyah tell them too, because Leah's gonna be in here first.
You're going for drawing? Yeah. Okay, we told everyone to wait. And then I'm going to issue something like that. Is anyone sitting here?
So you can also tell your, you can also tell your parents if you want real quick that this final's going to be broadcast live. I may not say, but I think they're filming.
My phone is in the room. Can you
No, I mean it's going to be on. It's going to be on the.
Yeah, I mean you should text them.
Oh.
It's on the desk.
Hey.
Callie Fielding is going to be late. She has XCOM for this.
I think there's another judge too. There's 3 of us. We need another desk, maybe? Right there. Oh, shoot, okay. Can we have you guys move down just a little bit? Yes, of course. And then we'll leave another desk in for the 3rd judge. Thank you. Sorry.
Hi, I'm the judge, sir.
There's 3 of us.
Oh, there's 3 judges, okay.
Right? Yeah.
You want more?
I'm there, yes,
And this is not timed, right?
No, it's not. And part of the setup here, I accidentally lost one of my papers, so now I'm just using my computer for like 1 page and then using my actual page.
Okay.
But yeah.
I think we're just waiting for Valerie.
Is it 5? I don't like that.
Oh, sorry. You're not going, are you?
No, I haven't started yet.
Yeah, usually. I'm gonna go look for Valerie real quick.
Oh, Valerie's supposed to be in here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll
Is she
tell her.
not? Maybe I should just ask for another judge.
Just a heads up, I do have an extemporaneous speaking at 5:15. If we go over that time, that's fine, but
Get to the point.
yeah. If one of you would like to just like go down that like around 5:15, tell them that like I'm still doing this informal so that they know and that would perform.
What's your first name?
I'm sorry?
What is your name?
Braxton Z. yeah, they're doing it in the library. I'm like 99% sure. Like, so if like it's just like the judges don't show up on time, like 10 minutes away, the speech is 6 minutes. You should be fine. So how's everybody's day been?
Fabulous. Great.
Fabulous. Great.
How's your day?
They're doing good. I'm tired. It doesn't help when you have a 5:30 alarm. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, she's coming. She's not here yet, but they said to wait. So,
Okay, that's
sorry.
You know any good debate jokes? Do you know any good debate jokes?
Any debate jokes? I remember having an answer to that question. Now it's no, I don't.
Do you ever think about why the alphabet's written the way it's written?
I don't like W. I don't like that letter. It's like it makes the wuss sound.
No.
It doesn't make like it's not like 2 U's.
Right. Well, the alphabet's written that way because it would be a good song the other way. Let me see.
You should call it WB.
That's another joke. Oh, okay. What letter's not in the Christmas alphabet?
The Christmas alphabet?
Noel. You like animals?
Animals, yeah.
Do you ever think about why a zebra has such long neck?
Why?
Can't stand the smell of its feet. He's coming. Why is it a bad idea to gamble in the jungle?
Why?
Many cheetahs.
You're supposed to laugh harder and make your score better.
Oh yeah, that's so hilarious. Yeah.
I could go get them. Is she coming in the back?
My middle name is Alan.
I know. She's probably just going to run down the hill, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sit down. Hey, Carlo, is that your water?
It's not my water. Thank you so much.
I know you're like the only person that I know who like drinks raw.
I drink water.
Well, I mean like that specific.
What? This one says natural spring.
What is water?
Lost is so good, you guys should try it.
Here.
I'm not one to talk
So which movie show said that humans were a bag of water?
I apologize.
Oh no, it's all good.
Famous state.
Here's
state.
some.
Thank you so much for your time today, Jen.
Before we begin, is it okay for the judges if I take off my mask?
Yes.
Just like Judges ready? Timer ready? Is there a timer?
I got a timer. I heard there's no timer.
Oh shoot, my mistake. All right,
We're all timed.
I'm so used to saying that. It's like there's no timer. There's no timer. All right. 3, 2, 1. An Ethiopian goat herder bursts into a monastery. He tells the local monks that his name is Kali and that he has made a remarkable discovery: magic berries. As Kali took his goats out to graze, he noticed that they began to jump around and dance after eating these berries. Curious, Kali also consumed one of these berries and was overcome with a tremendous amount of energy. Frightened by his story and his behavior, the monks declared the berries the work of Satan and cast them into the fire. However, as the berries burned away, roasting the beans inside, the smell became so delicious that the monks' curiosity took a hold. They rake the berries out of the fire and they toss them into a bowl of water to cool them off. One of the monks grabs the bowl and takes the first sip of coffee ever. Hello, my name is Braxton Zink, and this is the history of coffee. Coffee, mocha, Java, rocket fuel, no matter what you call it, we all love coffee. Coffee is the second most traded commodity in the world behind oil. Coffee has taken over the world, and during our 700-year relationship, our addiction to coffee has even become part of national identities. By the 16th century, Muslim traders had expanded coffee's popularity from Ethiopia to much of the Islamic world, ranging from North Africa to the Balkans, and most notably in the Middle East. Soon it quickly became a staple in the daily life of scholars and workers alike. In a region where alcohol was illegal, coffee served as a great alternative drink for socializing and enjoyment. Many scholars also discovered that coffee's energizing effects allowed them to stay up during their study sessions and as a wake-up call in early mornings. But it was the method of coffee drinking that helped contribute to the spread of knowledge. At this time, coffee was not a beverage that could be made at home, but rather brewed and consumed in coffee houses. This meant that anyone, no matter what social status you were at, had to go to the same coffee house in your town. Coffee houses became a rare secular public space where scholars and professors would communicate and socialize with merchants and peasants. Coffee houses were given the name penny universities, where you could pay a penny for your coffee and sit down and listen to the greatest minds of the day. As coffee houses sprang up around Europe, they had a very different effect. Before coffee, most Europeans drank alcohol in a much greater amount than they do today. Switching from a depressant to a stimulant allowed many Europeans to advance much farther in their pursuits. It could even be argued that the switch to coffee is one of the factors that led to the Enlightenment. However, Europe had a problem with coffee. For starters, it was extremely difficult to grow coffee in Europe, as the coffee bean requires a very warm and temperate climate to grow. Not to mention that they didn't have any of the fancy inventions that we do today. To obtain coffee, Europeans had to import it from the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East. But this monopoly that the Ottoman Empire had on coffee allowed them to charge absurdly high rates. Many nations in Europe needed to get their coffee elsewhere. The Dutch were the first to break the monopoly, smuggling a coffee plant out of Yemen and transporting it to the island of Java in modern-day Indonesia. It is here where coffee gains one of its names. By the 18th century, Java coffee was supplying most of Europe, and other countries began to take note. The French, eager to have a share in the coffee market, stole a coffee plant from the Dutch and sailed to the Caribbean to start their own coffee empire. According to the French naval officer on that ship, it survived a massive storm, a pirate attack, and even a Dutch spy trying to destroy the plant. Nevertheless, it made it to the Caribbean, growing exponentially throughout the region. One of these Caribbean plants was stolen by a Portuguese spy and taken to Brazil to start their own coffee empire. And the world just kept getting more and more addicted to coffee. And yet there was more than just economic or social reasons to appreciate the drink. Because as the British, previously the world's largest coffee drinking nation, switched to tea, a new addict of the bean came onto the global stage, the United States of America. The addiction began with the American Revolution, when disputes over taxes on tea made switching to coffee a patriotic and economic movement. The Green Dragon, a building which served as the headquarters to the Sons of Liberty, also functioned as a coffee house. But it was the American Civil War that really kick-started America's addiction. The Union Army rationed out coffee to Union soldiers to help them stay energized. Many soldiers drank up to 10 cups of coffee a day. The Confederates, on the other hand, had their coffee supply drained by the Union blockade and had to make do without. After the war, the hundreds of thousands of US soldiers still craved coffee, even after the government stopped rationing it out to them. Many coffee companies sprang up around the US to supply this demand, but the most successful company at this time was Folgers, who was able to ship their coffee all across the country. Which takes us to where we are today, from an Ethiopian goat herder to a worldwide sensation. What is perhaps the most interesting thing about coffee is that although it has changed and influenced our world and how we function today, we've been using coffee for the same purposes for 800 years. We still use it for late night study sessions or to get up early. You can still find coffee houses cluttered in big big cities and around universities. And you can walk into any of them to find all sorts of people hard at work or socializing. Cheers to that. Thank you. Excuse me, I got 2 ballots. Yeah, it's not. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you for filming us.
One more minute? Yeah. You do it then? Yeah. Okay. Just 1 minute.
Oh, of course. Are the judges comfortable with me taking my mask off? I'd just like to preface this by saying thank you so much for your time today and for your help this afternoon. Judges ready? Quotes Graham. Reasons not to eat. Number 1, you will be fat if you eat today. Just put it off one more day. Number 2, skinny people fit everywhere. Number 4, is food more important than happiness in life? Number 6, thin people look beautiful in every kind of clothing. Number 7, saying no thanks to food is saying yes please to thin. Number 8, you don't need food. Misc.com. Your stomach isn't growling. It's applauding. It's applauding. So I raise you this question. What is it applauding to? Starving? Draining your body until standing up surrounds you with a cloud of black, doing crunches till your spine is bruised, clumps of your hair falling out because you didn't eat. What is it applauding to? Perhaps the 10,200 deaths caused by eating disorders every year? Think about that for a minute. That's 1 death every 52 minutes from a mental disorder silently encouraged by society. Encouraged, not suggested, but encouraged by every post on Pinterest, Instagram, Tumblr, Twitter, TikTok, Whisper with the hashtag Anna, hashtag Thinspo, hashtag Thinspiration, hashtag Skinny. Try hashtag death, hashtag you're killing yourself over a picture of what other people want you to be. Examples of Thinspo. HuffPost, because the pain of looking in the mirror hurts more than starving. Kate Moss, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Supersize versus super skinny, always leave the table feeling like you could have eaten just a little bit more.
Eating makes me feel disgusting. Hi, my name is Aaliyah Thomas, and I am a hypocrite. Because for several years I used all these quotes as thinspo, and everything I'll be discouraging in this speech, eating disorders and the causes of eating disorders, I have lived through. Today I'll be discussing eating disorders, raising awareness for them, and why they're caused. Allow me to scrupulously describe thinspo to you. Thinspo is a term that combines thin and inspiration. It's composed of quotes, tips, pictures, and videos that are pro-ana, a term that has been coined to mean pro-anorexia. Visualize this, a picture of a woman's torso, her stomach sinking in like a cave that instead of being full of rocks or gems is full of pain, her ribs sticking out like long narrow mountains that seem to be fueled by the notion that at any minute they may penetrate through her skin, and the skin wrapping so tightly around her body that it threatens to crack her bones, so tightly that it threatens to deprive her lungs of oxygen and stop her blood from flowing, arms on either side of the body that instead of resembling the arms of a living person more closely resemble that of a corpse or sticks. And this image exists not once but thousands of times over the internet, and some variations with quotes on it such as, "Food won't make you happy, but a beautiful body will." Or quotes like, "Hungry to bed, hungry to rise, makes a girl a smaller size." An anonymous post on coolandsmart.com states, "Society taught me that no matter what size I am, I will never be good enough. I'll always be too short, too fat, too skinny, too thin, too this, too that, because we teach girls that the way they look is more important than intelligence, is more important than valuing yourself, is more important than eating." And enough people shrug this off with the phrase, "It doesn't affect me." And to those people, all I have to say is if 28.8 million Americans, 28.8 million people is not enough for you to care, I have no interest in informing you on the topic. An excerpt from a post titled "Eating Disorders on the Rise After a Pandemic Year" by Yale Medicine reads, "The National Eating Disorder Association has reported increases as high as 70 to 80% in calls to its helpline." And those are just the reported cases. Imagine the hundreds of thousands of people starving in silence while no one has noticed or no one cares enough to do anything. Evidently, there are many reasons for eating disorders. Perfectionism, stressful situations, peer pressure. But the one that reigns supreme is societal pressure, this expectation that is pushed on girls from a young age in TV shows and magazines, in Barbie dolls, and sometimes even from their parents. And as they grow older, it becomes social media, it becomes comments from others. The classics are, "You're fat, ugly, too big, too skinny. Are you really gonna eat that? You should work out more. Didn't you just eat?" And most people don't realize that when they say these things, they're unleashing an arsenal of bullets that almost always successfully strike their victim in the heart. That these are the type of comments that add up over time. Many people don't realize that these are the comments in people's heads when they're throwing up in the toilet, that these are the comments in people's heads when they're working out until their bodies are exhausted, when they're trying their hardest to run on nothing, when they are convincing themselves that they'll be happy when they're skinny. And these same insults that slip out of people's mouths like vital chains to pull down those around them can be found everywhere on social media, in a craze known as thinspo. And young girls are falling into this trap like flies caught in a web, like fish caught in a net, where their only hope is to get out before they die. Because like flies caught in a web, or fish caught in a net, if they don't get out, they will die. Yet a plethora of websites, tweets, Pinterest pages, and images encourage this behavior. A quote from a Pinterest page by DeGrande poses a list of reasons to emaciate yourself. The list reads, "For the skinny jeans, for the crop tops, for the short shorts, for the bikinis, for the satisfaction, for your confidence, for your happiness, for your health, for you." A post from the same user reads, "Once you start to see results, it becomes an addiction." These are pro-ana quotes, which while horrifyingly sad, aren't the worst. Another pro-ana trend boasts the title, Bonespirationn. If thinspiration is inspiration to be thin, I'll give you one guess at what Bonespirationn is. Much like thinspiration, it's composed of tips, quotes, pictures, and videos, but instead of encouraging you to be thin, it encourages you to be nothing but skin and bones. It incentivizes you to put your intake so low that you become nothing. Imagine you're a 10-year-old girl scrolling on Instagram and you stumble upon a seemingly innocent account like that of Nameless Diary, and you read a post that says, Look at yourself, look. See all that huge gross fat? You did that. It's your fault, you did it to yourself. Are you just gonna sit there and let it get worse? No. Get off your ass and work off that gross fattening food you ate. But you didn't eat? Work out anyway. You're still fat anyway. You're so gross. No one wants you around and no one will if you stay fat. Open mouths lead to ugly people. Or an account like THX whose post reads, "Hey fat ass, were you thinking about eating? Well, read this. Look at you. Look at yourself. You are fat. You know why? Because you eat all the damn time. That's why. Get off your lard ass and do some exercises. 100 jumping jacks, 70 crunches, 50 sit-ups, 40 squats, 30 lunges, 20 mountain climbers, 10 push-ups. It'll feel so much better than eating or whatever the hell you were just thinking about. Don't eat that. Don't you know what food is? It's just a nice way to see fat. Fat just sits around and makes you jiggly and unattractive. You know who likes fat-ass girls? Nobody. You can't control yourself, can you? Whatever you see, you just put in your mouth. You don't care that it just turns into fat, sits around your stomach and fills in where your thigh gap would be if you were worthy of having one. Just do yourself a favor. Don't eat that. Do some exercises, drink some water. I promise it's better than eating whatever you were just thinking about. The craving will pass. I promise. Don't eat. You'll be happier. And just like that, you become sucked into a twisted world where you are seen as hideous, where no matter what you are, you will never be skinny enough. And your whole world changes. You start to look at the amount of calories in everything you eat, and if it's over 200, you put it back down. Soon this turns into skipping breakfast. Who needs food when you can be skinny? This turns into fasting for days and late nights spent crying. Stop crying! Wait. How many calories does that burn? Thank you. And I do have to leave because I have XCon. And thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify that I'm third, right? No. Just be like 1 minute. That's cool. Do you mind if I move this? Nope. Thank you. Are you the timer?
There is no timer.
There's no timer? Cool.
No timing period.
Yeah.
Talk away.
Did you ready? Have you ever tried a peanut butter and tortilla roll-up? Maybe strawberry frosting on toast? Or how about a pickle dipped in hamburger helper? While these may sound like pregnancy cravings, they were actually ideas prompted by something much less joyful. These unusual food combinations came to be as a result of shortage of food. Currently, I am fortunate enough to have a roof over my head and not too many strange food combinations in my stomach. But that has not always been the case. And according to the Office of Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation, ASPE, who assists the federal government in its efforts to reduce poverty, it is also not the case for around 689 million people worldwide. Poverty is a global problem that nobody should have to experience. Hi, my name is Kylie Morris, and today I will discuss what poverty is, how poverty affects different aspects of human life, and what comes after poverty. As mentioned before, 689 million people worldwide are experiencing poverty. The general definition of poverty is the state of being poor.
This may seem like a broad term, and it is. That is why poverty is classified into 3 different levels. There are 3 stages of poverty that affect a greater amount of the public. The first is absolute poverty. The second is situational poverty, and the third is relative poverty. There are about 34 million people in the U.S. experiencing absolute poverty. But what makes poverty absolute? It is based purely on the price of surviving. In October of 2015, the World Bank updated the International Poverty Line, IPL, to $1.90 a day. The IPL is the bare minimum one adult needs to survive. A person not gaining $1.90 a day would be experiencing absolute poverty. On a more applicable level, to experience absolute poverty, one would have to not be able to meet the daily needs of shelter, water, and food. The next level of poverty is situational. This stage of poverty occurs when an individual falls below the poverty line for only a short period of time because of a sudden event. For example, because of the recent pandemic, the World Bank believes that 88 to 115 million more people will be experiencing situational poverty this year. Life-changing events could include a death of a loved one, a natural disaster, a pandemic, etc. The final main poverty level is relative poverty. To experience relative poverty, you would not be poor in the absolute sense in which you can't provide for your basic needs, but in a sense in which you can't afford items that people in your community take for granted, some of which could include a TV, education, or even clean clothes. When I was experiencing relative poverty, I came to notice it was stuff that nobody ever noticed. For example, when I slept over at a friend's house and felt their warm, hot shower water after a cold day outside, or I got the detergent-smelling clothes on my body after they had a good wash, the feeling was pure bliss. Relative poverty may not be as extreme, but it still leaves an impact. Not only are there many more classes of poverty, but there are so many aspects of life that are affected too. Which leads me to my second point. What are these aspects of poverty that are affected? Well, adults, children, and elders alike in poverty everywhere are experiencing disease, exposure, and violence. Disease kills around 14 million people in poverty annually. Just because healthcare is seen as a basic human right does not mean that it needs to be good healthcare. A citizen experiencing poverty already does not have enough money for basic needs, let alone enough money to hire a well-respected doctor to treat them. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, good treatment for tuberculosis, TB, which is one of the 3 leading diseases poverty-stricken citizens die of, can cost from $17,000 to $430,000. Poverty-stricken folks cannot afford that and are required to resort to other methods to ease their diseases, such as drugs sold on the street or untrained officials. Exposure is another aspect of poverty life that can prove fatal. When someone cannot afford to stay in a place anymore, they either get a mortgage or get evicted. Some of these people are fortunate enough to have a connection that will offer a free place to stay. But that is not always the case. From personal experience, an eviction notice is the most frightening thing in the world. Not knowing where you will be staying for the night, not knowing if you will have a bed to sleep in the next day, not knowing if anybody will want you after getting to such a big low. But you know what's worse? Knowing that you have no place to stay, knowing you'll be left exposed for the world to do its worst, whether it's night, a week, or a month. It is a basic human right to have shelter that these citizens living in poverty aren't granted. Finally, the violence is reprehensible. A 2018 study produced by Professor Roger Webb and Dr. Pearl Monk states that people growing up in poverty are 7 times more likely to harm themselves and be involved in violent crimes as young adults. The violence people see and are subjected to when forced to live on the streets is horrifying and can leave lifelong and sometimes fatal effects on those who experience it. The situations people in poverty are required to endure are similar to those in the first permanent English settlement, Jamestown. The rest of our society has evolved. Why have our least fortunate not? Our least fortunate that endure and fight day after day to even grasp at a substantial point? While this may seem sullen, there are some who do endure, accomplish, and then thrive. We could focus on so many more terrible situations people in poverty experience, but to give you the full picture, we must take notice that it is not unbeatable. And the best case scenario, one could follow J.K. Rowling's path, who at one point was at rock bottom. While she is a more than successful author now, there was a time when Miss Rowling couldn't even afford to pay for food. She survived on welfare, and with time became the infamous author she is now. Though it can be a so much smaller progression than that. Having experienced poverty, having been evicted, living in a 7-kid household on a single parent's income, experiencing both food stamps and no food at all, the absence of health care for a long period of my life, each aspect of those that I had to endure through, I craved to thrive just a little more. With each new aspect of poverty being a punch to the gut, a larger smile grew on my face. Not because the conditions were pleasurable. They are some of the most frightening experiences one could imagine. But because I knew when my family and I beat this, it would feel like heaven. Yes, there are a lot of people who are stranded in a state of poverty and have given up, but some do make it out. Maybe not as acclaimed authors, but as people who can afford to put fresh vegetables on the table, and as people who can go to their yearly doctor checkups. In conclusion, many people suffer from poverty. While they may be experiencing different stages of poverty, and it may be affecting different aspects of their life, some of them will make it out. We are not in the 1600s anymore, and this is not Jamestown. Our society has advanced, and the methods to protect those who are vulnerable to the same shortcomings in Jamestown will too. Today, I went over what poverty is, how poverty affects daily aspects of life, and the concept of beating poverty. By listening to my speech, I hope you better understand the huge problem of poverty that's harming our fellow citizens, and I hope you recognize that pickles and hamburger helper will never be a good food combo. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have to go to XCOM finals. I think I have these words on it.
Are you there? I'm not sure.
It says College Building, Madison. Are you calling?
Madison. Oh, so we are missing somebody.
Oh, you're
I'm
Madison?
Madison, yeah.
Okay. Maybe what we'll do is just,
You might be doing some other consideration.
yeah.
How do you say your last name?
London.
Nice name.
So, we'll fill out that form, but hold it. Let's do that. Is that okay to do that? Okay. I'm going to.
Ready? When I was in 3rd grade, my teacher had the class write some words on 3x5 note cards and draw a picture to associate them with. Most vividly, I remember writing the word there, as in the possessive pronoun T-H-E-I-R. And my 3rd grade teacher told us the best way to remember how it was spelt was by looking at the word and picturing the letter E was proposing to the letter I, and it was their engagement. It was a simple exercise, but worked, and to this day I still have not misspelt the word there. Besides there, I'm sure we made drawings for them, he, and she. The words my class and I worked with that day were pronouns. In these times of growing diversity of gender expression, the second most important thing to everyone, besides their name, has become a small set of words, separated by forward slashes or commas, and what they mean to each person. Today, pronouns have become more involved in everyone's identities. Hello, my name is Maddie, and my pronouns are she, her, they, them. Today I stand before you a feminine individual who intends to inform you on gender identity and its many facets. First of all, one's gender identity plays a critical role in how one is perceived. Many people assume when I say gender, I mean the same as sex. However, as explained by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, sex as the preferred term for biological forms, and gender limited to its meanings involving behavioral, cultural, and psychological traits. There is a large variety of terms to describe gender, including cisgender, transgender, androgynous, non-binary, gender non-conforming, gender fluid, and genderqueer, just to name some relevant ones. While many people identify as cisgender, which is the sex they were assigned at birth, there are still plenty of people who identify outside with what aligns with their biological sex. Those who identify as cisgender or transgender identify with male or female strictly, while anyone who identifies as, say, non-binary, gender fluid, or genderqueer can identify with both male and female to different degrees or absolutely neither. To make it simple, here's a little guide to knowing what your pronouns are. Most heterosexual or straight males go by he, him. Same with heterosexual straight females go by she, her. Non-binary individuals often go by they, them. As you may recall, I introduced myself with my pronouns, she, her, they, them. Let's break it down a little. The use of 4 pronouns seems a little difficult to tackle as someone who doesn't understand them, but they're fairly simple. The she, her segment of my preferred pronouns communicate that I personally identify with my gender assigned at birth, female. However, the they, them segment indicates that I also identify as more androgynous and outside of the male-female gender binary. In short, the use of multiple pronouns in my case communicates that I don't strictly adhere to my assumed gender. The they, them, theirs pronoun set is somewhat confusing. In fact, most people think, aren't those plural pronouns? And while yes, they, them, and theirs are all plural pronouns, they are also used in the singular sense. They, them, theirs as singular pronouns are acceptable when one person is being referred to and their gender is unknown. But sometimes to an individual, that still doesn't feel right. So pronouns such as ze or they have been used to supplement the lack of an official gender-neutral pronoun in the English language. Second of all, misgendering and disrespect for an individual's gender identity has a negative impact on the mental health of transgender and non-binary youth. 41% of youth identifying as transgender or non-binary attempted suicide, according to a 2020 survey done by the Trevor Project. And of those, 28% reported that no one in their lives respected their preferred pronouns. Those whose pronouns aren't respected are more likely to suffer mentally. 52% of youth who considered suicide identified as trans or non-binary. Respecting chosen pronouns of those who do not identify with the gender assigned for them at birth decreases the chances of that individual taking their own life. Now, here are some examples of what's being done to help affirm the identities of these individuals. Gender affirmation is most simply put as something that allows an individual to feel content and seen in their identity. One of the ways, according to Rachel Arndt, as healthcare records are becoming digitized, gender identity has become relevant to the developers of electronic health systems. Electronic health records must provide fields for both gender identity and sex. Allowing both sex and gender identity to be known allows healthcare providers with a tool to give patients better care. Quote, a transgender man would still need to have mammograms, but a transgender woman wouldn't need a standard pregnancy, says Oscar Zambrano. The vital care that patients need is made better. Another study in the Trevor Project's 2021 national survey found that when youth could affirm their gender identity by changing it on legal documents, attempted suicide rates among trans and non-binary youth declined. The ability to legally affirm to one gender is huge. Things like driver's licenses that bear a label that feels incorrect can be less of an emotional burden. To conclude, I've explained gender identity and pronouns, the effects of misgendering on the mental health of transgender and non-binary youth, and what procedures are currently being implemented to aid these individuals. Thank you.
Okay. We skipped around a little bit, so you'll be next. Okay? Just give us a few minutes here. Of course.
May I take off my mask? Good job.
I think we're ready.
All right. Judge ready? Wow, your English is really great. Where are you from? No, I mean like, where are you really from? Do you notice anything wrong? If not, imagine this being said to an Asian American, someone who has lived in the United States their entire lives. The statement assumes the person is a foreigner, just because they don't fit the typical definition of American. These types of comments and assumptions are microaggressions. When I started telling friends and family members about my speech, it started conversations that wouldn't have come up otherwise. You see, I've been aware of microaggressions most of my life. While I didn't know the exact term, I noticed that people often said offensive things accidentally, or as a joke, or without even realizing it was offensive. This happened to me a lot when I was younger, when other kids would comment on how my food and family were different from them. My mom is Filipino and my dad is white. And while I knew they were joking, I still felt like they were making fun of me. When starting these conversations about microaggressions, I was shocked how many people had never heard of the word before. I was just as shocked about the stories friends and family told me about microaggressions they had received. Researching, I found stories that horrified me. One non-binary college student was asked by their roommate if she could just refer to them as it. A high school teacher says that the principal at her school went up to Hispanic students and asked, "What are you doing, selling tacos?" An elementary school student was told that talking about Hanukkah in class was ruining the Christmas spirit. What I realized was that this is a topic not discussed enough in society, despite its impacts on people. Microaggressions cause mental health and self-esteem problems, and yet so many people aren't even aware they exist. Hello,
My name is Callie Fielding, and I am not a foreigner. I'm also not inherently less intelligent or less capable because I'm a woman. Isn't it weird we have to convince ourselves of things like that? Today, I'm going to discuss the causes of these ideas and doubts, microaggressions. I'll be discussing what microaggressions are, how they can impact people's mental and physical health, how they're connected to stereotypes, and how we can work to avoid and deal with them. Microaggressions are defined as statements, actions, or incidents regarded as instances of indirect, subtle, or unintentional discrimination against members of a marginalized group, such as a racial or ethnic minority. Basically, they're subtle, everyday, and offensive and discriminatory comments and statements and actions that are often subconscious and seem innocent. Microaggressions can be caused by and aimed at anything, from sexual orientation, gender identity, economic status, disability, to ethnicity and race. Everyone can experience microaggressions, and similarly, anyone can be a microaggressor without even realizing it. Microaggressions are often not on purpose. There's someone attempting a joke, or a subconscious movement that one person doesn't notice but another does. 1 in 3 Black adults, 1 in 5 Hispanic adults, and 1 in 6 Asian Americans reported that they experience microaggressions almost every day. 64% of women experience microaggressions every day in the workplace, and 80% of onlys, women who are the only female in a workroom or workplace, experience microaggressions daily. The most common racial microaggressions or assumptions are people thinking that they're better than the person, people assuming the person is a criminal, people being treated with less respect, or people assuming that others are less intelligent or educated because of their race. The most common microaggressions for women are being mistaken for a junior employee or someone of a lower work grade, which women are twice as likely to experience, needing to prove competence more than other employees, having their judgment questioned more often, and being addressed too unprofessionally. According to Dr. Daryl Sue, there's a couple different types of microaggressions. Micro-assault, a verbal insult or statement that is intentionally offensive and discriminatory. Micro-insults, statements that are rude or insulting but much more subtle and unintentionally. And micro-invalidations, unintentional comments that make the receiver feel invalidated or like an outsider. Here's a few examples of microaggressions. Asking someone, "Where are you really from?" This question implies that they don't belong in America, that they're an alien or a foreigner just because they aren't white. When someone clutches their bag or their purse as a Black or Latino individual walks by them. This action, while likely subconscious, implies that Black or Latinos are criminals. Comments such as, "That's so gay," are also microaggressions. They use gay as a negative adjective, whether it's being said as an insult or a joke. Comments that use mental health, such as, "I'm so OCD about this project," or "Your outfit is really making me depressed." Turn serious disorders into lighthearted comments. One microaggression people often say as a defense against being called racist is, "I don't see color, the only race is the human race." While the person might be trying to show that they don't judge someone based on their race, what it implies is that a person's ethnicity and cultural experience doesn't matter. Even trendy phrases such as basic can be microaggressions, as the idea of basic tells someone that what they like is just like everyone else, that they should change themselves because being basic is bad. If microaggressions are barely noticeable, then why are they a problem? Psychologists compare microaggressions to tiny cuts. One of them doesn't hurt, and you don't notice it much. But thousands of them? Microaggressions can have serious impacts on mental health, possibly even more than outright insults. They make the receiver sharply aware of their differences. It sets them apart from society and the person they're talking to. It's like drawing a circle around the person, separated from everyone else. It shows what parts of someone's society doesn't accept, shows what they shouldn't be. According to Elizabeth Gurman from the Harvard Gazette, microaggressions can have a variety of impacts on health, including but not limited to depression, fatigue, low self-esteem, anger, anxiety, inner conflict, chronic stress, high blood pressure, and infections. People without support systems are even more likely to experience these negative effects. Furthermore, once people hear a statement that is microaggressive, the statement often seems so innocent that it can lead to additional anxiety when the person tries to figure out if the microaggression was due to something about them or if it isn't something to take offense to. Did this person say this to me because I'm part of a minority?
Or am I thinking too much and making it seem worse than it actually is? These microaggressions come from stereotypes ingrained in our society. In one TED Talk, Sahana M says, "Before I even spoke, you created an idea of who you think I am." Without even trying, when you meet a person, you judge them instantly based on stereotypes, whether you know it or not. Whether it's seeing an Asian individual and thinking, "Wow, they're probably so smart," or thinking the woman in the room is the receptionist, these microaggressions are caused by stereotypes that society taught us. How do we approach microaggressions? The first step is to acknowledge it. You've made a microaggression. Even if you can't think of a specific example, you've done it before. Everyone has. People would deny that they've been a microaggressor because they don't want to think of themselves as offensive. They want to stay the good guy. But that won't fix anything, because if you deny that you've been a microaggressor and ignore the problem, you have no chance to change and are much more likely to continue doing it. Tiffany Alvoyd's tips to being a microaggressor are to pause and think about what you say. Don't just think, "Would this be funny?" Think, what impact would this make? Could it be hurtful? Her second tip is to research words before you use them. Don't use slang without learning about it first. It might be trendy, but it could also be offensive. Ryan Watson Davis says that an important thing is to speak up, especially if you're a bystander. If you watch someone say something that seems subtly offensive, let them know. She says, "I know it's scary, but it's even scarier to be receiving the comment." How do you deal with microaggressions? Tell the person that what they said was offensive. This always brings the risk of upsetting someone, but at the same time, it might have been innocent. Talk to people. People without support systems are much more likely to get the long-term effects of microaggressions. So to deal with it, talk it out with friends, family, or a counselor. And remember that you aren't alone. So many people, including your friends and family, have experienced microaggressions too. That's something I learned just from having conversations with people close to me about microaggressions. You can learn so much just by talking to people about these issues. So even if they seem like hard conversations to start, try anyways. Microaggressions are everywhere, and they impact people more than we think. While they may seem innocently perceived, the subtle little statements invalidate and offend whoever they're aimed at. They draw a circle and separate the person from everyone else, or point out to society what is wrong with them. And these 1,000 little cuts can have serious, harmful impacts on a person's mental and physical well-being. So try to think about what you say, what you joke about, before the words leave your mouth. And remember that your joke could be cutting someone else. Reducing our microaggressions is the first step to no longer having to worry that just being ourselves will make us lesser in society's eyes. Thank you.
Okay.
Judge is ready.
I'm ready.
Is it okay if I take my mask off? So, during the first lockdown in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I began to just sit there and think and think and think, and I began to care more about myself, and I began to think about who I was as an individual, and I realized that as an identity, I am Native. I am First Nation Tsimshian. I come from Alaska. But it's not just me. There are many people of my nation, there are many people down south from First Nations, there are many people in Canada. And thinking about them, I wondered what could possibly be wrong. I can wonder and think all I want, but I can't sit here comfortably without sharing this information. As a First Nation individual, I looked at economic problems, and all I saw there was that today's First Nation people are fishermen and women, hunters, gatherers. They are sustainable, they are living comfortably. So I looked at social problems, and right there, the biggest one in front of me that no one sees is that First Nation women in Alaska, Canada, down south, and all over, First Nation and Indigenous women are experiencing much, much, much more violent acts upon themselves than everyday normal people. The Native Congress of American Indians had conducted a public report in 2018. They did this to update the known trends and analytics of the Native people in specifically America. They are an American-based Congress. And there they found that violence and abuse towards Native women was not only higher, it was 1.7 times higher than the national average of the same time. And then Amnesty International, a global civil rights activist group that doesn't only specialize in Native people, they are a global society that is non-government. So when they honed in British Columbia, Canada, noticing that the violence was much, much more rapid, much more gruesome, there I began to realize how much of a problem this really was. I brought up these two specific organizations because the National Congress of American Indians is a government-funded program. They are a government. Amnesty International is not a government. But them both, with their reputations that they have, giving these reports to the public so often, it's just too much to be a coincidence. It's happening too often to be what it should, to be what it is acted upon as currently, and has been for hundreds and hundreds of years, since the beginning of this country, which is where it began. In the beginning of this country, America and Canada, but just America right now, First Nation people were moved into reservations and reserves like where we are now. They were put in a spot where they can be safe and with each other, people just like them, people who are being oppressed. Now today, Native people are being oppressed, but not in a way that was back then. They are experiencing violence, but it's not like the violence that it was from then. Then it adapted into how it was now. And the National Congress of American Indians continued this report. In 2018, they realized that 84.3% of Native women over the ages of 18 in 2018 have experienced physical violence in America. 84.3%. 56.1% of Native women have experienced violence from an intimate partner. 56.1%. Those two statistics was a driving force for the formation of the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women. They also shared some information themselves, but they didn't gather it. They were still small at the time. So they shared what they found, as I'm doing right now. They found that working with the amnesty movement,
they found that homicide in Indigenous women was 10 times higher than the national average. 10 full times. Homicide became the third most common type of death for women between the ages of 10 and 24 with Indigenous backgrounds. It is the fifth leading cause of death for women between the ages of 25 and 35. It is the 10th. It is 10 times more than the national average, just for Indigenous women. The fight against violence towards Native women is an uphill battle. Not only are women's peers against them, systems are against them, but the systems don't mean to be. It's not in their way to be against Native women. It's just how it's grew. It's grown to forget what happened. It's grown to forget Indigenous women. That's why these statistics were brought to show, because people, Indigenous people, realize that their peers, their sisters, their aunts, their mothers, are sitting there in pain alone with the people like them. They have nothing done for them. They are only there with other Indigenous people. Through the systems, they can't do anything yet. They're still sitting there in pain, suffering. They're sitting there lost. That's why the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Foundation was created, to show that American Indigenous, Canadian Indigenous, and Alaska Native women are being lost, they are being hurt more than national averages. Homicide is such a large causation of death among Native women because when they are in need of medical services, they aren't available to them because these reservations and reserves are so far away from normal cities and normal towns that they aren't open to access. They are there alone to suffer. So if someone were to get hurt, they won't be open to the emergency services they need to live. They die sitting there. That's why homicide is so easy to get away with on reservations and reserves. Native women being forgotten by the system, only to be cared about by their peers, it seems to me. This neglect runs deeply embedded in this nation's foundation. They run deeply in the government, but now, in 2021, there are Indigenous women in the government. They are putting themselves into higher positions so that they can help their brothers' sisters, their mothers, their fathers, everyone. Everyone will get the help they need. Now, as an Indigenous individual, standing here, realizing and showing others that my sisters, my mothers, my aunts are all sitting here hurt, in pain, gives hope not only for myself, but for them. Thank you. I don't think I can quite compete with all these other speeches. They were amazing. I got a page of nothing.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you for judging.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking.
You're the one who harasses everybody? That's awesome. That's awesome.
Is that Simon Cowell?
You're Simon? Not it. Not it. Steve Simon for sure.
No, I don't know. I think you are.
I might be late, but I'm always nice.
I know who you are.
I
I know who you are.
Okay, we're not supposed to talk about it, but I will say that I struggle with giving, like, I have a hard time with the pink part. Well, I put them in order as to how I feel and when I feel them, which is what was at this point. This is hard because they were all really good.
Yeah, they were.
And all like really important topics.
He hardly even needs his notes either.
Yep.
It must be what you've been working on that a long time.
I will say that you changed it from this person to this one.
Oh, did he do that this morning? Yeah.
Are we supposed to get like 12 points?
Yeah, I think you add up the points and then you rank them, right? Yeah.
Can I just subtract?
Multiply and divide. Don't take your shoes off.
I don't have that many fingers.
That's what I was gonna say, don't take your shoes off.
I do have 11 fingers that comes with me.
Maybe there was some.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and 5. Bill Howard, you're not the only funny one here.
It's like sort of jokes, and they're so lame. So lame.
You know, I told her I was having hot dogs for lunch today, she goes, oh, they're not making them any longer. She tells me a joke like that.
You told me they couldn't make it
See,
hot dogs
here we
because
go.
they were too
See,
long.
here we
This
go.
was your lame joke.
See, she always wants to blame everything
Let
on
me show
me.
you this text.
Oh, would you write it in there so I could use?
You sent me
Would you
this
write it
text.
in there so you could use it as evidence?
There goes the neighborhood, that's all I can see. I know, right? This is pretty funny.
And then there's another one. Relative property.
Oh, okay.
Property.
Oh.
Mom made
Yeah, she watched everything that was like. My grandmother, who's in my grandfather watched my
Like right now. My brother, I think last week, and my mom had a really special
yeah. Because Carlo and I, 2 of our 3 debates were in there, and both of them were like, your mom had 2 of your debates. The first one was the best one. Out of all of them, the first one was the best.
Really? I wonder why that one.
And we did apps.
We got more tired throughout the day. Harder than thing.
That was the one.
I know how to play that one.
It's because the last 2 we did were, well, it was Eddie and Jack, and then it was Liam and Isla.
Oh, catch me.
So it was extra.
Tried moving once.
Yeah. But the first one we did was.
Then the lady moved away.
I'm a master weaver.
So it was a little. And there was no experience. So it was more evenly matched.
Yeah. Well, you're getting better and better and better, and up and up and up.
Oh, my favorite was like commentary. Oh yeah. It was Ship's Captain, but that's probably why it was my favorite because I know way too much.
Yeah, you could personalize it.
And then I spoke about
Hey, Metlakatla kids.
I was little, my dad taught someone to volunteer to teach Morse code and we put the light switch and press the button and pass by. And the judge finally liked that. And Mark, do you remember that? I know, well, I'm sure you left. Okay. No? I don't. No, actually, you will be set up. No, I'm taking one of the last real conferences they were able to have. Okay. Do you know any Spanish? You get to stop and use it first. Practice. Are you doing Duolingo? I'm doing a video event. Of course. So I didn't know you didn't come to the conference. We came to you. You're there.
Students are getting ready. I will have Nancy Nelson time for you guys. She'll be seated at this table. So she will ensure the time. You don't need to worry about that. I will set us up and set the debate running. I need to go to balance.
Hi folks, welcome.
Yep. Yes. Yes. And you have less time to balance. So you have as much time as you need to make comments, take so long up, as long as you got a result by they will announce it and then dispel it as best you can, and then I can get you correct responses. Where's that whiteboard? Write their stuff on. Alright. Thank you guys.
When?
Okay. You're in. I need your students. Say that again. I need your students. Fake students. I think that Jamie and Dave are stolen. I have no idea. Where they are.
Strong supporter of free Diego, right? I remember you talking about that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're gonna say. I will.
why I just chose it, because the
Usually
last
there's people yelling and ground and they're like
I wanted it to be a more somber piece.
Word.
I have a feeling people are going to yell a lot. We started the program my sophomore year. Yeah, you're like the I was the first person from Metlakatla to final, and the first person to final in state medal. Except for all of them, I didn't. And each one, and in majority of the times I final, it has been my DIs. Has it been? Is that your jam? Yeah. I do more drama than speeches or debate. I do debate, but it is tiring. It is. It's a lot to think about it. Yeah, but it is fun. Nice energy level. It's all worthwhile, right? And everyone's really fun about it. Right. You're supposed to have it. Oh. And he was also in our readers. Talk about somebody who still got to do it? Yeah. Or the senior who was going to debate with him. Yeah. Yeah. Well, last or is he freshman? Huh? Freshman? Yeah. Yeah. Hard? Yeah. First time I did my speech, I stuttered every word and didn't even finish it. Oh yeah. I mean, I can't even know. I never would have done it. You guys are all way better than me. It definitely helped me with my public speaking skills, though. Yeah. So do you ever get in front of your school and feel more confident? Yeah. And like any like presentations or anything, I do a lot better. Do you do anything else? Any sports? I do cheer, like student government. You do it all. I'm in band. I know there's a few others I can't remember off the top of my head. Senior year, you're looking at schools next year? We're looking at schools right now for one of our seminar classes. I want to go for graphic design or illustration. So I'm looking at either Fort Lewis for graphic design, or there's a college in Oregon, Pacific Northwest College of Art. One of those schools. Yeah, I remember. Basically, it wasn't design. That was a program that was very, very. Oh, the very one of the very design programs that I took. And then after school.
Oh, lights? Yeah, we could do it.
All the different come back. But through little like offer that any design classes, so most of our fun has been from like online classes.
The corn? Middle?
You'll see why I'm wanting to go back to school to make connections. Both ability marketing. And it's out of Alaska, so it has a lot more opportunities.
Mason tried the makeup episode. He said it's disgusting, but they're still doing it.
I didn't expect a final for my DI and because I missed setting my alarm, so I showed up like half hour before I was supposed to start.
I mean, it's so fun though. Being able to, I learned how to do that.
So I wasn't even able to do breakfast.
I've never stopped. So when it's so fun.
You're able to be in a big site, rush home, and
I watched them.
Then like 5 minutes before, I was told I finally had to rush back.
And he's able to switch between characters. Like, that was insanely funny.
Yeah, I feel along.
We'll do the Chinky track.
But it's been fun. It was worth it.
Not a really cute guy
That's not on mine.
You look at me, Mason said hi lady. I'm like, I'm good. I'm okay with that. One day I will correct that. Not today.
Choose your battle.
You just do with the mischief. It's completely brutal.
I was telling her about Felix's piece.
Oh, based on like your voices.
Yeah, she said I'm really good at like switching between characters.
Oh, for sure.
She said it was impressive. Do you remember Felix's piece at State from Kodiak?
Yeah.
I was telling it's insanely funny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, I wish I could switch that fast.
Yeah, he did. His was
The boarding school one.
sort of like that.
Jazz? Huh? Jazz? No.
It's so funny.
Yeah, but he could switch between characters. Like,
And like his posture completely changed. Oh my god. I had to time him like 3 times. I was shaking the whole time because I was laughing. She said it was impressive. Credit for being able to do that. And then I said, I don't know what she's like, that's amazing. Nate, oh!
Did you tell your parents? They're going to be so mad at you. Your mom know? For what?
I said that.
Text her. Yeah, text her. She'll want to know.
How do you even come on?
Because I would like to take a bunch of photos of them. Yeah, of course. So it's just like a really turn over like drink water. I don't think we should like not have left. His mom did have Lucy face to face. And then just yeah. Mason, I can see the camera. Text her, tell her. You look beautiful.
Hey Devin, if I give you my phone, can you take a couple on it too? Yes. Thank you so much.
If I may have the audience's attention, please. Right. Ladies and gentlemen of Southeast Alaska,
Welcome to the final debate of the Metlakatla DDF meet, our first of the year. We have a mixed set of teams comprised of Thunder Mountain and Pay High students, and we will get started as soon as we have a coin toss. Could you guys present a coin to the judges?
Alright, you guys can call it in here if you'd like. Tails it is, and it is heads. We will take second speaker.
We'll take half.
Second speaker, affirmative. Be sure that you announce your names clearly when you go up. Even better. All right. Could we announce your names out loud for the judges to get on the ballots in speaking order?
I'm first speaker, and my name is Grace Stewart.
I thought we were first speaker.
I think that's the other way.
Yeah, other way around. I'll say
Oh.
here too.
Yeah, I'm Grace Stewart, and I'm second speaker.
Second speaker. Yep, right there. Grace.
I'm Chloe Gosnell, and I'm first speaker.
First, Chloe Gosnell.
Oh,
Yeah, you're fourth.
third speaker is?
Third speaker is?
No.
Third speaker.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm Kylie Morris. I'm third speaker.
Kylie Morris.
I'm Eddie Gomez, and I'm fourth speaker.
Gomez. Eddie Gomez.
If I can encourage the speakers to speak a little louder than you normally would in a small room because there's that fan that's going on over there, so just try to force yourself to speak a little louder.
We're going to try to get a microphone. Noted microphone.
Right, you're just going to speak loud.
Just kidding. No hours. Speak as loud as you can. All right, your timer is seated here.
Mask.
You may take your mask off.
You guys comfortable?
Live Chloe. What's up?
Timer's ready. Hello for the first time in this debate. My name is Chloe Gosnell, and this is my partner, Kylie Morris. Today we stand in firm affirmation of the resolution. On balance, in the United States, social media is beneficial for democratic values. For clarity, we will present the following definitions. Social media are forms of electronic communication where users create online communities to share information, ideas, and messages. Democratic values, as defined by the Declaration of Independence, are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Your framework for this debate should be in favor of whoever protects our democratic values. We have 3 reasons why we believe in the affirmation of this resolve. 1. Social media serves as a link between U.S. citizens during times of distress. 2. Social media promotes people's free speech and individuality. And 3. Social media helps create bonds and connections. All of which are strong reasons why we firmly urge you to vote in affirmation of this resolve. To begin, social media has saved countless lives. Across many platforms, there are support systems in place in times of crises. We have all seen the way social media has been used to communicate COVID case counts and new mitigations during this pandemic, but it has also been used for emergencies involving natural disasters. For example, according to the U.S.-based Federal Emergency Management Agency, during Hurricane Sandy, Twitter was used to relay survivors' locations about the locations of their tents and generators. Social media has been used during many natural disasters for various reasons that have saved a number of lives. Our Constitution states that everyone has the right to protect their lives, and social media is an important tool to fulfill that protection. Moving on to contention 2. Social media encourages free speech, which is an asset to the democratic value of liberty. Free speech is the cornerstone of democracy. The idea that everyone has the ability to cause a change in the government is the basis that the United States was founded upon. Since social media has opened the line of communication between its users and the government and allowed its user to engage with officials, the voter turnout has increased. According to the University of Maryland, many states have reported record-breaking new voter registration numbers nationwide. Early voting has broken historic records at 99.7 million early votes submitted. Social media is encouraging a wider and more complete representation of the people. Finally, social media is used to create friends and connections, both of which help enforce the democratic value of the pursuit of happiness. According to a Pew's research study, 64% of social media users have made a new online friend. The connections people are making through social media are inadvertently riveting emotions associated with depression, such as loneliness. As reported by Demir and Leslie in their 2007 study, friendship variables account for 58% of the variance in people's happiness. The freedom that social media gives people to explore their own connections directly supports the right to pursue happiness. In conclusion, I ask you to vote for the side of the debate that best protects our democratic values. Because social media saves lives by acting as a contact point during emergencies, preserves liberties by encouraging free speech, and helps the pursuit of happiness by building connections. I urge you to vote in firm affirmation of the result. Thank you.
Are the judging timer ready? Excellent. I'll now begin. Hello, my name is Grace Stewart, and my partner Eddie Gomez and I stand in firm negation of the resolve. Social media is beneficial for democratic values in the United States. To clarify, democratic values are the fundamental beliefs and the constitutional principles of American society, which unite all Americans. These values are expressed in the Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, and other significant documents, speeches, and writings of the nation. We have three main contentions to support our claim. Firstly, social media spreads misinformation. Secondly, social media leads to polarization. And finally, social media leads to unfair elections. To start, let's address the first contention of how social media can lead to the spread of misinformation. Throughout history, the United States has been unique in the way that peaceful exchange of ideas has led to a productive society. This misinformation can hinder that progress by creating a sense of conflicts based on false data. This false information can lead to people forming false ideas. According to Miguel Moreno, a professor of philosophy at the University of Granada, Spain, there is a clear bias, manipulation, abusive surveillance, and authoritarian control over social networks, the internet, and other citizen expression platforms. Social medias are unable to combat these, including the spread of fake news and lies, which is detrimental to our democratic values. This brings us to our next contention. Social media leads to polarization. Social media wants to make money, and they make it by having you stay on the app for longer. The more ads you see, the more money they make. The way they make you stay on the app is showing you what you want to see. This method creates a personalized, one-sided view on politics and ideas. In 2016, an internal Facebook study found that 64% of people who joined an extremist group on the platform did so only as its algorithm recommended it. And a 2016 study that analyzed 376 million Facebook users' interactions with over 900 news outlets found that people tend to see information that aligns with their own views. Another part of the United States' democratic values is the peaceful transition of power through elections. Polarization caused by the media can interfere with this idea. If two groups are so far apart from each other, then violence can break out. For example, the storming of the U.S. Capitol building on January 6, 2021. Renee DiResta, a researcher at the Stanford Internet Observatory who studies online movements, said that the violence January 6th was the result of online movements operating in closed social media networks where people believe the claims of voter fraud and of the election being stolen from Donald Trump. Social media connected folks. Furthermore, social media sites such as Twitter were used to communicate and orchestrate the whereabouts of this riot. Finally, our third contention is that social media can lead to unfair elections. A Pew Research study showed that overall, 20% of social media users said that they've modified their stance on a social or political issue because of material they saw on social media. And 17% say social media has helped change their views about a specific political candidate. If 1/5 of social media users are changing their political opinion due to information they see on social media, this can be harmful to the democratic voting process because lots of information on social media is incorrect. A Pew Research Center study conducted just after the 2016 election found that 64% of adults believed... Okay, thank you. Yes, but social media is not the only way that people can communicate.
Yes, however, social media allows people with a very large platform. They can reach people across the country. Well, you can't do this as easily through letters and mail. It takes longer.
Would you agree that fake news or false news is a threat to our democracy?
I would agree that it's a threat. However, Facebook platforms are starting to combat this issue. On September 10th, 2020, Twitter stated, starting next week, we will label or remove false or misleading information intended to undermine public confidence in an election or other civic process. While it's not happening all at once, social media platforms are starting to combat this issue.
While this is good that they say that they will be doing this, does that make up for all the harm that has been done previously?
Well, we have to remember that social media hasn't been around for very long. Evolution happens over time, and as problems occur, social media is adapting and finding new solutions.
That's very true, but there have been a lot of violent things where people have lost lives due to things provoked from social media. So I'm asking you if bills or agreements for future plans makes up for those lives lost.
Well, yes, there are always violent people, not just people that come together through social media, but there are so many positive movements that have also resulted from social media. For example, the Me Too movement, where people came together and came together against sexual harassment and assault. While there's always negative movements, there are also good ones. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you may.
Wouldn't you agree that the Me Too movement led to positive change?
I think it may have, but I think it's also apparent that it's not very well known for the changes that it's made. It may be known as a movement, and some people may know a little bit about it, and I'm not trying to undermine this movement, but many people don't know about the changes that they have made, so that makes me wonder if they have made many substantial changes.
Well, in general, it's people coming together for a common cause, which empowers other people to do the same with things that they're passionate about. People are passionate about different things, and when we watch other people come together for things they're passionate about, others are more likely to do the same.
That's true, but you can use groups such as Antifa to support the other side of this, who provoke violence in people who gather for a similar cause to provoke violence online.
Yes, but violence was just as prevalent before our social media.
Thank you.
our judges and timers ready? Okay. Hello, and for the first time in this debate, my name is Kylie Morris, and I will be going over my opponent's points, and if time permits, I will go over my own. The resolve on balance was, in the U.S., social media benefits democratic values. And while the negation provides convincing argument, there are some points that lead me to believe that in the U.S., social media does not best protect democratic values. For example, my opponent's first contention was about the spread of misinformation. And as my partner stated, there are methods in place that are leading to things that are going to stop the misinformation. Social media platforms are trying to prohibit it, and it is a constant problem that people are constantly working on. Social media is an evolutionizing platform that continues to change and grow as it needs to. Continuing on, my opponent's second point was on polarization. And while it is true that polarization is on the rise, the effect of social media in this regard is much less than the one may expect. In fact, according to PubMed.gov, they found that the 8 groups that were the most polarized ones were the ones that used social media and the internet the least. Additionally, the 8th group, 18 to 39, the group most likely to use social media, had the least increase in polarization. So not only does the internet and subsequently social media have almost no negative effect on polarization, but it is also potentially shown to cause less polarization in the new generation that are voting. Continuing on to their final point about unfair elections. They claimed that it was an unfair election in 2016 because of social media, I believe, but everybody running in social media is allowed to use, the elections are allowed to use social media as a platform to promote their sides. Every party is represented on social media. Whether or not the people see it is up to them, but every party is represented on social media. Since time permits, I will briefly go over our own points. As my first speaker said, there are links between citizens during distress. Hurricane Sandy took out a lot of citizens, and it took out a lot of countries. There was a lot of floods that came from it. The locations and tents were used as information to be guided to other citizens that helped save many lives, one of our core democratic values. We also discussed free speech and individuality. And as my partner said, there are Me Too movements and other movements that encourage equality amongst people using social media, where they're allowed to voice their opinions. Finally, we discussed how it helps create bonds and connections. Because of these connections, people are able to pursue happiness. Without these bonds and connections, their life are endangered and leads to many suicide cases when people are lacking friends or emotional connections to people around them. The contentions and evidence presented by my opponents do not give our democratic values the best protection they could have, which is why I strongly urge you to vote in the negation of the resolution. On balance, in the U.S., social media benefits democratic values. Affirmation. Thank you.
Can I take 1 minute of downtime? All right. Judge, your time ready? Judge, I'm ready. So, hello, for the first time entering this debate, my name is Eddie Gomez, and I would first like to I would like to go over in my deconstructive speech some things that we've seen throughout the debate today, and then I will later move on to the points that my partner and I are bringing up and how they directly clash against the points that our opponents are bringing up. First, I'd like to deconstruct our opponent's third contention for the fact that social media brings people together. Social media does bring people together, but also social media brings people together that have malintent, such as the January 6th insurrection, where a mob of people stormed our very own United States Capitol. I like to deconstruct their point of voter turnout that they brought up throughout their case, because this voter turnout came along with an unfair election that was manipulated by misinformation. A Pew Research Center study conducted just after the 2016 election found that 64% of adults believed a fake news story. that caused a great deal of confusion, and 23% of them said that they had shared or fabricated political stories themselves. You see, the mal that social media brings towards our democratic values within our voting system is not even comparable to some of the smaller things that, I mean, of course it is amazing that people throughout these hurricanes are being united, but also there's ways that people throughout hurricanes and like natural catastrophes and things like that can be brought together. We have places for the federal government to give aid that aren't directly through social media. With that, I'd like to stand down. Thank you.
Alright, our timer and judge ready? Okay. As for speaker, I believe I have first question. So you mentioned about our third point, how there were other places where people can find aid. Do you have an example of these places that people can find aid?
I don't have a specific example, but I know that in my U.S. government class, I have been taught that within such natural catastrophes, there are places for the federal government to give aid. And I'd like to talk about the statistic that you gave about Twitter cracking down on misinformation. When was the date for that? September 10th, 2020. I already know it because I gave it to her. So the date on that is September 10th, 2020. Would you say that that helped stop the January 6th insurrection that was caused by misinformation on social media? We have a source, or we have an article written by the New York Times that is literally titled, "How the January 6th Insurrection Was Organized on Social Media."
How was it organized? How was it organized?
Through social media.
How on social media was it organized? How did they organize it through social media? They use social media as a platform, but how did they use it?
So you're agreeing they use social media as a platform?
How did they use it as a platform?
It's not the fact that how they use it as a platform, it's just the fact that they used it overall, which is directly social media being a negative and detrimental thing towards our democratic liberties.
As I don't see you have any questions, I do have another question.
Please.
Why do you believe that the voter turnout statistic that we brought up was part of an unfair election?
I'd love to tell you. Again, in our third contention, a Pew Research Center study conducted just after the 2016 presidential election found that 64% of adults believed a fake news story that caused a great deal of confusion, and 23% of them said they shared fabricated political stories themselves.
Heard us wrong, but we did not say that it was the 2016 election.
We're just talking about elections
But
overall,
you said
and this is an example of
our statistic was from a specific election, and you were saying that ours was from an unfair
Exactly,
election.
and our whole contention is just about elections overall. So I think both of them are very valid, and ours is talking about a federal election that we all take place in, assuming the ones that are above the age of 18, that affects us all directly.
But you're claiming that ours was part of the unfair one, but you're saying that the unfair one is the
No, I'm just using mine as an example of how to prove that social media is detrimental towards our democratic values through the form of unfair
Do you
elections.
have any other examples of elections that were unfair besides the 2016 election? Because we have been voting for a president for many years.
Yes, and this is just an example again of one.
What
that
are
was
those
effective.
examples?
Huh?
What are those examples you have? Did I just ask you if you had them and you said yes?
No, that one that I've read like 3 times.
But do you have other ones? Because the elections have been going on for long.
Can I get a minute of downtime, please?
timers ready? So first I'd like to go over some points that our opponent made. So first they brought up the fact that... Sorry. So their first point that they brought up in the Crossfire was that social media leads to misinformation. And we provided a statistic that said that Twitter was working to fix this issue. They argued that it's continued to affect elections, past then, but couldn't provide any statistics. I'd like to reiterate our evidence that on September 10th, Twitter stated that starting next week, we will label or remove false or misleading information intended to undermine public confidence in an election or other civic process. Evolution happens over a period of time. And there are so many other platforms that spread misinformation, but Twitter is an example. They are starting to try and make positive change, and other platforms are likely to follow in their footsteps because, as we have identified, this is an issue. I would also like to bring up their point made about algorithms that bring people together and create polarization. While it may create polarization, these algorithms also bring people together for positive change, like the Me Too movement. They bring people together that have similar concerns and issues, and a greater population of people allows for greater impact. Now I'd like to go over our points again. First being that social media serves as a link between U.S. citizens during times of crisis. Like we stated before, Hurricane Sandy was devastating, and through social media, people were able to come together across the country to help these people. Without social media, they wouldn't have been able to get the same kind of relief as quickly as before. And I'd also like to reiterate our point about misinformation. Lies and spreading misinformation. Thank you. I ran out of time.
Are the judge and timer ready? Excellent. I'd like to begin. Hello, for the second time in this debate, my name is Grace Stewart, and we firmly negate the resolve that that social media is beneficial in the United States. I'd like to go over my opponent's points, and if time allows, I will reiterate our own. Our opponents mentioned that free speech is one major benefit of social media. While this is true to an extent, it is not 100% accurate, as we see censorship throughout all forms of social media, all platforms. This hinders the free speech of anyone censored. It disallows them to post anything that they like, which goes against our constitutional right of free speech. For their first contention, they mentioned heavily that social media can be helpful in hard times for people in natural disasters or other issues. And like my partner stated, the government has programs in place in occurrence of natural disasters, and there are also other forms of reaching out to loved ones and family members. They also mentioned many times that through social media, you can make connections with people and bonds with people, strangers. And we see this in many instances. One of the instances we see this in is people who, is violent groups like Antifa, who get together online in order to create violence. They cause destruction in communities, which is absolutely not a benefit to our democratic values, and incredibly harmful to our democracy as a whole. Again, we'd like to reiterate that false information is, that's my time, thank you.
that social media censors its users, but since it is a private institution, it is not held to the same right that is written in the Constitution. Is that correct? Do you agree with that?
Yes. Speaking of Twitter, not only has Twitter been unsuccessful with their claims on cracking down on misinformation, but do you have any other examples?
I didn't mention Twitter.
Oh, sorry, you didn't?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. You might continue.
I was just asking the question. That had nothing to do with Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll
Besides that,
press you.
social media.
So not only has Twitter been unsuccessful with their claims to crack down on misinformation, such as the evidence that you provide, but we have a statistic here that says 64% of people who use Twitter for news say they've encountered something that was later on discovered that it wasn't true. And 16% of Twitter news users say that they retweeted a tweet later they discovered to be false. So do you think that Twitter is truly being successful with these claims that they are going to crack down on misinformation, that they're going to crack down on these people going to our Capitol and storming it, breaking our own civil liberties?
Well, it's impossible to filter every single person's opinion. It's impossible. There are
So
too
you're
many
agreeing
people.
that there is harm being produced through social media?
There is good and bad in everything. You can't just expect something to be completely pure, but social media is evolving, so the bad is being filtered out and fixed.
And wouldn't you agree that violence has lasted far beyond the protest or riot at the Capitol?
Explain that question again.
What makes you think that this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for social media?
I think that the professionals have looked at it, and once again, we will cite the article that was written by the New York Times that was labeled and titled how the January 6th insurrection was organized through social media. So yes, I think that social media was a big key factor in that one specific
Do you
scenario.
have evidence from that article?
I don't have specific evidence, but I guarantee if you look it up, if anybody here looks it up, that is the very first thing that comes up. It is a true article.
Another question that you failed to answer in our last Crossfire, do you have any examples of other elections in which it was unfair?
You've asked this 2 times now if there have been more than one election that is unfair, but is one election being unfair not enough for you?
We have been having elections every year for over 2, 3, 4, 5 decades. We have had this democracy
And
for
now,
so long.
now we get
One
to see
election.
how social media plays a role in these elections that used to be fair, that used to be right, and everyone had the same vote. And now, with the research and
social media
things
has
that my partner and I provided, we see that it's changed. Thank you.
Can I request the remaining of my downtime? Are judges and timers ready? Today we've discussed many points, but it all comes down to which side best protects our democratic values. This leads us to the question, which side does best protect our democratic values? Our opponents have claimed that there are other means to help people Like such as in the Hurricane Sandy event, they have claimed that there are other means to help them, but they have failed to list any of these other means that we can use to help them alternatively to social media. They also have failed to list if these other means will have a wider expand rate and reach more people than social media will. And our second contention was that social media encourages free speech, and our opponents failed to accurately address this point because they claimed that social media censors its users. But social media is a private institution which is allowed to censor its users. The Constitution cannot hold it to its same laws and implements. And finally, they haven't addressed our point on connections, which directly influences the pursuit of happiness and the protection of our lives. Connections are necessary for human life. We all need emotional bonds to touch to people. We all need someone to lean on. And without these connections, people become depressed. It can lead to suicide, self-harm, and many other things that endanger our lives. So to conclude, I urge you to vote in firm affirmation of the resolution. On balance, in the U.S., social media benefits democratic values because it does help people in times of need, protecting their will to live, protecting their lives. It does influence free speech and help promote free speech, which protects their liberty and helps them voice their opinions. And it also does protect their pursuit of happiness by helping them make bonds and connections. Thank you.
I'd like to take the remainder of my down. Or do we have 2 or 3 minutes? 2, right?
You only get 20 seconds of downtime.
Oh, okay. Then I'll take 20 seconds. Okay. Judge and timer ready. All right, with that, I'll begin. First, I'd like to address how our opponents say that we haven't even touched their contention of how social media brings people together. I did address this in my deconstructive speech when I said social media also brings people of malintent together, such as the January 6th insurrection, but I think we've all heard enough of that, so I will move on. What this debate has come to has been perfectly put by my opponents earlier in the debate when they said good and bad comes out of social media. But the good that comes out of giving aid to hurricane relief does not even come close to the threat that is presented to our democratic values through the spread of misinformation, the spread of polarization, and how social media leads to unfair elections within the United States. With that, my partner and I stand in firm negation, and we hope you do too. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Really? No way.
Thank you for joining
Huh. That's actually fun. That's funny.
All right, folks, so we are going to be doing the closing ceremonies here soon, but first we're going to do dinner. So in just a few moments, we're going to start bringing food out onto those trays. You guys can get some food, start eating, and then maybe about 7:40, 7:45, we'll start the closing ceremonies. So hang tight for a few minutes, we'll have some food out for you.
Thank you, Mr. Colton.
No problem.
literally just said, hey, dude, can you hold this? Or there's like, it'd be so funny if you just held this every time you talk. I was like, okay, I'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever for you to jump on. No?
He'll be our Christmas creepy baby.
Did I lose for being too?
Yes, all of us will actually stick. Oh, it's still alive. It's still alive. Okay.
I thought that was really fun.
Oh, it's beautiful. I got the pictures. I'm bringing them to every video.
My summary or whatever, when I take my mask off, it's like fluster and ass.
That's why I tried to.
That was your point. I could have said, okay, well, that was my definition. Like, I don't
I literally got that off.
I literally read that in class. To the whole class before anyone started the case.
Well, we don't the definition.
Thank you.
I would drink that.
I will not. I will not. Okay, I'm gonna throw my stuff away.
I'm going to the bathroom, Emery.
Okay. My baby on? My stuffed animal. Tiny. He's a tiny. I'll put him in my sweater. Ow, my eye.
What is a rock street?
Fuck no. Yeah, that was Eddie's.
Yeah, join the club.
You know, it's like,
That's my sister's boyfriend. Yes. So she, after today, she came out here. It's really the end.
Is that all? You're okay. Will you take a selfie? You're not out of your mind.
We're the same height while I'm sitting down. Oh, he showed you
Not at the grocery store, but the mini one.
Is it open?
I don't think there's a cut to do.
I don't know.
Yeah, the middle of my straw. Well, that's what Danny said. It's 11.
We have it. Well, use the audio until they start. I guess picked up some conversations here. What's up? join him? You'll do great.
I'll sit in Dan's he normally wears It will be fine. It's not the same without
Wait, close your computer.
All right, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Excellent. Cool. I'll let you guys get back to your seats. You're fine. Hey guys, we just finished the first meet of the year. Good job. So before we begin, I just wanted to thank you all, both from myself and from my principal. We've been really proud of how well you followed the rules here, how well we've been able to run this meet. I know my principal is planning on letting all of your principals know how wonderful you guys did this weekend. Really sets a great example for the rest of this season. I'm looking forward to being able to travel to all of your communities and, you know, having a wonderful season just like we did last year, but this time in person. We also forgot to, right before our final debate, we forgot to announce who our final debate judges were. So, your final debate was brought to you all by 3 wonderful judges from our community and from our region. We had Representative Dan Ortiz, we had Metlakatla's mayor, Reggie Atkinson. I just learned this today, but Reggie Atkinson did speech and debate in high school, I'm told, which is really wonderful. We also had our school board president, Darcy Booth, who unfortunately had to leave, but we'll give her a round of applause. Before we get into announcing our results, we're very privileged to have a performance from one of our local dance groups here. We are on Tsimshian land here in Metlakatla. This is the only reservation in the state of Alaska, and we're really honored to have a great, wonderful cultural program here in our schools and our community. Yes. Thank you. Originally Tlingit land, now Tsimshian. Thank you for the clarification. We are going to have a performance from our dance group, People of New Beginnings.
Weiss, amukshim gohai, didi wala lo gana gwi soft no. But get a moment to learn it the way is with what it is. Had a get land with Hoxu. One man there through Hoxu. So Metlakatla they will work where the water they will go. When border will these systems together. Hold the air. Ready to translate? Listen to what I tell you. This is what our ancestors did long ago. My name is Dr. Kimlanet. Translates to strong voice that steers me. I am Kilawil. I come from the Gitlan tribe. I live here in New Metlakatla, and I am from here. I said, it is good to see you all. And I said, Hobier. Can you say Hobier? I will say it loud because that means a celebration. It's like the good thing. Hobier! Hobier! There you go. Because you guys did a wonderful job. I didn't get to be here all the time, but I did get to watch you guys on the YouTube stream, and that was wonderful to be able to do that. Our name is Gitsu Satama, People of a New Beginning. We've done this for 8 years now. We've been a dance group for 8 years. I've been doing this for a very long time. We've had the opportunity to travel to Canada, to Washington, D.C., all over Washington State, and did performances down there. And so having the opportunity to do this during the pandemic is a wonderful thing. This is our first song, our song Forgive Us Rain. Yeah. Our next song we'll do for you is from the stories of Metlakatla. We came over here in 1887. We made our way over this way. This is a story that was recorded within our history books by our elders in the 1980s. Dr. Michael D'Angeli had taken this up. She thought she would never see the end of her studies. She picked up this book and she found a story. The story talks about our 73-mile journey from Metlakatla, British Columbia to here. Women and children were paddling, pulling their way back this way. They thought they would never see land again. How many of you guys have felt that way while doing your studies? Raise your hand if you felt that way. Absolutely. And Dr. D'Angeli had felt the same way. She thought she would never see the end. She read this story. They were paddling, pulling their way back to Metlakatla, to a place they've never been before. They came upon this place, this lady, at the very beginning, at the head of the canoe. Her name was Betsy Jury. She stood up, she's seen what is now known as Point Davis. Back then we called it Tegua Hey Hey. I still call it Tegua Hey Hey. Point of Hey Hey. And when they seen that, they had that energy, that renewed energy, ready to go. And they pulled again. So hopefully, as you guys go throughout there, I got to see some of you guys last year through DDF online doing all your stuff, and that was wonderful. I got to be a judge in that last year. This year I was a little bit too busy, but